supporter. Hi, welcome in, folks. This is the 412th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on this fine afternoon, it's certainly good to see you all. I hope that your week has been kicked off to a great start. It is a nice Tuesday evening. Well, I guess it's late afternoon here in Colorado. The sun has been shining. The weather's been great, but it's not been great as Washington, D.C. It's been mad. And I guess before we hop into the breaking news of the day, let's first just remind everybody what we do here. If you happen to be new here, well, you're in for a treat. What do we do all day? We talk to Trump supporters. We try to change their minds, and we try to get more people onto the right side history, which is the anti-Trump side history. Why? Well, that's because Donald Trump is the very worst president of your life and mine, regardless if you're 8, 18, or 80. He stinks, guys. There's not much more to say else on top of that. He's the worst president of your life, and seemingly Americans are really waking up to that fact. Worst approval rating from any president in American history at this point in their term. But let's go and go through the breaking news. Donald Trump has had his worst mental health breakdown yet. He is completely unhinged. From calling for Obama to be arrested in the middle of the night on Truth Social, to saying that he doesn't care about the dire financial situations that Americans find themselves in. It's crazy. Let's go through the breaking news. First, we're going to start with the mental health breakdown that Donald Trump had on Truth Social last night. In less than 3 hours, he posted over 55 times on the platform. Here are a handful of the highlights. First, he accused Obama of attempting a coup against the government in 2016. That same minute, he went on to say that Obama worked with the CIA to overthrow his administration. He called Obama a traitor and said that he should be arrested. He also accused Obama of personally making $120 million from Obamacare through fraud. What the fuck? That's weird. That's insane. That's nuts. We also saw that he called Obama, not metaphorically, but literally a demon, and said that his DOJ is working hard to arrest his enemies for treason. I don't know how it gets any crazier than this, folks. He has lost his mind. If you can't say that, then you've lost your mind too. We just see this continued cycle of madness and insanity across the web, and even in his direct presidential speeches from the Oval. The fact that anybody can look at this and call it normal or say that it's in some way or another defensible is just beyond me. I mean, imagine if it was anybody else. Imagine if it was Biden just ranting on Twitter at 3 a.m., accusing Trump of a coup in 2016, saying that he worked with the CIA to overthrow the Biden administration, saying that he's a traitor and should be arrested, and that he defrauded healthcare programs by over $100 million. Like, come on. God damn. It's unbelievable. Let's not sane watch this. Okay, let's call it what it is. It's insane. He doesn't deserve to be in the Oval. He belongs in a nursing home. And that's not all. We're not done yet. Now, the next fact of breaking news is also pretty crazy. A news reporter had asked Donald Trump today about what his thoughts were on the dire financial situations that many Americans find themselves in, as it is relevant to his ongoing negotiation with Iran. And of course, it's a very fair question, because the economy is tanking. Today, we got some of the worst inflation numbers we've seen since 2022 on the tail end of the pandemic at 3.8%. Collapsing jobs report, collapsing manufacturing growth. It is a mess. It truly is. And guess what Donald Trump said in response? He said he didn't care. He said he's not even thinking about the dire financial situations that many Americans find themselves in today. We're actually going to go ahead and show you guys that clip right now. Take a look at your phone screen if you're watching on mobile, your computer screen, or, your TV, whatever medium you happen to be watching the stream on. And let's go ahead and take a look at this clip of Donald J. Trump together.
The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran...
Let's go back to the beginning.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Wow. So, and I quote, not even a little bit. He's not even thinking about your financial well-being, quote unquote, a little bit. He's not even thinking about the state of the American economy a little bit, quote unquote, not at all, absolutely unhinged. And, his mask for the failing economy now, claiming that, well, it's okay for the economy to be performing like shit, is because we need to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Folks, we already did. We had a denuclearization agreement with them. It was called the JCPOA. You got Obama to thank for that. Trump tore it up. So you're telling me that Trump tore the agreement up that prevented Iran from having a nuke, gave them a green light to then start building new nukes, and today is tanking the economy and doesn't care about your financial situation, not even a little bit, to now prevent them from having nukes? He's deranged. He's lost his mind. How can anybody defend this? That's the question that we asked today, and that's an answer that I don't think too many people will have. Go ahead and on TikTok, hop inside of the guest request for me if you are an American adult that happens to support Donald J. Trump as president. For everybody who's not an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I kindly and humbly ask you to stay very far away from the guest request, please. Every day, we still yet do have people come up here just to say hey that aren't MAGA. We have a handful of trolls and a handful of children. For the love of God today, please do your best to stay out of the queue, because it is going to be harder than ever to find Trump supporters who are willing to come up here and have a conversation. The number of trolls and liberals that will want to join the stream today will outnumber the number of Trump supporters to a very high extent. So please, guys, follow the rules. Let's act like we're adults here, and let's allow the queue to simply be filled by Trump supporters and Trump supporters alone. And we will be enforcing that. I have quite frankly, a large team of moderators who will be scanning the accounts of everybody who joins the queue, looking at your posts, your reposts, your comments, your titles, your username, your profile picture. And if they determine that you are not a Trump supporter, not an American, or not an adult, you will be getting a permanent ban from my live stream for now and forever. So I would highly recommend just staying out of that queue in the first place. There's already a couple people who have not taken this warning, who have joined the queue, such as I Love Liberals, such as Mac, such as North Pole, or Lucas. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys around 5 seconds here to leave that queue before I give the green light to the mods to start banning you guys. So at this moment in time, folks, let's go ahead and try to get that very first Trump supporter of the afternoon loaded up and connected to that live stream. Wow, what a crazy day it is. What a crazy day it is. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to know if I could restate my position.
Who are you?
I came up yesterday and I said that you only do it for the money and you don't actually believe what you say. But I wasn't like being coherent, so I just wanted to think about what I was saying.
Oh, did I change your mind?
A little, but not really.
Okay, well, sure. We'll give you a couple minutes just to allow more people to join into the live stream. To hopefully get some more Trump supporters in the queue. Quite frankly, for the first 20 minutes of the stream every day, it's usually really hard to find Trump supporters. So I guess we'll give you 5 minutes here while we try to boost the numbers of the stream to draw more MAGA supporters into the live. So yes, feel free. 5 minutes, restate your position.
Okay.
And DB, I appreciate you so much for the Leon McCann. I appreciate you so much, DB. It's good to see you today. You are the GOAT and you know it. Same thing to UK. Thank you for the $5 on Super Chat. Zeno, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat as well. And Attack on Pony with the 10 who says, MAGA is literally a cult who worships the second golden calf. Couldn't have said it better myself. And same thing to Fasi. Thank you for the $6 on PayPal, marking the very first donation of the day over there. Thank you, Fasi. Fasi just said good afternoon. Good afternoon to yourself. So go ahead, restate the position. 5 minutes on the clock. Where are we going with this?
Okay, I do think you believe what you say. I think that you're an actual liberal. I just find it inherently wrong for you to be profiting off you like sticking up for people of color because they do it every day for free. Why does the white man get to become famous? Why does the white man get to be rich for sticking up for people of color when they do it for free every day? Why can't Santana be in your position? Like that, I don't know. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't think it's inherently right.
Okay.
And you're a lot of your TikTok community and your Discord, they're very MAGA. Like yesterday after I left your live, I was threatened with rape. I was told death threats, ableist, racist threats, like all these horrible things. That's your community. Your community in Discord, also extremely MAGA.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
my position.
I reject that my community is extremely MAGA. Every day we have
They
around.
are.
Every
Look at
day.
your comments on TikTok right now.
Every day
On
we
this
have.
live right now. In your Discord right now.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Every day we have around 400,000 people who tune in and out of this live stream, and that, when extrapolated to around a week, amounts to on total around 5 million individuals. Right?
Your
Now,
supporters are threatening me. Your supporters are being
Now,
racist.
can I finish,
Your
please?
supporters are being ableist. Your supporters are being transphobic.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. So like I was telling you, every day we have around 400,000 people that tune in and out of this live stream. That's just on TikTok. That's not even accounting for the other place, okay? And that amounts to around 5 million people weekly. Now, inevitably, when you have so many people tuning in and out of the live stream, there are going to be a handful of rotten apples, okay? But I don't think that those rotten apples speak for the majority. And the reason why I uphold that position is because I condemn those rotten apples. Maybe if I didn't and I stood behind the people sending you DMs, threatening you with rape, racism, and death, okay, well then that would be the community that I'm fostering. But because I have today and have always stood 10 toes down in opposition of such grave atrocities, no, that is not representative of my community. That's just representative of the cultured environment of a toxic internet space when you have so many people coming in and out of the space. Now, second point I'll make here is you said that you think what I do is inherently wrong because I make money from it and I have a lot of followers and whatnot, and I'm a white man. Meanwhile, there are people of color out there doing the same thing with not as many followers, okay? I do think that voices of marginalized communities deserve to be uplifted. I also do think that society at large is going to have biases against people of color that they do not hold against non-people of color. So for that reason, we would expect a dictation from said society to uplift the voices of white people compared to POCs to a higher extent. Now, because I spend my days on this stream actively fighting against racist culture and society, I don't think that I'm personally to blame for that. So although that this is something in which we can agree would include some level of wrongness, I don't think that you could attribute that level of wrongness to me. And yet it seems like you are.
No, that's why I said I don't think you are like a bad person. I just think what you're doing is inherently wrong and that you only started doing it to make money.
So now you've come to the claim that what I'm doing is inherently wrong for the reason that society is racist. Well, considering the fact that I use my platform to make society less racist, I would say that what I'm doing is actually what I should be doing in accordance with the goals that you've described you hold.
Okay.
Like,
That's
imagine
all.
this. Like, you're saying, no, just hear me out one moment. You're saying that we live in a racist society that uplifts the voices of white people more than people of color. So you think that white people should just be silent about that society?
No,
Okay, because it seems to be the case what you're advocating for. Because if it is true that society uplifts the voices of white people compared to people of color, and you think any white person who engages in that society, then by society has their voice uplifted, is engaging in something in which is inherently wrong, well, then you kind of now met with this paradox. Well, then where white people should just be quiet about the racist socialization that is true of America, and just give all of the legwork to the people of color to do that effort and to push for better conditions. No, I think that white people have an obligation to speak up and speak out against racism. And if white people are using the platform that they get merely in part because of their race, due to the racist conditioning of society, to advocate against the racist conditioning of society, that's exactly what they should be doing.
Okay.
Do you agree or do you disagree?
No, I agree. I see your point. Like, I don't think you're a bad person, but I don't know. I just feel like you shouldn't profit off of it. And, like, there's just, like, better people like Santana and, like, and not that I think you're bad or anything. I just feel like, no, I just feel like he should get more recognition.
Okay. I agree. Santana should get more recognition. Now, why is the fact that Santana doesn't get as much recognition as he deserves mean that Dean Withers is a bad guy?
I just said that you're not bad. I said it multiple times, that I think you're a good person.
Well, you told me that you think what I'm doing is inherently wrong.
And yeah, no, just profiting from it. I think you profiting
Like
from
making
it,
an
not what
income?
you're doing. Yeah, but you're super rich and famous. You're one of the biggest liberals on social media.
Okay, so I should stop making an income off of it.
No, Dean, stop playing stupid.
Well, I mean, if the issue is that it's a bad thing that I profit off of my streams, well, then you would advocate for me to stop profiting off of my streams.
I don't know. I'm trying to be very nice and open-minded, but, like, I don't know, okay?
Well, it seems like I'm deconstructing you out of the anti-teen propaganda every time you happen to join the stream. And listen, I enjoy it because there's there's a couple of people out there that agree with everything you have to say. And, honestly, I think that it's just a bunch of BS.
But you don't see how it's wrong.
Not saying that it's all BS. I'm saying that you actually start with some facts. Okay? Like you were right when you said that society uplifts the voices of white people compared to POC. You're right when you said that there's plenty of people of color with platforms that would be larger if they weren't people of color. But then you were wrong when you concluded from that therefore the white people with these platforms that use them to advocate against the racist socialization are doing something wrong. Right? So,
I never said you're doing something wrong. I said it's wrong that you make money and you can make a living off of it.
So why is it wrong that I make a living off of what I do?
Because, I don't know.
You don't know why it's wrong? Okay, well, if you don't know why it's wrong, then you shouldn't think it's wrong.
It's just I'm nervous and there's a lot of people and I don't want to fight. Like, I just don't understand how you don't see where I'm coming from at all.
Well, because you literally told me that you don't know where you're coming from. How could I know something that you don't?
You don't see how it's wrong at all for you to be super rich and famous for talking about...
Listen, I don't see how it's wrong for me to make money off of what I do with my platform. Listen, there are hundreds of thousands of content creators on the internet that generate an income from their content creation. And frankly, what I would say is that the way that I as a content creator generate my income is probably like more ethical than like 99% of other content creators. Other content creators will generate an income by clickbaiting drama. Other creators will generate an income by lying straight to your faces and deceiving you, trying to tell you that something is an issue when it's not, just fear mongering for clicks. Others will generate an income by playing games and shit. That's certainly not immoral. It's pretty permissible. It's just amoral, if that makes any sense. It's fine. Okay, well, I'm generating income by actively changing the minds of people in this country to hopefully vote for better material conditions for the collective and believe ideologically that everybody matters and to recognize the existence of systems of oppression. Damn, that's a pretty good thing to do.
I do, yeah. That's why I said you're a good person, but I don't know. Okay, you changed my mind. Okay.
Have a good one.
Have a good day.
We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I let her stay up for a conversation. Iris, I appreciate you for the galaxy. And Tina, by the way, I saw this coming earlier. I was just in the middle of a conversation, so I didn't call it out. Thank you so very much for the interstellar. That is beyond kind of you. I'm very grateful for you as always, Tina. I would love to see a couple hundred Tina W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for that love and support. You are awesome. Thank you. Please show some love to Tina down below in that comment section. You are awesome. But going back to what I was saying, I was willing to have a conversation with her, folks. When we first start the live stream, it's always really hard to find debates with Trump supporters. So we just usually spend our time talking to trolls until there's enough viewers in the stream to actually fill the queue with MAGA. Hey, instead of spending our time hopping from troll to troll for 20 minutes, at least we kicked it off with somewhat of a conversation. Let's go ahead and try to get that first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the box, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would like to repeat what I had to say earlier. We will be banning people who join the queue who are not Trump supporters, just because the purpose of this live stream is to foster conversation with those in which I disagree with. So please try to follow those rules. Welcome, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, man, I do.
Okay, and how old are you, Mo?
I'm 35, man.
Mo, listen, first question. I don't understand how you could still support him as president, especially after what we saw last night. Middle of the night, 3 a.m., Trump had probably one of his worst mental health episodes yet on Truth Social, posting over 55 times in less than 3 hours. These posts included allegations that Obama tried to coup the government in 2016, that he worked with the CIA to overthrow the Trump administration, that he defrauded Obamacare and stolen $120 million, that he had wiretapped the Trump estates. That's just insane, okay? He's just... cognitively not there. I mean, how is this person somebody that you would ever trust to have access to the nuclear codes when he's just this far gone?
Well, I feel like we do have some common ground, me and you, in saying that I think our politicians are too old. You know what I mean? I think we should have some sort of age cap on who can run for president at this point, because I also agree that he might be going through some cognitive problems, you know what I mean, for sure. So I think
like genuinely, not just like some cognitive problems, but like really bad ones. Like the only other time in my life where I've seen somebody as ludicrous as Trump, okay, with just the completely incoherent rambling and baseless accusations that are just completely detached from like reality, would be like from family members and, you know, the family members of friends who've experienced late stage dementia. Now, I don't think that Trump does have late stage dementia. I just think that he's struggling with something else that's just led him to be completely detached from reality. And I think that our president needs to be very well grounded in reality. We can't trust somebody so crazy to ever wield as much power as what the Oval Office grants.
I mean, I don't disagree. No, I voted for him, but I am becoming disillusioned with my vote. The more the second term goes on, you know, he made a lot of promises, but you know, he's a politician. You know, people say that he's not a politician, that he's a businessman. But at the end of the day, you don't become a billionaire from New York City without, you know, rubbing elbows with people that are politicians, liars,
Probably
and
should,
so on.
yeah.
You know?
So you told me that you are becoming increasingly disillusioned, and I appreciate you for that honesty. Honestly, I don't think that any sane person, okay, could not be disillusioned. Okay, but to answer me this, why are you not disillusioned enough to just no longer consider yourself to be a Trump supporter? Like, when is enough enough? When are you going to break that tie? When are you going to draw your red line?
You know, if he continues this this war with Iran, because that's my biggest problem with it right now is this. And then today he said something that really kind of pissed me off a little bit when he said, I don't know if you caught that press conference. He was in the garden crap thing, and he was talking to reporters, and he said that he doesn't care what the American people's financial situation is like.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
I did.
That
That right there should be enough. That there should be all you need to know. If he doesn't care about you, okay, because if he doesn't care about your financial situation, then he doesn't care about you. Then you shouldn't care about him. Rip that cord, draw that red line, cut that tie, dude. There's nothing else that you're still hanging on to here. Like, you're telling me that you're waiting to draw that line until he does something even worse. Okay, well, yeah. And then when he does do something worse, which he will, then you're just going to say, well, I'm now waiting for him to do something even worse than he already has. Like, what is it going to take? Is he going to have to drop a nuke for you to stop supporting him? Is he going to have to send us into another Great Depression for you to stop supporting him? Like, at what point will you realize that you wield some responsibility for the Trump administration continuing on their warpath of insanity because you put that social and public support behind their administration? If you, me, and every other American could get on board on the same page that this administration has got to go, then I think we would see a great reformation from within to try to get back into the public favor, and we would see even more accountability of the Trump for the Trump administration from Congress if we could vote for the right candidates in midterms to actually do something about it. But that is not the direction that we're heading in whatsoever. When we have people like you who cannot cannot admit to the rest of us that it's just time to stop supporting him, and there's still something you're standing behind.
No, I mean, it's I had a quick question, if you don't mind. How much do you think that the general economics of the country is dependent upon the presidency? Do you know what I mean? Because I'm under the impression that it doesn't really, it does, but it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I'm almost at the point where I feel like these presidents have become puppets, and both parties have been bought out by the same masters, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Then why are they doing such different things? Listen, I think that we see some like corrupt bipartisan influence through institutions such as Israel and AIPAC for sure.
Right.
But I don't think that the parties have just been bought out completely by quote unquote masters, or else we just wouldn't see significant differences in the party. Like one day, you know, we have Obama with a Democratic supermajority passing Obamacare. Then the next day we have Trump trying to terminate Obamacare, right? If they were just owned by the same uniparty, then I don't think we'd see such great conflicts within them. But I mean, that's a conspiracy theory. We're here to talk about facts. Why can't you just sit here, draw the line and revoke your support from Trump?
Well, you know, like the thing with Obama, and I have found that interesting because, you know, people were making a big deal when Trump was doing the extrajudicial killings. I mean, sorry, I can't say that. Unaliving of people, right, with the drug boats and whatnot. And then I remembered when Obama was president, he did an extrajudicial killing of sorry again, unaliving of a U.S. citizen, a son of. Do you remember that? It was a son of some terrorist guy. I can't remember his name, but it was a drone attack, and it was an extrajudicial killing as well, and it kind of paved the way of Trump doing this thing as well. You know what I'm saying? So like, in a way, it's like they're both. I'm not saying that.
Can
Trump
you
is
just
better
tell
than
us
the
why
other.
you can't draw that red line and stop supporting Trump? I'd like to
No,
go
I'm not
through the
saying that
differences between Obama and
I'm not
Trump,
gonna
but
say like
let's
that.
just focus on Trump. Why can't you just say that you're no longer MAGA?
I'm not. I mean, I could say that I'm not low. You know what? I'm not MAGA anymore because I've come to the realization that this is just craziness at at this
Good.
level. You know what I mean?
Good, love it.
I'm not a. I don't think I've ever been like one of those cultist MAGA supporters. You know what I mean? I have some sort of thought processes I could think for myself. I'm not just like, hey, he does no wrong. There's a lot of people that think that he's like infallible. You know, I'm not
Yeah,
that kind of person.
Listen, Mo, I appreciate you for joining. I'm happy that we could get you across that line, and you have a good one, okay?
All right, take care, brother.
All right, take care. Guys, this right here. This right here is what it's all about, folks. This is what we are doing. And this is what we're going to continue to do. What a good way to start off the stream. Okay, I want to see more of that. I want to see much more of that. Oh, wow. Blue Girl, thank you so much for the wolf on TikTok. Let's go, Blue Girl. It's good to see you. Listen, I got to give a big shout out to Blue Girl, Tina, and DBL. You three have been watching for a long time and showing so much support. I'm so thankful for you guys. Over on Super Chat, Angelina, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. Let's show some love to Angelina down below that comment section. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Angelina. Angelina with the 28 Canadian dollars says, hey, Dean, hope you're having a good day. Much love. Also, what's your favorite show? My favorite show has got to be, I'll answer that in one moment here. Because we got Tina over on TikTok sending some crazy yes a robot gift. Thank you, Tina. Now, Angelina, my favorite show of like all time has got to be The Good Place. That's my favorite show of all time. I love it so very much, Angelina. It's what got me interested in philosophy, and I think it's very, very interesting. Also on Super Chat, Dude Mama, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, "Love you, Dean. Keep walking those dogs." Appreciate you so much, Dude Mama. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Who said, "Now when are you going to be reporting on how Trump is trying to get all those on the left labeled as members of T groups?" We'll talk about that here in a moment. That's definitely something that we should bring up. Thank you so much for the $10. Over on PayPal, thank you SJ for the $15. SJ didn't attach a message, just sent that love right on through. Thank you, SJ. Show some love to SJ down below. Thank you so very much for that love and support. You are awesome as always. And same thing to you, William. Thank you so much for the $5. On Venmo, Julia, thank you for the $10. Who says you're the best part of my day. I'm happy that live streams can boost your mood, Julia. Wow, I mean, we have another 3 hours and 30 minutes worth of debates for the day, so I hope you enjoyed them. Let's get 100 Julia W's and 200 Ariana W's for the $20. Who says the Discord chat is begging to know if your hair is blonde, strawberry blonde, or ginger. Thank you, sir. It's blonde. It's just, you know, a dark blonde. It's getting darker as I age. Thank you for the $20, Ariana. Show some love to Ariana. Same thing to you, Tom. Thank you so much for the $10. If you guys want to support me, support the stream, allow us to continue to be able to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers, without the E in Withers. Great way to ask a question or to get a message across to the line. Now, Jill, I blacklisted you from my stream quite a while ago, just because I thought that the conversations were never productive and that you're honestly an irredeemable, crazy person. Now, the reason why I've decided to bring you up here today is to see if that's changed at all. If it hasn't changed, then, Jill, I regretfully hate to inform you that this conversation is going to be real short.
Little by little. But I want to know why the Democrats think it's okay in Virginia to go ahead and try and kick everybody out of the Supreme Court there, right here at midterms, and want age limits now.
Yeah, so then we could kick them out and get new justices to overturn the ruling about the gerrymandered map, because extreme times call for extreme measures, and I stand behind it 110%. Now, let me ask you this, Jill. The thing is, and I brought this up to the last guest as well, we'll probably be spending a lot of time talking about this today, is the fact that Donald Trump is completely detached from reality. Okay, he is gone insane. There's nothing left. He's nuts. All right. Last night, 3 hours, 55 posts on Truth Social saying that Obama tried a coup 2016. He was working with the CIA to overturn Trump's admin. He wiretapped the Trump estates. He personally stole 120 million from Obamacare, and that he's a traitor that should be arrested and tried for treason. Okay. He's completely detached from reality. None of those things are true. He's an absolute
So
nut.
you don't. And how
Should
do
we
you
get him
know?
out of office?
I have a question. How do you know? If he didn't have inside information, because I'm sure you don't, you're just a TikToker or whatever. He's got inside information, and this ain't the first time I heard this, Dean. And it's because of the globalists. He's part of the global agenda, and Trump's against the global agenda. He wants to remain a sovereign country, and Obama ain't on board with that. And most of the Democrats aren't either. So, yeah, Trump's got inside information, and that was going on. You're telling me that that none of that.
Do you remember when he
happened,
shared an article
Trump
saying that
just
Obama
made
was
this
killed
stuff
and
up?
replaced with a robotic clone? Did you have insider
What?
information on that too? I don't think it's fair for you to sit here and say, well, Dean, how do you know that the fantastical crazy shit this idiot is saying is false? Listen, people say crazy shit every day, especially when their minds are gone. And our gut reaction isn't to say that we're going to believe it until we could prove it false. Our gut reaction is to say, because of how insane that is, we're not going to believe it unless it could be proven right. And guess what? All right, all the crazy claims that Donald Trump made on Truth Social last night and has been making for years have never proven to be right. They've just been demonstrated to be exactly what they are. Not
You know why they haven't been proven
craziness.
in public? They just haven't been proven in public. Behind the scenes, oh yeah, oh they've got.
Are you
proof.
behind the scenes,
So,
Jill?
Trump is, and
Are
the
you?
Republicans are.
Are you?
Are you?
No, I'm not. Are you?
No. No,
Okay,
but,
so
no.
you're not behind the
But this has
scenes. So how do you know that it's been proven behind the scenes?
Because Trump has the information, dude.
How? How do you
and
know
he's
that?
Bringing it out.
No, he's not bringing out any
so
evidence
you
for his
think
claims. He's just
Trump-
making the
oh,
claims.
honey,
He's not
wow.
like when he says that like Obama was working with the CIA to coup the government in 2016 while wiretapping the Trump estates. He's not giving any evidence for the claim that Obama was working with the CIA to
know
coup the government
why?
in
Because
2016
the
wiretapping Trump's
Democrats-
estates. He's just saying it. Are you saying that
Because
Trump's word of mouth
the
is
Democrats are
evidence that what he's saying is true?
No, because he's got the Democrats covering up for him, dude. What
Can
is
you answer the
wrong
question
with
I
you?
asked you directly?
You think Trump's just making this stuff up, huh?
Yes,
Huh?
clearly.
Just-
Now can you answer the question I
Oh,
asked you directly?
Dean, you're smarter than that.
Now can you answer the question that I asked you
Repeat the
directly,
question,
Jill?
Dean. Repeat it.
Do you
I
think
can't
that
believe
Donald
I
Trump's
did.
word of mouth serves as evidence for what he says?
Oh, absolutely. He's got the proof. He wouldn't just be making this stuff up. Are you kidding me?
Then why have so
Why
many of the
wouldn't
things that
Obama-
Trump has
wait a
said
minute,
been
hold up,
proven
hold up.
false?
Why wouldn't Obama bring lawsuits against him?
Because it'd be a new lawsuit every day. He doesn't
Well,
have time
hey,
for that.
Hey, you gotta shut him down. You gotta shut that stuff down.
Have
You don't want
lawsuits
the
shut down
world
Trump in the
believing that.
past?
You don't want the world believing the truth.
Have
now,
lawsuits
do we?
shut down Trump in the past?
Do what?
Have lawsuits shut Trump down in the past? No, they haven't.
Well, sure they have. He hasn't
No.
repeated. There's
No, I'll
only
give you an
one
example.
he
E. Jean
continued.
Carroll
I was
destroyed
gonna
her
say
reputation.
One. You've got one example.
E. Jean Carroll destroyed her reputation and threw 4 years of her life away to sue Trump for rape. She won. He still hasn't paid the $87 million he owes her. He has been delaying that process for 3 years now. Now
I
he's
bet you won't
personally
do it.
requesting that SCOTUS appeals the outcome of the case. And E. Jean Carroll still has nothing, and he's still calling for her to be thrown in jail. Now, think about it from the perspective of the Obamas. They spent their life in public politics. They're older now. They're retired now. If they were to go after Donald Trump for every claim that he's made defaming them, they would be spending every single day of their life in a new courtroom. Fucking quite frankly, I think he's defamed them so much it'd be too much court for them to handle. They literally wouldn't be able to go through it all at once. Okay? And even if they were to win some of these cases, which I'm sure they would be, well, guess what? They're not going to see any change from Trump. He's going to continue to do the same thing he always has been doing, making false claims and then not paying what he owes once he gets sued for it. So it's not worth their
I
time.
knew E. Jean Carroll was going to be the one case you were going to recite. Okay, let me tell you something, Dean.
No, we're not talking about Eugene Carroll. That was an example to prove, okay, that when people sue Trump, it doesn't seem to stop Trump dead in his tracks. So when you made the claim that, well, of all these crazy things that Trump's been saying about Obama were false, then why wouldn't Obama sue him? Well, maybe it's because of that reason alone. It's not worth their time. It won't stop
true.
them.
Or maybe because it's
How do you know that? Can you prove
Do
it?
you know the power that these
Can you
people
prove it?
can wield?
Can you prove it, Jill? No, Jill, can you prove it?
Dean, you don't have a blues clue.
No,
You
don't
have a
don't just
frickin'
say
blues
my name,
clue.
Jill. Can you prove it?
Can you not prove it?
Now you're trying to shift the burden of proof to me. It is not
Can you
my
not
burden to
prove it,
prove
Dean?
that the claims are false. It's your burden to prove that the claims are true.
I believe they're true, and I want you to prove
So
this
prove
real
it.
quick.
No,
I want you to
don't
prove-
shift
no,
the
you
burden.
wait a minute.
Don't shift the
But wait a
burden,
minute.
Jill.
We gotta
I'm
do
not
one
waiting a
thing.
minute. You got to wait a minute. Okay, what's the evidence
can't
that
prove
all
it.
of Donald
I can't
Trump's
prove it right
fantastic
now.
claims
I
are
can't
true?
prove it right now. I can't
Then you
prove
shouldn't
it right now,
believe
but
it,
either-
Jill.
And you cannot prove that it's not true either.
Well,
We'll
I
leave
mean,
it at that.
listen,
Now-
listen. This isn't the way that we treat reality. Okay, when a crazy man makes a crazy claim, okay, that's so crazy you can't prove it true or false. All right, which typically seems to be the case with outlandish claims. Okay, well then we're not going to treat it like it's by default true. Okay, we're going to assume that it's false. If it's so insane we can create an inductive argument to reason that's probably the case. And then we're never going to assume it's true unless there's damning reason to prove it. If I was to turn around, develop dementia, lose my cognitive faculties, and say that, I don't know, Donald Trump, before he goes to bed in the Oval, okay, goes into a secret corridor under the White House, walks 3 miles away, hops on a plane, and then goes to Jeffrey Epstein's island to rape kids. Okay, you're not going to sit here and say that what I'm saying is true because you can't prove it wrong. Okay? Technically, you can't prove that claim false. You can't prove that there's not a corridor under the White House. You can't prove that Trump doesn't go into that corridor every night. You can't prove that he doesn't walk around that corridor for 2 miles, hop in a
that's
car,
not been
go
proven.
to a private airstrip, hop in a plane, and go to the island and rape
There are
kids.
witnesses,
So therefore,
remember?
according to your logic, we got to assume here that Donald Trump does that every single night.
No, you're off. No, you're off. Because there's proof. There's women that said he's never been there. How's that? How's that? The one that was actually there, Dean. And now let's go back to your little claim. Hold
sure,
on.
let's just spawn in some more madness. So if I was going to be honest and like reliable, what I'd say here is that although those women weren't taken advantage of by Trump, that doesn't prove that others weren't. If your friend was on trial for murder, a proper defense wouldn't be you hopping up on stand and saying, no way he murdered that other person because he didn't murder me. Okay, you can't say that no way Donald Trump didn't rape these other people because he didn't rape them. And it's also funny because you never trust the testimony of what women have to say, but now you're relying on the testimony of what women have to say to, in bad faith, prove that Donald Trump
I
isn't
do
guilty
so.
of rape.
I trust
But
the
then when it's about the testimony of people like E. Jean Carroll, you just completely discard it. And third of all, well, now that we're engaging in such fringe conspiracy theory, and you accept this fringe conspiracy theory from Donald Trump's word of mouth as fact unless I could prove it wrong, well, we could just say that all those women that we know are Epstein victims that have said Donald Trump didn't abuse them, well, guess what? Here's a fringe conspiracy theory that you can't prove false. They were all killed by the deep state and replaced with robotic clones to protect the president.
Oh, Dean.
See what I mean here? See what I mean here? As soon as we start treating fringe conspiracy theory that we can't technically prove to be false as fact, it's a problem for everybody.
Wow. Okay. Now, okay. Let's go back to what you said out there that he raped E. Jean Carroll.
No,
Hold
we're not
up. I
talking
wanna
about the
see
rape
where he was
case. We're
about-
talking about his dementia-riddled,
no, wait a minute. I
crazy
answered you.
mental health
I
dilemma
answered
on
you.
Truth Social last night. We're not talking about the rape
I bet
case.
you're
Lee,
not
thank
gonna
you so
do
much
it.
for the ignition check. I appreciate you.
I
Thank
bet
you,
you're
Lee.
not going to do it, are you, Dean?
Because it's not
You're
what we're
not gonna
talking
pull it up.
about.
You're not going to. Oh, wait. Yes, it is. You just
No, it's
claimed it.
not.
You made the claim that Trump raped E. Jean
As an
Carroll.
example, to show
Prove-
that when Donald Trump is sued for things, it doesn't change his actions, right?
Prove that he
Which all
raped
related
her.
back to the topic that, well, guess what? Maybe the reason why the Obamas aren't suing Trump today has to do with the fact that it'd be a new lawsuit every day and it wouldn't change a damn thing.
No, it's because he can't. He can't
The
because
topic.
it's true.
Then prove it.
They
You can't
wanna
prove
keep
it.
their-
You
they
already
wanna keep their
explicitly
reputation
said, Jill, listen.
high end. They
You
wanna keep their
already
reputation high end.
explicitly
You know
said, you already explicitly said that you can't prove it. But yet here you are minutes later saying it's true. We can't do that.
I said because he would be, he'd be on a lawsuit right now to keep his reputation impeccable. Don't tell me.
So then Trump is a rapist because I say he's a rapist, and if it wasn't true, then Trump would sue me.
Okay, but wait a minute. Where is it at in the courts? You said E. Jean Carroll, he raped
Oh yeah,
her.
my evidence is that I'm saying it,
want
and
the
he's not
evidence.
suing me.
No, no, you said it happened, so that means he went
Yeah,
to court.
yeah. My evidence that it
He went to
happened
court.
is that I'm saying it, and he's not suing me.
No, you can't. No, he went
I
to
can't.
court.
I can't do that. Then neither can you.
He went to court, Dean. I thought it was SA. SA is totally different than
He
rape.
raped her. No, he raped her.
Oh, okay. All right.
You want me to
know
prove
what?
it?
He could probably sue you. He could sue you now.
Wait, has he sued me?
Oh, I'm sure he'll get around to it because.
Oh, but he hasn't yet. So as it stands, you have to accept that it's true he raped E. Jean Carroll because I'm saying it, and he hasn't
Okay,
sued
then
me.
as it stands, then the same thing with Obama. He did it.
Yeah. As it stands, Obama's a
as it
traitor and
stands,
Trump
he
is a
did it.
rapist, right?
No. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. You can't
Oh,
have
wait,
it both
wait.
ways.
Wait. But the reason why you told me that you believe Trump when he says Obama's a traitor is because Obama hasn't sued him. Therefore, you must believe me
No,
when I
it's
say
been
Trump is a
proven. It's
rapist
been
because
proven.
Trump
They
hasn't
got
sued me.
The FBI. How's that? I believe
Well, now
the
you're just completely changing up every goddamn thing you're
FBI
saying,
over-
Jill. Less than 5 minutes ago, you said it hasn't been
I believe
proven.
the
You said it. You said you had no evidence. You said you couldn't prove it. Okay, and you were just relying
Well,
on the
I
fact that
can't,
Obama
but
hasn't
the
sued Trump. But now you're telling
I
me
can't, but-
that it has been proven?
I can't, but the FBI can.
Well, then why haven't they
can't do
indicted
it. I
Obama
can't do
for
it.
it? They don't even have enough evidence for
honey.
probable cause. You understand that probable cause is all in which is required to make an arrest? Obama hasn't been arrested. Therefore, self-admittedly,
How do
the
you
FBI doesn't even have enough evidence for
How
probable
do you know? I
cause.
haven't seen him. I haven't seen him. out
How do we
in
know?
public
Because
in
he
a
hasn't been
while.
arrested.
How do you know he hasn't been arrested?
Because they have. Because
I
you
haven't
understand
seen him.
that
It could
all
be
documents,
military.
all documents related towards the arrest of
You won't know
anybody,
if it's
public
the
or private
military.
figures, is public. Okay, are you familiar with the Freedom of Information Act? The Freedom of Information Act was a federal bill in which requires all records
Only
of
if it's
arrests
civil.
from all
Only if
law
it's civil.
from all law enforcement agencies, state and
Only if it's
federal,
civil.
to publicize and make public their records about their arrests and convictions.
Only if it's civil.
No.
It could be military tribunals. If he's in military tribunals behind the scene, no, it won't be made public record yet, buddy.
It has
You
to be
know
made
better.
public. The
You
moment
know
arrest
better.
is made, that arrest is made public the next day.
Oh, he might not be arrested, but he could be in court. He could be in tribunals right now.
What's a
And
tribunal?
that doesn't mean that tribunals for his war crimes and everything.
Prove it.
Oh, but
this crazy lady is arguing that right now Obama has been arrested and thrown in jail for war crimes.
no, I never
You
said
are
that.
nuts.
You're a liar.
You said that he was in court for it. In order to go for court,
No,
in order
that
to
would
go
be
to court
in
for something
tribunals.
criminally,
You don't go
you
to
got to get
jail yet.
arrested for it. You got to get
your
arrested
lawyer.
first.
No, you get your lawyer. Okay, they've approached him. He's got to get his lawyer to yeah.
Ronnie, thank you for the live superstar. I appreciate that, Ronnie.
And it wouldn't be public.
You are nuts.
It's tribunals. No, because
This lady
he's
is
involved in
crazy.
everything,
Listen
dude.
to her.
You're-
So I
wanna
just
see you come on
so
here and
you
say how
so you
crazy I am.
genuinely think that today Obama is in court for his war crimes.
Well, maybe not right now at this moment, but oh yeah, I think that's what's been going on. That's why he's in hiding. Well, you don't see that much of him anymore. He'll slither out.
that's
He'll slither out
crazy.
right now. He'll slither out every now and again, and then he'll go back. He's got to go back to court. Oh yeah, you don't have a clue about what's going on, buddy.
And why
This
wouldn't
shit-
Trump publicize this?
Well, because he could get sued, dummy. He can't be getting involved in that
For?
part.
What could he get
He
sued
can't be
for?
getting involved in tribunals.
Also, by the way, Obama's not in hiding.
No, I said comes in and out because he's got to go to court behind the scenes. You have no clue.
You
what's
are
going
literally
on.
so crazy.
No, okay, all right, Dean. You're gonna
You have-
find out.
you
too.
have lost
and
your
I want you to
mind.
come back on here and say, "Wow, you know what?
You are legitimately insane. Are you okay, Jill? See, this is why I blacklisted you from the live, because listen to you.
Crazy.
Listen, Amazon's
Steve.
running a sale. Do you know that? Do you have an Amazon account? They're running a sale
For what?
for mirrors. You should go buy one so you could look at that insanity all day long every day. It's nuts.
Dean. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Just like you all said that the Russia hoax that Clinton paid for. Oh no, she didn't. No, she didn't. What come out, Dean?
Is Clinton in jail?
It takes a month. It doesn't matter. She did
Sure
it.
it does.
They
It's
proved it.
elite. If Clinton, okay, paid money to generate propaganda that defamed Donald Trump, okay, at that level, okay, they would either be getting criminally charged or civilly sued. Why haven't they?
Because you know what? They've got homes everywhere that they can run to all over the world, and they got money and they got power.
That
number
doesn't
one.
matter. That doesn't matter. They could have as many homes as they want. That won't change the
right.
fact that Donald Trump can sue them.
Don't worry,
Okay.
he's going to.
Second of all, you said that they have money and power. Well, less money and power than Trump, right? Because he's a billionaire that's president.
Oh no, they got plenty of money. Don't you worry about that, Bubs.
Do they have the presidency? Do they have the power of the federal government backing them? Do they have the Senate? Do they have the House? Do they have the Supreme
they've
Court?
got-
Do they have the criminal justice system? Do they have the FBI?
Oh yeah, they got behind the scenes things going on behind the
So
scenes.
you think that the
don't know
Clintons are
about.
controlling the federal government and Trump is their puppet?
Oh, not by themselves, honey. This is a whole freaking. Are you kidding me? The whole world, different leaders from
The whole
around the
so a global cabal. So Trump is a puppet of a global cabal that includes the
No,
Clintons?
he's fighting against them. Why do you think they're trying to unalive the man, dude? What
Then
is
why?
wrong with
Wait.
you?
So if you're telling me that they're powerful enough, okay, to generate a global cabal of these leaders, why weren't they powerful enough to rig the election and prevent Trump from being president?
Because God Almighty stepped in. See, they're God.
Oh, because of God. Wow, we're getting deep in this one today, Jill. Honestly, that one, wow, that was a good one, Jill. That was a good one, honestly. I thought I got you there with that. You know, like I thought I gave you a really good counter argument there. If there's this global cabal, okay, that's attacking the Trump administration, then why couldn't they rig the 2024 election? I thought I got you because there seems to be no answer to that whatsoever. No, you gave an answer. God. So God
Yes,
is
Jesus
fighting.
Christ, that's
So
right.
Jesus Christ is fighting
Is
the
fighting
deep
them.
state Clinton
Yes,
cabal.
he is yeah, for Trump. That's right, he is. Or they'd have done killed Trump. Do you understand that? They've tried and tried, but God's protecting him. And you know that, hey, Dean, you know that they could have, sharpshooter could have took him out in a heartbeat. God has him protected. Our God is more powerful than yours.
She just got a ban for misinformation. I can't even blame TikTok for that one. Usually I have some words to say about TikTok when they restrict me or restrict my guests. Usually I shake my fist in the air and I say, "Why are you being so rough on me today?" I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't fault TikTok in the slightest. See, folks, that's why we've kind of blacklisted her from joining the live streams. I think that you all just got a really a good 25-minute account of why we don't bring her up too much. She is nuts. She is crazy. She has lost her mind. She's only more gone. I think that she's probably gonna continue to get worse, unfortunately, until she dies. And I hate that. It's so sad. I hate to see it, but it's just the way it is for some people. And I wish it could be another way, but unfortunately, it isn't. Lincoln, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Madeline, thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you so much for supporting me. I appreciate you, Madeline. Show some love to Madeline down below. Lincoln, are you here? Okay, it doesn't seem like Lincoln is here.
Dean. Hey, what's it like to get absolutely fucking grilled by Jill?
Okay, we got two back to back.
Yeah,
Lincoln,
you can laugh, but I mean, it's only the Trump supporters in here know it's true. All your little fucking minions, obviously they're gonna agree with you, Dean.
Yeah, we obviously. No, I agree with you. Do you mind if I thank a couple people for their donations before we hop into our delightful conversation?
I mean, you do what you gotta do, man. It's all fucking nonsense anyways.
Thank you, Lincoln. This came through over on Super Chat, the True Divine Bacon. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 bacon W's. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for the $200 Venmo. Kevin, thank you so much. Abigail, thank you so much for the $3,000. Abigail, oh my goodness, Abigail, that's my rent. Thank you so much, Abigail. Jenny, thank you so much, Jenny, for the $200.
Maybe you should spend some of that money on a better service provider. I think that you should spend some of that money on like Verizon or T-Mobile. That Trump Mobile's not really connecting you end to end. You're pretty laggy. I mean, just listen to that lag. He doesn't even know. We're just going to go ahead and put this crazy guy on mute. The Bacon, like I was saying, I really appreciate you so much.
Bill, thank you so much.
I can't even mute him. His connection is so bad.
Thank you so much, Bill. Oh my God, with a $7,000, Bill. Thank you so much.
I'm turning off his mic.
Oh my goodness.
My
All right,
mods
you're
are
good
turning
for now,
off his
Dean.
mic. And it won't work. His connection is so laggy that no one could turn off his mic. And now there's babies crying in the background.
Oh.
There we go. It finally caught up. We finally
Oh my
muted
goodness,
him.
Stephanie,
Then he
thank
just
you so
unmuted
much.
himself. All right. Lincoln, I'm going to ask you
Stephanie,
to...
thank you so much.
I'm
$400, Stephanie. Thanks so much, Stephanie.
I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to shut the hell up before I kick you, okay?
Yeah, go ahead, fuck it, bitch.
Okay. I think he called me some rude names there, but I couldn't tell because the service is so terrible. Bacon with the $20 says, I'm elevated currently, and this lady is making me think I'm sober. Yeah, talking about Jill. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Bacon. Thank you so much, Jill. On Venmo, thank you, Lauren, for the $2. And Grace, thank you for the $5 from the DNC Minions. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Alex, thank you for the $1. Tass and Moon, thank you for the $3. And Peter, thank you so much for the $30. Show some love to Peter down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Peter. Peter with the 30 says, it's so rich that as much as Trump
when is the shift at Pablo's
loves
Pizza?
to sue people, he's never once sued somebody for sexual assault accusations. Right? Yeah. No, that Jill's logic there, if what Trump was saying about Obama was false, then Obama would sue him. Couldn't that just be applied to every sexual assault allegation Trump has ever received, because Donald Trump hasn't gone after a single one? Great point, Peter. And Blue Girl, thank you so much for the wolf as well. Let's get 300 Peter W's down below in that comment section while we're still looking for the next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind, folks. Francisco, thank you so much for the $1. Abby, thank you for the $20, who says Trump is clearly playing 3D chess, Dean. No, make it 40 chess, Abby. Let's get 200 Abby W's. Thank you. Welcome in, Mike. Give me one moment here. Sarah, thank you for the $5. And Joseph, my man, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my goodness, guy, that's crazy work. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I will never deserve that much love. That is a huge donation. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see at least 1,000 Joseph W's down below in that chat, please, and thank you, because oh my God. Joseph with $100 says, congratulations on the conversion. Keep up the great work. He's talking about the first guest who was a Trump supporter, but then we changed their mind. I love that. And I have so much love in my heart for you as well, man. Please show some love to Joseph, because that is beyond kind. Thank you so much, man. Same thing to you, Matthew. Thank you for the $10. Who says much love to yourself as well, Matthew. Looks like we're caught up on Venmo for now. I do have a couple more people to thank on PayPal, but before we do, let's make sure this guy is MAGA. Mike, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, no, I didn't know that was a pre-qualifier, so I'll...
No worries, my friend. I'm not going to fault you for that in the slightest. I am going to go ahead and put all of the pre-qualifiers back up on the screen in the middle of the screen. Take a good look at those rules for me, everybody, before you hop inside of that queue. You just have to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's all I ask from you if you want to join the guest requests. And let's go to get that next guest, Eagle in a red hat, connected to the stream. Thank you for the $3, Sarah, who says... killed by Jill. Yeah, we got slaughtered. Monavon, thank you for the $17. Monavon didn't attach a message to that love. Just sent it right on through. I appreciate you so much, Monavon. You are awesome. Logan, thank you for the $10. Who says, I used to be MAGA, but after I watched your debate with Charlie on Jubilee, I decided to look into you more, and I could say that you've changed my mind. Logan, I love that for you. You are exactly why I do what I do, my friend. Thank you so much for being a patriot. Thank you. Wow, I love to hear that. I love to hear that so much. On Super Chat L, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you, Dean, for everything that you do. Last caller's is delusional as Trump. Honestly, she might even be more delusional than Trump, believe it or not. And Serpent, thank you for the 5. With all that being said, you guys, we're all caught up. You guys are being very, very kind to me today. Thank you so much for the love. If you do want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok, pin message on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. That is a great way to ask a question or to get a message across. I try to read them all out. Hey, welcome in, Ellie. Do you support Trump? Going once, going twice, and it is sold to the next guest. Here we go, folks. We got Joshi loading up into the box. Gravid, thank you for the $10. Who says that last guy cannot be quote-unquote trumped. I think he just needs a better connection. Like I said, that MAGA mobile certainly wasn't working for him. Hello, welcome in, Josh. Do you support Trump?
Dean Withers, like Withered Bonnie, Withered Chica, Withered like FNAF. Like, are you a FNAF?
Okay. Honestly, it's very frequent that we'll have people come up into the box and just say random things that I can't track. And then I just kick them because I don't know what the hell they're saying. And sometimes I'll give it a bit of an awkward laugh, but then I just feel like that makes things even worse for me. I welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, man. We got to change that, dude. We have to.
Why do we
He's
have to
terrible.
change that?
Because we got to kick him out. He sucks. I mean, there's no way this maniac should be president. He's a maniac. He's completely detached from reality.
Is that a fact, or does he make reality better for us?
No, I think it's a fact. He makes reality worse, and he's detached from it.
Okay, well, I believe he's cleaning up a lot of the messes that the Democrats left for us.
Like what? Lower gas prices, faster GDP growth, more manufacturing investment, better jobs reports?
If lower gas prices made life better, then I would say, he's doing a terrible job. But the fact of the matter is he's taking care of things that need to be taken care of, and he's being a man of his word when he says he's going to do it.
Are you talking about Iran having nukes?
Oh, man, I'm talking about every decision that he makes.
Oh, like what? When he started a new war after he promised not to? Was that him keeping his word, buddy?
No, that was unfortunate. At the time, he didn't believe he had to start a war. And I don't even believe this is really a war.
Well, according to him, it is. He's called it a war.
Well, I mean, to me, I feel like it's us letting them know who we are. And, we're trying to get what we need out of it. Kind of like the Venezuela thing. That wasn't a war neither.
So do you think that for instance, Biden was weak and shouldn't have been president because he didn't prevent Iran from getting a nuke?
I mean, I don't think Biden was ever at any moment our actual president. So, I mean, at least with Trump, you're getting...
Every single one of them, nutcases today. You know what? Name one way Trump has made America better in the last year and a half.
I think everybody respects us. We haven't had any terror in between our states. We haven't had anything. I mean, we feel safe in our states. We might not be happy paying the extra money for gas, but we have more jobs available. Well, we feel safe here in our streets. We're not every day. We're not reading about some terror plot that was foiled, or that we're on high alert here and high alert there. The fear mongering is ridiculous, and we should be able to live without fear in our lives.
Wow. First thing that you said is that we have more jobs. Do you know how many jobs Biden added in 2024 to the American economy?
I cannot say that I do.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 2.2 million. That average out to around 186,000 jobs a month. Do you know how many Trump added in 2025?
I don't.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 170,000 in a year.
What year did you say that? What year did you quote on Biden?
2024. 2024.
So his last year going out, hoping for re-election, as opposed to the first year coming in where he's had to fix the 4 years prior.
What did Trump have to fix? The jobs report was like 10 times better the year when he was elected.
How many jobs that was in DEI?
Oh, yeah, every single one of them was DEI. Thanks for asking.
I would imagine. I wish I would have got me one of them fruitcake jobs.
No, do you understand how crazy you sound?
I don't. Could you tell me? Please explain.
When you ask the question, how many of those jobs were DEI, what do you even mean?
I mean, all of the jobs that they created that aren't even real jobs, like the people that are working remotely that aren't even doing anything.
This is cope. This is all cope. First of all, okay, if the jobs that Biden created in 2024 that Trump didn't create in 2025, which is why we saw such a dramatic drop in jobs, was just a bunch of fluff to make the numbers look better on paper, well, then we wouldn't have seen other aspects of the economy also get worse in 2025 under Trump. We would expect them to just stay the same because those additional jobs that weren't created that Biden would have were doing nothing to make things better. But that's not true. We saw the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010. We saw the highest level of unemployment and the most layoffs since the pandemic. We saw that GDP growth was negative the first quarter and went down by percent year by year. We saw the price of goods for Americans spike. We saw significantly less investment in our manufacturers. So we know that those jobs that Biden was creating, that Trump wasn't, weren't just nothingness and fluff, but were actively contributing to making this market better for everyone.
Okay, so if that's the case, let me ask: did President Trump comes in 2025, and he's coming in a year after 2.2 million jobs were created per year? There's not much room for growth in that area. And what did Trump do to affect those jobs, or why is it he's doing such a terrible job? What are the actions he's creating that you say makes him such a terrible president?
Wow. So that's another false claim. So you just said that there wasn't much room for more growth. Then we shouldn't have the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. That means there's more room for more growth.
Okay.
Now to your second claim, okay, about saying, well, what did Trump do to fuck it all up? Well, the first thing he did to fuck it all up was his tariffs. This maniac was imposing illegal, unconstitutional tariffs on every other country in the world. And it wasn't with rhyme or reason. It was random. One day it's every other country in the world. The next day it's just China. The next day they're 3x just on China. The next day they're on Mexico and Canada. The next day we're throwing the USMCA out of the window. The next day we're renegotiating the USMCA. The next day the renegotiations stop. The next day it's 40% tariffs on Argentina. The next day we're giving Argentina $40 billion. The next day it's tariffs on the entirety of the EU. The next day it's just tariffs on Cuba and Colombia and Venezuela. Because there's no rhyme or reason to these tariffs, they completely destroyed expectations of the futures in the market, which disincentivized investment, which caused businesses to go bankrupt, which caused people to lose their jobs. Now, the second thing that he did that really killed the economy was the big, beautiful bill, the most expensive bill that this country's ever had, that took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, skyrocketed healthcare premiums for 45 million low-income Americans, and skyrocketed energy costs for the average American.
Okay, and let me ask you just an honest question. Do you feel that we would be in a better position right now with Kamala Harris as our president?
No, I don't feel like we would be in a better position today with Harris as president. I know we would be in a better position today with Harris as president.
You're welcome for that, alley-oop. That was a good answer. I disagree, but a good answer.
Of course you disagree, but then you can't tell me why. Because you can't point towards one way Donald Trump has made this country better. You tried. You said better jobs. I proved you wrong.
I mean, I said because we feel safe in our country.
How has Trump made you feel safer when he's starting wars overseas? I don't feel safer knowing that there's a war in Iran. I felt much safer before the war in Iran.
It's not a war.
According to Trump, it is. According to the Secretary of War, it is.
I feel like you have a bunch of good answers, and I appreciate the conversation. But today is not going to be the day you turn me away from Mr. Trump. I'm happy to have him as my president.
Let's see it. I'm gonna run one last thing on you here, Michael. If you knew with certainty that Trump had engaged in sexual violence, would you stop supporting him as president?
Define sexual violence.
Any unconsensual sexual conduct.
If I knew?
Yes.
And how would I know?
Like, for instance, this is just an example, a hypothetical, if he admitted to it.
If he admitted to it, I don't believe he should be president. If he said he raped a woman, whether she was of age or not, if it wasn't consensual, and he admitted
just engaged in any form of sexual violence.
Well, I mean, sexual violence is some people's forte, but I mean, unconsensual, I don't agree with.
So I think that you're confusing the phrase sexual violence for like BDSM. So I had somebody do this on my live a couple days ago. So sexual violence is not like BDSM or masochism, because those things are consensual. Sexual violence is defined as unconsensual sexual conduct. Unconsensual.
Yeah, I don't think anybody who is forcing somebody to into a sexual situation unconsensually, like they're forcing them into it, I don't believe should be in a position of power.
Sir, here's Donald Trump admitting to it. Howard Stern radio show, April 2005.
The pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Before you even start to talk, there are two paths that exist in front of you. The first path is be a man of your word. You said it clear as day that no one who's engaged in sexual violence should be in a position of power. You can't wiggle out of that one. Okay.
What did he say?
This guy shouldn't be president. So you take the red hat off, you attract your support from Trump. Second path, engage in spineless hypocrisy, contort yourself into a 4D pretzel, and proclaim to the world how crazy you are, and walk back on your word. Now, you asked a clarifying question. That's fair. I'll answer that clarifying question. What did he say? He said that he would barge into the dressing rooms of the naked beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned. For background, Donald Trump owned Miss Teen USA, and Miss Universe that were 3 beauty pageants. He said that because he was the owner, he could allow himself to barge into their private women's-only dressing rooms where, and I quote, Trump's word of mouth, no men were around, to then look at them while they had no clothes on, and I quote, they look great. He said at the end that he could get away with this once again because he was the owner. We have not just heard this from him. We've also heard this from the victims. We have women like Tasha Dixon, who was Miss Arizona from Miss USA in 2001, who told CBS he'd barge into the dressing rooms while she was naked. We have Mariah Bilato from Miss Teen USA, a different pageant from a different year, 1997, who said he would barge into the dressing rooms and tell the underage girls, don't worry, I've seen it all before. Mariah Bilato's testimony was corroborated by 3 other teens at Miss Teen USA. So in summation, it seems to be clear Donald Trump engaged in sexual violence and admitted to it while on the radio, while on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
I'm going to find that to be a far reach on sexual violence, whereas I won't question what he said. I mean, I don't find that to be sexual violence. I don't think that it's okay, but sexual violence constitutes a physical act to me. I mean, that's a far reach, I feel. Now you've been very intelligent with your answers, and I appreciate the conversation once again. But I think that's a little bit of a reach.
Okay. Listen, Michael, it's not at all. Every single DV shelter, which is domestic violence shelter, defines sexual violence as any unconsensual sexual action. Now, the reason why every single domestic violence shelter in the face of planet Earth defines sexual violence to include unconsensual sexual action that does not involve physical touch is because physical touch is only one way to hurt somebody. All right? Another way to hurt somebody sexually is not just to physically touch them sexually when they don't want you to, but also to look at somebody while they're naked when they don't want you to. He abused his position of power as the owner of that pageant to then take advantage of their position of vulnerability, feeling vulnerable enough to get naked in a space where they had a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men. All right? This leads to the same psychological outcomes in devastated mental states as being physically touched. Because regardless if you're just looked at or touched, you are still having your privacy and your autonomy violated.
You know, with somebody that has experience and everything that you're saying, I can't disagree with you. I just don't believe that. You know, I honestly, I'm not gonna put any words out there. I feel like what you're saying may be true, and I feel like that's probably something that's up for debate. Like the definition that we're putting out there is definitely one of those that could be up for debate.
Then debate it.
still,
Tell us, how do you
yeah,
define
I can't
sexual
debate it. I
violence?
can't debate it on there. So I can't say that I don't believe that they should feel violated the way they are. I can't tell you that they're not going to have a physical response to that that's going to give them trauma. I can't tell you any of that because
Just imagine if it was your daughter. You have a 12-year-old daughter. She's using the bathroom at a public business. She's in the stall with her
13.
pants down.
Sure, she's 13.
You actually, okay, I was just saying hypothetically, you actually have a 13-year-old daughter.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
she's
that's
using
why I
she's using the restroom in a public business, and she's in a stall with her pants down. Okay. Now a man, unbeknownst to you, follows her into that bathroom, waits for her to go in the stall, waits for her to pull her pants down, opens the door, and looks at her private parts. Okay. Now, are we going to say that it's unfair for your daughter to feel violated? No, we'd be crazy to say that. You know, if I was standing in front of you and this actually happened and I actually told you that she wasn't violated, you'd punch me in the goddamn face, right? And you should. So
You would be right.
So it's not up to debate. There's no debate to it. Absolutely. Unconsensually looking at somebody while they're naked is violating.
Yeah, I mean, it's violating for sure.
You know where this leads us. If I roll back the VOD, we'll hear you say anybody who's engaged in sexual violence should never be in a position of power. You accept that it's violating. Seem to accept that it's sexual, right? That one was intuitive. That one was obviously clear.
Yeah, but
Now,
the
can you
violent
accept that this man shouldn't be in a position of power?
I can't think of a better person to be in the spot that he's in at the moment. So what I think you need to do is spend all this time that you're spending trying to create hate towards him, which there already is, and find a better person to put in that position.
I thought that
Find
we did
somebody
it.
better.
I
Find
thought
somebody better.
I honestly thought that I thought I was going to be able to pull it off.
We gotta find somebody better, man.
I thought I was going to pull it off. I thought I was, man. I was so close. I was right there. I honestly I thought that we were gonna change his mind. I can't believe it. And I don't think that you care what he does. Okay, listen, I could tell you that he's called for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress with no good reason. Going back to the sexual violence conversation, you said that you think violence is sexual. I could show you this jury verdict form from a court that determined that he raped a woman. Okay, so that would fulfill the physical touch category. You know, we could go over all the credible accusations in the Epstein files. We could go over his other aggressions on the law. I just don't think I'd be able to change your mind. Like for instance, now that I've shown you this jury verdict form from a court that determined he raped a woman, that's definitely physical touch. That's
But
definitely
it's
sexual
no on
violence.
rape and yes on sexual assault. I don't understand how you can find one and not the other.
Yeah, good question. So legally, New York's definition of rape in 2023 was just the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's penis unconsensually. He forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers unconsensually. Now, that's something that we still consider to be rape because
I would
it's still...
consider that rape.
Right, exactly. So that's why I say it's rape, even though the court said no to rape. What they said no to was penile rape.
Yeah, that's crazy that there's a difference.
There shouldn't be, and they've changed their law since then.
Yeah, if it's my daughter, he doesn't live to see the trial, so it doesn't even matter.
Can we okay? If it's your daughter, he doesn't live to see the trial. I agree with you. If I was a father, I'd say the same thing. At the bare minimum, can we say if it's somebody else's daughter, he shouldn't live to see the Oval Office?
It's difficult for me to put them words out there, like I said.
I know it's difficult, man. It's because of the cognitive dissonance. If this was anybody but Trump, it wouldn't be difficult at all. And I think that you could see it. I think somewhere inside of your head you can see it. I don't think you're irredeemable. If I did think you're irredeemable, then I would call you irredeemable. You should watch my streams more. I do that often. But I'm not going to say that to you because I think you could see it.
Well, I have to put a little more thought into it before I put my word out there like that. That's just how I am. I don't want to go back on my word.
Sometimes it's good to go back on your word. Because if we always stand 10 toes down on every word we've ever uttered, then we will never be better people. Because we're not always right.
You got to
All
be
right?
wrong sometimes. You're right.
And you got to be wrong sometimes. And when you are wrong, you got to own it, especially when there's so much on the line.
Well, I appreciate the conversation. I'm not gonna give you what you want today, but it's not because I don't want to give you what you want. It's because I got to put some more thought into it. But you've opened up my mind a little bit, and I would say that. And I appreciate the conversation once again.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. I do. I really do. I appreciate you for coming up. You have a good one, okay, Michael?
Yeah, you too, bud. Thank you.
Yeah, you take care. No, I mean, I think, hey, guys, I think that was a great start. I think that was a great start, folks. Cognitive dissonance is mind-numbing, okay? And I know this because it's something that I've experienced myself. It is truly something that is so hard to fight against. But in order to fight against it, there's one first step that is required. And it's acknowledging that it exists. And him saying that he has to put more thought into it, I think is the start of that acknowledgement. Because he didn't just automatically deny it. Also, yeah, well, welcome back in Lincoln. Have you calmed down a little bit?
I wouldn't say calm down at all. I was never hyper. I just been listening to you lie to people saying that he barged in. He didn't barge in. He went backstage. There was nothing crazy about that. When you own a building, you're able to go wherever. You're able to go wherever you want.
I disagree. Do you think that
Absolutely
the owner
not.
of a private elementary school, let's just assume they're a 65-year-old man, could go wherever he wants in that elementary school, like the little girl's bathroom?
Absolutely not, no.
So owners of buildings can't go wherever they want in the building.
If nobody was in the bathroom at the time or the building was closed down to the public, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Was there people in the dressing room at the time? He said there were. He said they were naked.
If he said pigs were falling from the sky, would you believe him?
No, I wouldn't believe him, because I'd have reason to believe that he's wrong.
Why?
Because I'd have reason to believe that he's wrong. We could empirically refute the notion that pigs are falling from the sky by using our eyes to look up and observe the fact that they're not pigs falling from the sky. Now, is there any?
But what if you were sleeping?
Now,
What if you were sleeping that day?
is there any evidence that we could use to demonstrate that he did not walk into that dressing room? Well, the first place my mind would go.
It wasn't a dressing
if we wanted
room.
to
It was
prove
backstage.
it was a dressing room that was backstage.
No, Dean, it was backstage. It was not.
So
a
why
dressing
don't you
room.
think it was a dressing room backstage?
It wasn't. He didn't say a dressing room.
Why do you
he said
think
he went
that?
backstage?
Well, he had to go backstage to get to the dressing rooms. So that doesn't give you any evidence that you're right and I'm wrong.
That doesn't mean you're right and I'm wrong.
You're right, it doesn't. I have other evidence that I'm right. Like the fact that he said that there were no men anywhere. Like the fact that he said he'd get away with this, which means he broke a rule and faced no consequences. Like the fact that he said that he had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant, and he had to enter into the space under the guise of doing a false inspection. You know, if this was just the general backstage area, he wouldn't need to abuse his power to go back there. He just simply could. And like the fact that there are a bunch of naked women changing. And like the fact that every woman who remembers this occurring, including the women that would defend him, all said it happened in the dressing room. So the women that would defend him, okay, the one woman, her name's Veronica, she said that although it happened in the dressing room, she just got her approval first, and he'd make sure that we're clothed first. Okay, she didn't say it was just a general backstage area. So that's all my evidence that it was a dressing room backstage.
Let me ask you a question, Dean. Does Trump live rent free in your head?
Nope, I get paid for what I do.
Okay, but when you get off the screen,
yeah, that's right, Lincoln. That's what I thought. Try again, buddy.
no, he does though, because when you get off stream, you're not getting paid. You only get paid when you come on here and panhandle.
No, I'll tell you. Let me tell you what lives rent free in my head. The flourishment of all people, but as it relates to what we discuss on live, specifically the American people. That's what lives rent free in my head because I care about others. And that's obviously something that you
You don't. No, you don't. And I can tell you how you don't. You want to know how, Dean?
Yeah, tell
Because
me
you
how I
stand
don't
for-
care about others, says the guy that's defending a man who exploited naked women and girls. Tell me.
Dude, you fucking defend illegal immigrants daily. People that shouldn't be here.
Are undocumented immigrants people? So, are they? Are they people? I care about people even if they're undocumented?
That's crazy, Dean.
It's not crazy at all. It's human. It's what Jesus would do.
No, that's actually crazy.
Go read Leviticus 19, verse 33. It says verbatim that you are supposed to treat everybody who resides in your country, including the foreigners, the same as you would treat the native-born citizens. The same. So you're calling Jesus crazy. I hope you're not a Christian. Are you a Christian?
God, I really hope you're not a Democrat.
Are you Christian?
Are you a Democrat?
Yeah. Now answer my question. Are you a Christian?
I choose what I want to be daily.
So do you
just
choose
like
to
how
be?
people
Do you choose to be a Christian?
people can choose to be trans, man, women, you know, a dog.
I
Okay, right?
don't know if you meant to do this, but you just unintentionally validated the trans identity from your perspective, because you said that you choose to do something like trans individuals choose to do something. You feel vindicated in your choice of doing said thing, therefore you give that same vindication to trans individuals. I want to say that being trans is a choice. It's a whole other conversation. You just unintentionally validated. You just unintentionally validated that trans individuals.
And you just admitted it. It is a choice.
I admitted that you. What I admitted is that you validated it from your
Dean.
perspective.
You just admitted it.
I'm not stumbling.
You just admitted it.
I'm not stumbling on anything. What I said is that you admitted it from your perspective. Now you still haven't answered the question. Are you Christian?
What if Trump identified as a woman before he went backstage?
What if you answered my question before you crashed out? Can you answer the question? Are you a Christian?
Crashing out. What if Trump identified as a woman before he went backstage?
This is your second time trying to pivot away from the question that I've asked you. Answer the question.
Answer my question.
Why should I answer the second question that you've used to try to pivot from the one question I've been asking you for a minute and a half? Listen, unlike you, we have brains. We could see through the facade. It's not working, buddy. Go ahead and answer the question.
Can't. No, you can't.
So are you going to answer the question?
Are you going to answer the question?
Sure, after you answer mine, because I asked mine first. It's only fair, right, Lincoln? You don't control the dialogue.
Women first. Go ahead, Dean.
No, why? Why should I answer your question first, considering the fact that you asked it second?
Because you're a woman, and I'm waiting for you to answer, because I'm being polite. It's called being polite. We
so
love being polite.
I should be polite by answering your question first, even though you asked it second. I think you should be polite by asking my question first, because I asked it first.
Okay, and my question was, what if Trump identified as a woman before he went backstage?
Okay, I know what your question is, and I'll answer it as soon as you answer mine. Are you a Christian?
I'm whatever I want.
Okay, so does that include being a Christian?
I don't know. Did he identify as a woman or a man?
I don't think that anybody else's gender identity has any type of bearing or relation to if you affirm that Jesus is God.
Sure it does.
Okay, what does it have to do with it?
Answer my question. I'm waiting for you.
Sure, if you could demonstrate the relevance, which you won't be able to. It's clear it's rage bait. Okay? Yet nobody else's gender identity has anything to do with if you think Jesus is God. You know, quite frankly, the reason why you're stalling from answering the question is because you do think Jesus is God, and you don't want to commit blasphemy by saying you don't. But you realize if you do say that Jesus is God, then I will show you Leviticus 19 verses 33 through 34 that says when a foreigner resides among you in your land, don't mistreat them, treat them equally to natural U.S.-born citizens. So instead, you want to talk about gender identity and Trump being trans. But that's actually very disrespectful. What would God think about you disparaging others, okay, in an attempt to deflect from answering if you're a Christian or not? And he left. He couldn't handle the heat. He can never handle the heat. No one can handle the heat because we put the pedal to the metal every single day on these Trump supporters. It's no joke, folks. The heat's here and it's real. Couple people to thank here. We have a couple people to thank. Folks, if you do want to support me, if you want to support the stream and the work that we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. A couple of people to thank here. Siren, thank you for the $5, who says, I completely missed the Miss Teen and Miss USA pageant. Shared the same dressing room. Well, I don't know if they competed at the same time, but it might have been out of the same building. Thank you for the $5 Siren. Izzy, thank you so much for the $3. Duck, thank you so much for the $5. She says, your content gives me a depressed MF glimmer of hope. Oh, I appreciate you for the $5, Duck. Angelina, thank you for the $5. She says, you're an inspiration. Well, thank you, Angelina. I appreciate you. And with that, we're actually all caught up over on PayPal. A couple of people to thank you on Venmo. Thank you, Abby, for the $10. Who says, I think when a lot of people hear dressing room and assume it's like a retail store's individual fitting room with a closing/locking door, so they think it's impossible to get in without consent. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe they've never been to a gym in their lives. Hello, gym locker rooms. Let's get real. Diana, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm a therapist, work with multiple SA victims, and I am one myself. It is so therapeutic to hear you tell off one of the losers that defend abusers. Well, Diana, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, but I'm very happy that it's therapeutic to watch these fuckers get told off. I love knowing that I'm doing something good there. Thank you for the $20, Diana. Let's get 200 Diana W's. That is DIANNA. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Madison, thank you for the $5. Brandon, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you for that love. He says, keep doing the good work. Thank you, Brandon. And Roxanne, oh my goodness, Roxanne, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Who says, thank you. Well, thank you for the kindness. That is a huge donation. I live in a small town. $50 goes a long way. I am very, very thankful for your support. Everybody, please, let's get 500 Roxanne W's. Wow, what an incredibly kind gesture. Same thing to you, Matthew. Thank you for the $25. Who says, I thought that presidents had full immunity. Obama's good. How can't they keep up? Somebody earlier was arguing that Obama's going to go to jail for something he did as president. But yeah, they couldn't keep up because Trump got a new SCOTUS ruling that now presidents have immunity. Good point, Matthew. Thank you for calling that one out. Thank you for the $25, my friend. Show some love to Matthew. Stacy, thank you so much for the $3. Grace, thank you for the $5. And with that, we're all caught up over there on Super Chat. Store Muffin, thank you for the $10, who says, as a woman and a vet, I can say having a rapist in the Oval, overturning Roe v. Wade, and having Hegseth rail against anonymous essay reporting the military, I sure as fuck don't feel safer in America. Exactly, Stone. Yo, Kin, thank you so much for the cool-ass Transformers gif on TikTok. I don't know what's going on with all these TikTok gifs today. I think they're doing a collab with Transformers or something because we've been getting some cool ones. Thank you. And then thank you for the Galaxy as well. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Now, I'll go to repeat it, folks. If you do want to support me, if you want to support the stream so we can continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link through the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place and right there at the top of the phone screen. Be rad. Welcome in. I want to get your thoughts on something, Brad. I know that you're a Trump defender. Listen, I don't think this lunatic should be president because I just think he's completely detached from reality. He can't make accurate judgments of the world that we live in.
Is that based off your perception of Biden?
This would be based off my perception of Trump's Truth Social feed last night at 3 a.m. In less than 3 hours, okay, he posted 55 times on Truth Social. I have a list of all 55 things he said. Let's hit on a couple of the highlights right now. The first highlight is that he accused Obama of attempting a coup against the government in 2016. Then he went on to say that Obama worked with the CIA to overthrow the Trump administration. Then he went on to say that Obama is a traitor and that he should be arrested. He also went on to say that Obama personally defrauded and stole $120 million from Obamacare. He also added on that Obama had wiretapped his properties in Trump real estate. And he said that the DOJ is going to be working hard to arrest his enemy for treasons. Now, at the end there, he also said that Obama is not metaphorically, but literally a demon, saying that he is the most demonic force in American politics. Now, all of these things in conclusion seem to be the baseless rambling of a nonsensical idiot.
Baseless. You think with the wiretappings that they had during that came out during Russiagate and all that, that's baseless spying, and you could say it was legitimate. Oh, he had Flint on his team, so ergo we should monitor all these different individuals under Trump. So are you denying that?
Yeah, what I'm denying is the claim that there's literally any evidence whatsoever that Trump estates were wiretapped in the slightest. Now,
you might be right.
Now, you tried to bring up a point. I'm going to respond. You're interrupting me. Now, you tried to bring up a point about the Russiagate wiretapping, but in all reality, this works against you.
Dude, I love it.
So the FBI obtained an AFISA, which is a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act warrant, to wiretap the Carter page, which was a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign in 2016 after they got sufficient evidence for probable cause to build a case against the Trump administration. And that was public knowledge that was disclosed in court as
It's
a part of the
delicious.
Mueller report. And the reason why you bringing that up actually helps my argument here
Yes,
is, well,
how?
if they had personally wiretapped Donald Trump at his private estates, that would also have been logged and categorized under the FISA warrants that were publicly disclosed in the Mueller report. So you're wrong. You know how to unmute yourself. You've done it about a billion times to try to interrupt me with the ohs.
Yeah, because you talk for a long time, dude. It's fucking exhausting. Do you think anybody could repeat in your chat everything you just fucking went through after your donations? It'd be,
Yes.
I would be surprised if anybody could keep up with all that nonsense. But, we can go backwards.
Okay, I'll condense it down. You said the evidence that Obama wiretapped Trump's home was that the FBI wiretapped a foreign policy center that had helped the Trump campaign in reference to Russiagate. My counter response is, bringing up the FBI wiretaps, of people connected to Russiagate, proves me right. Because those were obtained under FISA warrants that were publicly disclosed in the court filings surrounding the Mueller report. So if they had also gotten a FISA warrant to personally wiretap Donald Trump at his personal estates, then it would have also been publicly disclosed under those same FISA warrants in reference to Russiagate.
You're trying to say FISA, right? You're not saying FISA, like, purposely, right? You just don't realize it's FISA warrant?
Is there a right way or a wrong way to pronounce it? I don't think so.
I think it is. For all you guys doing these Iran jokes and whatnot, yeah.
What does
you not worried about
FISA
how
or
things are
FISA
spelled?
stand for?
Like Kamala?
What
like
does FISA stand
Kamala?
for?
I forget. But
you
what does
know
it
how
matter
it's
if you can't even pronounce the acronym?
If you don't know what the
only
acronym
that,
stands for, okay.
Why would you bring up the acronym?
Then you don't know probably how the acronym is pronounced. But now let's stop focusing on the pronunciation of the acronym FISA, which is Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act warrants, and respond to the meat on the bone.
Wait, does that mean you're never
going
going to say anything about Kamala again?
We could talk about Harris as soon as we're done having
Sure,
this
but I'm just saying
conversation.
you're not going to bring that up ever again about
The
somebody.
name is pronounced Kamala.
I understand that, but you're not going to correct anybody anymore now, based
Sure,
on
I
that
will
argument
correct
you just
people
made
on how
about
to
Pfizer.
pronounce Kamala Harris's name, because Kamala Harris decides how her name is pronounced because it's her name.
Then call it Pfizer.
No one decides how FISA is pronounced. But now that we've gone past your first pivot of the day, let's go ahead and go back to the meat on the bone here. Please respond to the argument I gave you in response to your shitty claim
I would
that there's going to
argue
be some evidence that he did wiretap Trump's personal estates.
Yeah, I would argue it's very plausible that while they were tapping him, and in the event of finding nothing, they would have then tried to remove all the bugs and keep it off the books so they wouldn't get incriminated. Yeah, I could easily see that hypothetically happening. I'm not
Prove it.
saying I believe that. I'm just saying it's what I feel.
Do you have
in
any
my
evidence of
feelings.
it?
Yeah, my evidence would be Russiagate. It shows how corrupt the left was willing to go
No.
just to look for information, because clearly
So-
you knew he wasn't.
Once again, the claim that you brought up about the FBI wiretapping a foreign agent in reference to the 2016 Trump campaign to do with Russia as evidence against your claim, because the warrants obtained, to wiretap that foreign agent were publicly disclosed in the court filings.
Yeah, I'm just arguing they scrubbed it somehow.
I know, but you have no evidence of it. And if they would
Yeah, but
scrub the wiretaps against Donald Trump, then why wouldn't they scrub the wiretaps against the foreign agent?
Wait. I'm sorry. Foreign agent. What? What was this claim about foreign agent?
Sorry, not a foreign agent, a foreign policy advisor.
And sorry, repeat the whole claim on the foreign advisory person.
That's the person that they wiretapped?
Uh-huh.
It was a foreign policy advisor to the 2016 Trump campaign.
I'm sorry, are you claiming that is the only person who was tapped?
It seems like it, yeah.
It's Dean.
I'm sorry,
so
four
they
warrants.
didn't tap. Are you
Four
saying
warrants.
they didn't
So
tap?
there could have been
Are you saying they
another
didn't tap-
there could have been another 3 people. So that'd be one of the
Dean,
4.
why are you talking about a subject okay, I guess it's the newest thing, so it's understandable you don't really know much about what went on in that. Dean, do you first of all let me see how much you actually know about
No, I'm not going to allow
the
you
whole
to pivot.
Russiagate thing.
I'm not going to allow you to pivot by attempting to quiz me on the topic compared to responding to the points that I brought up.
Well,
to
the
debunk
topic
your
is
claim.
indict.
So to get back to the topic, okay, the point that I made is that Donald Trump shouldn't be president because he's very clearly incoherent and detached from any truth of reality. So then I brought up the seemingly baseless ramblings that we saw from Donald Trump on Truth Social last night. I gave you a handful of them, and then you latched onto one of them, which was his false claim that Obama had wiretapped his private estates. And then you said, well, maybe there's some evidence for that to be true. Then you went through Russia, and then I showed you how the evidence that you provided is definitely not enough evidence to prove that it's true, so therefore we're just going to treat it just like the other baseless ramblings that we saw on Truth Social last night. So let's get back to the theme here, because I'm not going to allow you to pivot away
Is it just
from
to hear
it.
yourself
Respond
talk?
to the
Is that what-
facts.
is that's why?
If you can't handle the nuance of a conversation with
dude-
somebody smart enough to speak for more than 30 seconds, I'd recommend going to another live, you dumbass. But if
Have
you
you ever
can
thought about-
handle the nuance, if you can stick around for a dialogue that will be more than 5 words on paper with Cran, then feel free to stay on the live, dumbass. But to finish up with what I was saying, okay, now that we've been able to refute the evidence that you tried to provide to prove one of the claims that Donald Trump made on Truth Social last night about Obama wiretapping him, go ahead and respond to the others. Do you think it's true that Obama's literally a demon? Do you think it's true that Obama literally worked with the CIA to coup the government in 2016? Or do you think that that was baseless rambling from a sick man experiencing a mental health breakdown?
Oh, no. It has been looking more and more like the Clintons and possibly the Obamas were doing some things, possibly in retaliation for when Trump called out to Russia to hack Hillary's emails. I fundamentally believe the Clintons did, in fact, do a little shadery and trickery there. And it does seem like
talking
now,
about
the more
the
they're looking into
Clintons?
this, it seems like the Obamas
said
and the
Obama.
Clintons.
Okay,
Yes.
and the Clintons. Okay.
But of course, you want to try to pivot to, oh, you're saying the Obama specifically worked with the CEI? No, I'm pretty sure the upper echelon of the Democrats, mainly Obamas and the Clintons, had something in the works.
Proof?
Otherwise, Dean, why would we go through such a thorough investigation to have nobody get anything with conspiracy against America to collude with Russia?
Trace, thank you so much for the hi, May. Can you please give me your proof that Obama was working with the CIA to coup the government in 2016?
Oh, I don't have any proof. I just have my fifis.
Okay, and that's honestly the state of MAGA. Folks, for everybody watching at home, this is where we live, okay? We live in a country where our president could go on a baseless, incoherent mental health breakdown ramble in the middle of the night, make all these crazy abstract claims, like Obama working with the CIA to coup the government in 2016, then the next morning, when I start asking Trump supporters how can they continue to support such a mockery of the Oval Office, well, they say it's because it's not a mockery at all. He was telling the truth, and my only evidence that he was telling the truth are fifis.
Let's see.
I
How
think
many
I'm actually
people-
going to show Brad down here, okay, what it looks like. Because for everybody on
Dean,
the
how do you
right side
keep
of
going?
reality,
How?
I'm not done. For
You made a
everybody
point.
on the right side of reality, okay,
Dean,
that
then just
knows
say-
that this guy is bullshitting, okay, we
Dean,
look at Brad like he's crazy. But of course,
Dean.
Brad doesn't look at Brad. I'm in the middle of my sentence. You're going to stop interrupting me. I'm going to move on to the next guest.
You got to answer this question. How many?
I'm not going to answer anything because I'm in the
How
middle
ma-
of a statement.
Do a Google.
He thinks if he continues to repeat the question while I'm speaking, that I'm just going to forget that I told him 30 seconds ago that I'm not going to allow him to cut me off midway through my statement.
Dean.
It's like being a parent of a
Really, nobody
toddler. I'm 21 years old. I don't have kids, but I'm so prepared for it. I'm going to be a great dad.
Dean, how?
You're attempting to sabotage the dialogue because you're losing the debate. If you don't stop sabotaging the dialogue because you're losing the debate, I'm just going to kick you. He's kamikazing the debate.
Dean.
That's what he's doing, guys. He's kamikazing the debate. He's saying if I can't win, then nobody wins. So I'm just going to fucking spam unmute and interrupt Dean's statement to prevent him from cooking me more. He's being a kamikaze.
Is your argument?
Okay, listen. You have 10 seconds to stop sabotaging the debate before I kick you and move on. Good. Thank you. Where was I at? I had just got done
Who cares?
talking.
You're not talking about anything relevant.
Okay. All right, you won. You kamikaze the debate successfully. He said, if I don't win, then nobody wins. I'm going to interrupt Dean until he kicks me. Okay, I'll give you what you want. Take care. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. He got what he wants. Whatever. We got the next guest, Brett, loading up in the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Oh my God, so insufferable. All right, let's see who's next. We got Troy Smith loading up in the box right now. So insufferable. Literal children. Literal children. Full grown men acting like toddlers. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Troy, we got you connected to the live stream. Are you here with us? Okay, it doesn't look like Troy is. He left. Brad, dude, you're back in the queue. Brad, we're going to give you a 15 to 20 minute calm down period for you to regain your senses. At minimum. I'm not even promising that I'm going to bring you back up on the live in 20 minutes. But what I am promising you is that you're going to have to breathe for 20 minutes before I even consider it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Tasha, we got you on that live stream. Tasha? Tasha's not here, so we're going to kick her and move on to the next guest. We got Boba loading up in the box. We're going to go to put those rules back up in the middle of the phone screen, folks. Take a good look at them. Hello, Boa. Do you support Trump?
Oh, of course.
All right, Boa, thank you for being here. I have a couple of people to thank, and then as soon as I'm done thanking these people for their incredibly kind donations, I'll go to pass that mic off to you, Boa. Hey, Rodney, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. I really appreciate you, Boa. Sorry, Boa. Not Boa, Rodney. Rodney, I really appreciate you, Rodney. Let's go get to it at Rodney W's in that comment section for such the incredibly kind donation. Rodney with the 20 says, Dean, my grandma has very similar delusions. She called my mom claiming me and my sisters were under her hospital bed before she died with dementia. That's very unfortunate. My condolences, says Rodney, and I get that. I mean, I've seen that in family members and friends' family members. It's very sad. Thank you for the $20, Rodney. On Venmo, thank you, Joseph, for the $20, for the $50, who says this is for keeping the pedal to the metal and keep the heat on. Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate you, man. You know what? I'll be honest. I actually do feel like I'm cooking today. I feel like I got that gas on high, baby. Thank you so much for the $50, Joseph. You are a madman. That is so much money. Thank you so very much for that love and support. And you actually just sent another $50 donation through saying that you're on fire tonight. So thank you for the $100, Joseph. Wow, man, that is awesome. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section. That is beyond kind of you, man. That is so much fucking money. I don't deserve a penny of it. Thank you so very much. Richard, thank you for the $25 who says, thanks, Dean, from Rick. Rick, thank you so much, man. Let's get 250 Rick W's down below in that chat for the incredibly kind $25 donation. Show some love to Rick down below. And Ellen, thank you for the 5. And then John sent $1 saying, checking if this is the right account. It absolutely is, John. Absolutely is. And Katie, thank you so much for the $50 as well. Thank you, Katie. Katie with the $50 says, always fire in the debates. Thank you so much, Katie. And oh my God, y'all are still going crazy. Roxanne, this came in 40 seconds ago. Thank you for the $100 donation. What is going on? Bro, this like all just came in like the last 2 minutes. Wow, what the fuck is happening? That is insane. That is so very kind of you. Thank you, Roxanne. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, John. Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you, Joseph. Let's get 1,000 Roxanne W's, 500 Katie W's. Like I was just telling to Joseph, that is so much money. I don't deserve a penny. Do a moon in the back with every bone in my body. Thank you so much, you guys, for your love, your kindness, and your generosity. It will never be something that I deserve. Thank you guys so very much for the love and support. Thank you, guys. Over on PayPal, thank you, Caroline, for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Caroline down below. Jamie, thank you for the $10. And Monavon, thank you for the $17, who says, don't know how you could keep on speaking to these MAGAs and remain sane. Appreciate you. No, honestly, I'll keep it real. It does challenge my mental health and fortitude, but, you know, I keep at it. I try to keep my mental well-being in a good place. Thank you for the $17, Monavon, as well as one last one here from a Muffin over on Super Chat with the $20, who says, today a shadow here and attended exclusively by DIMS. The testimony of Epstein survivors exposed that the system didn't fail. It operated exactly how it was designed to protect predators. We need to never stop screaming about this. Muffin, the first thing I'm going to do when I end the stream for the day is I'm going to take a look at that testimony. Thank you so very much for the $20. Thank you so very much. Hey, man, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Boa. Time's yours, my friend.
Responding to people because I was waiting a long time. Sorry, I was responding to people who were writing, who were actually paying attention. I was just saying open borders are a bad idea, and that's one thing Trump has stopped. I think that's one good thing. Do you disagree with that?
Ah, shit, dude. Listen, man, I gotta remove you from the live stream, Boa.
That sucks. Bye.
I'll tell you why, Boa. The chat was telling me to look at your posts, and it seems like you really love your wife a lot, and you really like posting about your wife, including many parts of her body that I'm surprised are even up on your account, like TikTok. How does that not violate TikTok terms of service? And but we got minors in here, my friend. And when they see check his account, they're gonna go click on your account, not knowing what to expect, and they're gonna see some things that only adults should see. So, Boa, if you wanna go through your account and take down every single post up there that it's like I'm just gonna be blunt, of your wife's boobs and ass, feel free to re-request, but for now I'm gonna have to keep you in that comment section. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Ronnie, how old are you?
I'm 18. How old are you?
21. What year are you born in, Ronnie?
2007.
Okay, buddy. Can you disconnect me from Bluetooth? It sounds like kind of got me connected to some Bluetooth speaker.
Is this better?
Much better. Much better. And can you... All right, so I just have to send a text to a friend. I need to use the bathroom, so I'm going to see if they could cover. Listen, take it away. How do you support this maniac in the Oval?
All right, so let me ask you this question. You support No Kings, correct?
Yeah.
Did Biden make everyone get the vaccine or you lose your job?
Nope.
Yeah, he did.
No. What you're talking about was an OSHA mandate for companies above a particular size, which wouldn't apply to everybody, nor is that from Biden. That was from OSHA.
Under Biden's presidency, correct?
Yeah, there's a difference between OSHA doing something under Biden's presidency for some companies and some employees, and Biden directly doing something for all companies and all employees. I'm just being hyper-specific. Now, if what you meant to ask me there was under the Biden administration, did OSHA mandate the vaccine for companies above a particular size? The answer is yes, and that was the right call.
Okay, so there you go.
That was the right call. It was a good thing to do. Does it make Biden a king? What makes Trump a king is all the wrong calls of attacking our country's separation of power, infringing on the Constitution intentionally belligerently, going after the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 23rd Amendment, going after Article 1, going after Article 2, committing war crimes in the South Caribbean Sea by killing enemy combatants out of the fight in a violation of the 7th Article of the ICC and the 8th Article of the Second Geneva Convention from 1949.
Okay, you're gish galloping, Dean.
I guess you could say so. There's just so many different things that Trump has done to consolidate power to the executive branch of our government, usurp the Constitution, and place all of that in his hands, that it kind of does become a gish gallop when I try to name them all.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Dean.
How about you respond to one of the billion things I said?
He violated the Second Amendment, trying to take trans people's guns away from trans.
So I said that he's threatened the amendments. That would include the threat against the Second Amendment for sure. Now, if you want a more direct violation, the best example would be the 14th Amendment. He directly violated the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160 when he tried to unconstitutionally take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. They've had that right since 1868, and you can't contest it.
Congress struck that down, correct?
Not Congress, courts, because what I'm saying is right. The executive order was explicitly unconstitutional.
So Biden succeeded in forcing people to do something Trump didn't. So who is really the king here?
Well, once again, I don't know if you've been tracking. It's fine. I'll help you catch up. I said what Biden did was
Let
the
me
right
catch
call
up.
and it didn't make him a king. And then I brought up these things that Donald Trump's been engaging in that were the wrong call. And calling out the fact that the court shot down what Trump did with that EO doesn't make any point against what I'm saying. It just further demonstrates that what I'm saying is true. He attempted to usurp the Constitution by unconstitutionally taking citizenship away from citizens to reclassify them as undocumented immigrants to be deported.
Well, that's something I agree with, but I understand that's not fact, so I'm not even going to contest you on that. So where do we go from here?
Well, you
You-
tell
you
me why
both-
you think Trump is a good president. I mean, you could continue to whine about Biden doing something based, or you could just, answer the question on top of my head.
You heard it
How the
here
hell can
first,
you still
folks.
support this maniac as president?
You heard it here first, folks. Being a king is based, according to Dean Withers. You heard it here first.
Wow, you're
Anyway.
really disingenuous. No, I don't think that OSHA requiring vaccines for companies with more than 500 employees makes Biden a king. I think it makes Biden smart. Because the vaccines save lives during a pandemic that killed millions of people. It's important that we keep Americans alive. And it seems like the courts agree with me and disagree with you. They view public health crises, such as global pandemics, as exigent scenarios, and which allow for even some rights of the Constitution to be usurped. Like, how the fuck do you think that the lockdowns that forced you to stay inside unless you worked an essential job were constitutional? It's because, according to the United States Supreme Court, the Constitution does not apply in exigent scenarios such as a public health crisis. But when we look at the vaccine mandate for large companies, that wasn't even such an example of a clear cut and dry usurping of constitutional rights. That was just a mandate to keep people alive.
I agree with that, but still. All right, I'll tell you why I support Trump. I guess he's great for the border, locking it down.
What did he do to lock it down?
Like limiting illegal crossings.
How?
Yeah. With this mass deportation, obviously.
Okay,
Can't keep
so
up
no
with it.
border policy?
He didn't have a border policy. Why do you always ask that trick question, Dean?
Well, should it be a trick question for a good president? How old did you say you were?
18.
Do you have any family members? Like, do you have like a little sister?
Yeah, why?
Do you follow your little sister on TikTok?
Yeah.
Go unfollow her. Yeah, go unfollow her. I'm gonna need you to unfollow her just because people took notice of that in your following list, and I don't want thousands of viewers to go swarm the account of your little sister. So, folks, when that happens, I'd just really appreciate if in the future you could place that in a private ticket on Discord. The reason why I say that is because what happens when you drop it in the comment section, then all of a sudden we have like thousands of people that will go to their account and like swarm the account of like this little girl, right? So feel free to come back up if you unfollow her. Bear, thank you so much for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Bear. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. This next guest's name is currently fasting. Let's go to get them loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Willie Smith isn't here. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please follow the rules of that live stream. Please and thank you. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right, guys. Right now we have 13.6 thousand people watching the live stream. We're really struggling to identify anybody watching who supports Donald J. Trump as president. I think that Ronnie might be back.
Your fans are really fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie, but
Listen, it comes from a good place. It comes from a place of wanting to look out for minor safety. You know, people are scared about, adults following minors on the internet, which I think is fair.
just so you know, my birthday is May 2nd. Just turned 18, by the way.
But okay, so listen, I think it comes from a good place, just caring about minor safety. But I definitely do agree that it can yield some impractical and bad outcomes in many scenarios, such as swarming the accounts of minors on live. But thank you for unfollowing your sister for now. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
And I think it's ironic you call me disingenuous, but you always ask that trick question all the time. Kind of makes you disingenuous yourself, wouldn't you say?
What trick question, Ronnie?
You ask for Trump's border policy, knowing he doesn't have one.
Okay. Well, I mean, what else the hell is he doing to reduce undocumented immigration if it's not border policy?
Can you admit that's disingenuous of you?
No, it's not, because
so it's not
because Trump
disingenuous
supporters
indeed.
such as yourself come up here and claim every single day that Donald Trump has used border policy to reduce undocumented immigration to the
I
country.
actually never claimed that.
Or has used policy to reduce undocumented immigration to the country. And that's something he hasn't done. The reason why we see that undocumented immigration into America is down today is not because of any good long-term proactive policy, but rather because Donald Trump has been infringing and violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of immigrants who are already here, scaring new entry away. That's not the right way to solve an issue, because it doesn't solve an issue. It just creates a new issue in place of the old one.
If you're illegal, you're illegal. You got to get out. I don't agree with him violating rights, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Biden opened the border.
No, they
right?
don't. No, they don't call for desperate measures.
You just said that. You just said desperate times.
Saying that desperate times, such as a increase in undocumented immigration, onset by Trump killing Biden's border bill, telling people the border are open, and incentive for immigration in the first place caused by the pandemic, does not call for the desperate measure of like unconstitutionally and illegally deporting people to be tortured overseas. That is just fascism 101. You fucking you're a sympathizer to human rights abuse and immorality, all because you can't get off your knees for the golden Cheeto. It's fucking embarrassing for you, and it's a stain on this country's reputation. What we need to do to fix the immigration problem is pass good long-term border policy to increase the number of courts that we have along the border, to significantly reduce the amount of time that it takes to immigrate into this country legally, and then to also give the undocumented immigrants who are already here a pathway to residency or citizenship. Not to fucking like cry like children and violate rights like Hitler.
I can hold him accountable on some things. I'm not just a mindless follower. But Kamala is really disingenuous, lying about her accent.
Okay. Go on.
Kamala, lying about her accent.
That's how you pronounce her name.
Okay.
Are you telling me that you're so fucking stupid you don't know how to pronounce her name?
All right, Kamala lied about
so
her.
you're just telling me that you are. How embarrassing is that? You can't even... Okay,
I'm
well,
not stupid.
say Kamala.
Kamala?
There you go. If you're struggling with it, if you're struggling with that much, you could also just call her Harris.
Wait, say Trump?
Trump.
Good boy. All right. Yeah, so...
What a weird thing to say.
Like you don't... God, you're so disingenuous, dude. That is actually crazy. You call people good boys all the time. Kamala lied about...
Don't even know where that came from. I've never said that a day in my life. What a weird thing to say.
You know, you're right. Neither have I. Now that you think about it, but I just didn't trust her. She didn't have the experience to be a president. She didn't do anything when she was DA. So.
What a stupid claim.
What? I made like 5 claims there.
Yeah, you said that she didn't have the experience to be president. Her experience was the Biden-Harris administration. But outside of that, when Trump was running in 2016, y'all argue that his lack of experience in politics was a good thing. It was like his main campaigning point.
I'm only 18.
So would you have voted for Trump in 2016 if you were old enough to vote at the time?
Let's see. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was pretty good. Maybe.
So it was Trump versus Hillary Clinton. Who would you have voted for?
Probably Trump.
Yet Hillary Clinton had decades of experience in politics and Trump had none. So when you sit here and you tell me that you voted for Trump over Harris because she had no experience in being president, yet she had decades of experience in politics, and Donald Trump had 4 years in experience of being president, you just prove yourself to be a disingenuous hypocrite. Since those are some buzzwords that you've liked to share with us on the stream so far today, I'm going to go ahead and use them against you because that is absolute hypocrisy.
I think we're getting off topic. Let's get back.
No, we're not getting off topic at all. You told me that Harris sucked because she had less experience than Trump, and that's why you didn't vote for her. But you just told me that you would have voted for Trump in 2016 over Hillary Clinton, even though Clinton was the one with decades of experience in politics and Trump had none. That makes no sense. It's so clearly contradictory and hypocritical.
Is that supposed to be a good hypothetical? Like,
it's not a hypothetical at all. He actually ran against her in 2016.
No, it was.
Like, that's actually what happened. It's not hypothetical if it actually happened.
The hypothetical was, if I were to vote, who would I vote for? I wasn't even old enough to vote.
And you told me that you would have voted for Trump, right?
Sure.
Right. Okay, even though he was the one with no experience and she was the one with decades of experience in politics.
All right, where do we go from here? You want me to
You
admit I'm
concede
wrong?
that you can't say that Kamala Harris stinks because she had no experience as president. He had 4 years. Like, you just can't use that argument if
fine,
you
I
tell us that
concede,
you would have
dude.
voted for Trump in
Jesus.
2016.
I'll concede.
Perfect. So what's next?
I still think he's great for the border.
Okay, why?
He's slowing down illegal crossings.
By doing what?
90%.
Something really bad that we already agreed to, which would be the violation
know
of
you're gonna- I know you're
human,
gonna say,
natural,
"Why
and
are you
constitutional rights of the
violating their
immigrants that are already here.
So, would you agree that sometimes the police violate people's rights?
Yes.
We should abolish the police then, correct? Correct or wrong, Dean?
We should definitely fire the fuckers who violate the rights, and we should
Okay,
fire
so
the
why-
fuckers who oversee those that violate the rights, and either ignore them intentionally or ignore them because of benign neglect. And for
why don't
everybody
you say
who's
the
left,
same
what
thing
we
for
should do
ICE?
is completely reform the policing system from the ground up, okay, and re-envision the policing system as it exists in America today. And frankly, some people call that abolishing the system because we're getting rid of the system that exists today, and we're completely renewing it with something a bunch better. I prefer the word reform.
So why don't you hold the same standard to ICE? You're always
do.
about abolish ICE. No,
I do.
you want to abolish ICE.
So when I say that I want to abolish ICE, what I really mean is to reform the Department of Homeland Security
You need
and
to make
enter
that
in
more
a
clear.
new agency that would include significantly better protocol, oversight, and action insofar as engaging in the detention and deportation of undocumented immigrants in the scenarios that I agree with it in. But because I think that the reformation for ICE would take it one step further, okay, such as completely re-envisioning not only ICE, but also the legislation in which ICE operates under, I kind of cross that threshold and go from using the word reform to the word abolish.
Who the fuck muted me? Was that you or your mods?
Yeah, I muted you because you interrupted me.
Okay. I'll concede on that if you can agree that you need to make that more clear. You're always about, you never said reform, change.
Yeah, because I say abolish, and I stand behind that. Because I feel like the reformation that is
abolish or
required for
reform?
ICE throws me over that threshold and makes me use the word abolish. And you said, is it abolish or reform? Well, we're abolishing it by reforming it.
But we're not abolishing the police force by reforming it.
Yeah, because it's not as much of a crucial oversight and change in the system, right? Like I could demonstrate this very easily. For ICE, for instance, like I don't think that the only issue is firing the bad actors. I think that the issue is completely re-envisioning the system as a whole, including all of the legislation that they operate under. For the police, like I'm not sitting here saying that we should re-envision legislation that makes it illegal to murder, illegal to kidnap, illegal to steal, but it's more so re-envisioning the system that operates under that legislation while changing some of the legislation, such as the war on drugs. But at the end of the day, this just falls down to a very minuscule semantic dispute that I believe you're hanging on to stay away from any substance in relation to a conversation about the abuse that we've seen from ICE, such as the execution of American citizens like Renee Good, Alex Preddy, or Keith Porter. I mean, Alex Preddy literally got 12 shots in the back, and now
Wow,
the DHS
okay.
is defending that execution, saying that those agents were abiding by the law. Or, like, there's systemic and heinous abuse of human rights, deporting people with no due process to get literally, not metaphorically, literally tortured in another country.
I guess I can just drive at ICE agents, and if I get shot, it's a.
Alex Preddy didn't drive at ICE agents. He was on the ground, unarmed, on all four. Then he got 12 bullets
I don't know
unloaded
if
into
you're
his back,
tracking correctly,
and neither did Renee
clearly-
Good.
Oh my God. Thank you for the rose. I don't know if you're tracking correctly, but I'm clearly implying Renee Good.
Yeah, after I said Alex Preddy. But if you listen to what I said at the end there, I said this is something that Alex Preddy didn't do, and it's also not something that Renee Good did. And, you know, I could prove it to you in both circumstances, but
It's
the
not
reason why
something
I would
Renee
have
Good
a
did.
preference to first talk about Alex Preddy is because I just think it's significantly harder for you to defend.
I'm on the edge about Alex Preddy. Let's talk about Alex Preddy, all right? Let's talk about that.
So was that shooting justified?
Resisting with a loaded weapon and then 11 days earlier seen being aggressive. We don't know what happened off camera. He could be like doing some crazy shit, so I think it's a sad event.
So
right?
he was on camera the whole interaction. From the moment he started talking to the ICE agents to the moment he was dead, it was caught on camera.
I'm speaking just throughout the whole day, not just that one clip. We don't know what he was doing.
Okay, well, anything that he
Especially
did
since
prior to the
11 days
engagement with
ago.
ICE agents, if it did not involve the ICE agents, was completely irrelevant to the scenario in which led to his death. Same
I'm
thing
saying
with
I
him
ha-
kicking the taillight 11 days prior. That is also completely detached and irrelevant to the justification that you'd argue does exist for a shooting. Do you know what the legal standard is to justify an officer-involved shooting?
Reasonable threat of their lives or others. Correct.
You missed one word: a reasonable imminent threat of their lives or others. Now that is, yeah, you're actually right. Yeah. So if we add the word imminent in there, you are correct. Now the issue that we face when we discuss Alex Preddy is that there was no imminent threat that was reasonable. He was on the ground. He was unarmed. He was on all four. A lot of people on the right like to say that he was resisting. I'm not even sure that that's true. I didn't hear any lawful orders being given to him in the video, and any response that I saw from him seemed like a natural response that we would expect a human to have when they're getting dogpiled by 7 men, pepper sprayed in the face, and pistol whipped in the forehead. But even if he was resisting on its own doesn't amount to an imminent threat. Even if he is in possession of a firearm, that on its own is also not an imminent threat. In order for it to be an imminent threat, he would have to be reaching for the firearm to then create an imminent threat, okay? And because that's something he couldn't do because he was unarmed, and even when he was armed, he never reached for his gun, there's just no way to justify the shooting.
So if two cops come up to you, and even if they don't start talking, they start grabbing you, trying to put your hands behind your back, and you start resisting, were you resisting or were you not? Even if they didn't make it clear that you were under arrest.
Well, I mean, I think a court would have a really
hold on, hold
really
on.
hard.
One of
A
your
prosecutorial
lawyers-
team would have a very difficult time arguing that that person would have been resisting because they didn't possess knowledge of a lawful order. Like, listen, a cop can't just walk up to you during a traffic stop and whisper under his breath while he's turned around and say, "Get out of the car," and then turn around and arrest you for resisting because you didn't get out of the car.
That's
there
such
has
a
to be
bad
some
analogy,
there
bro.
has to be some like reasonable assumption that this individual knows that they're being given a lawful order. But once again, like I said in my last address, even if we accept that he was resisting doesn't warrant the death penalty. An imminent threat warrants
I'm
a
not
death
saying
penalty.
it-
And
I'm not-
resisting doesn't amount to an imminent
Hey,
threat.
can I speak?
Can you?
I
Can
can't.
you calm down, buddy? I understand your heart rate's increasing, and you're starting to,
My heart rate's
get lost
fine.
a little bit because I'm running circles around you. But don't blame it on me. Stop yelling.
I'm currently
The cortisol
cooking you. I
maxing.
don't know who you think you're running circles around.
You're
I never
cooking me.
said him quote unquote resisting.
Same way you
We're
cook the
just-
dinner when you eat at a restaurant, right?
Huh?
No, you don't. You just watch the people cook when you eat at a restaurant. You're not cooking shit. You're watching me cook.
It's funny because I went to Texas.
Welcome
Roadhouse.
welcome to Dean's Diner, buddy. You're watching
that's
me
funny.
cook. You're not
I went
cooking.
I went to Texas Roadhouse. I had a nice steak. Those rolls were pretty good. The fries, some mashed potatoes. Have you ever been to Texas Roadhouse?
I have.
All right. So yeah, I never said that is what justified it. I'm saying he made a bad decision, which unfortunately led to that being led to that happening. And that was such a bad analogy. You said if you whisper under your breath, get out the car, and they can't arrest you. That's not the same as multiple cops coming over, grabbing you, trying to put your hands behind. You clearly know you're being under arrest. Right?
That is operating under the assumption that cops never engage in the use of excessive force.
Yep. I guess so.
Right?
My whole
Because if we don't operate under the assumption that cops never engage in the use of excessive force, well, then in this scenario, if they were engaging in excessive force, then he'd be doing nothing wrong or even illegal by resisting.
My whole point is that even if what Alex Pretty didn't do was technically illegal, those bad decisions he made led to that being the outcome. And I don't agree with that
so then
outcome.
why don't we blame it on the victim and throw the shooter in jail? Because you're trying to give me an argument here that ultimately the victim the victim of a shooting is to blame for the shooting. No, not at all. The shooter's to blame for the shooting. Okay, Alex Pretty's not the one who illegally and immorally pulled the trigger. This is like saying that because the woman showed up to a bar with a short skirt on, and the only reason why the rapist raped her is because he saw her legs. Therefore, the woman's to blame. No, absolutely not.
Going to a bar in a skirt short isn't a bad decision. Resisting officers is a bad decision.
I thought that you just accepted that he wasn't resisting.
I was operating off of what your standard. I think he was.
Okay. Does resisting okay, but all that matters is if he was purporting a reasonable imminent threat. Because you have accepted that he wasn't purporting a reasonable imminent threat, then it's by definition murder.
I never accepted that.
So then what was the reasonable imminent threat?
We have to figure out reasonable is the word. In the officer's mind, it was definitely reasonable.
Okay.
Somebody yelled gun. Somebody yelled gun. They don't know where the gun is. If I'm fighting with someone who, or my whole point with the light kicking out the taillight, that shows that he's being aggressive. Hold on. I'm not going off track. This that shows he's being aggressive. So he could have been aggressive later in the day.
You can't, right? Even if everything that you just said was true, it still wouldn't amount to an imminent threat. Okay, cops are aggressive. Does this mean that you could just kill a cop because they're an imminent threat to you?
Some cops are aggressive. And,
no. Just merely listen. Even if he was being aggressive, first and foremost, many forms of aggression are constitutionally protected. Like, I think you could be verbally aggressive, for instance. Okay, verbal aggression would be like yelling at somebody, demeaning somebody, so on and so forth. But that's like a constitutionally protected activity and behavior. So just merely positing, oh, he was aggressive, certainly doesn't amount to a reasonable imminent threat. Now, the first thing that you pointed out was another officer saying gun. So that also doesn't amount to a reasonable imminent threat. Because even if that officer was right and he had a gun on him, well, actually, that would be protected under the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment. You can't just kill somebody because they have a gun on them. And then going back to the first thing that you said, which was, well, the reasonable imminent threat was him resisting with a gun on him. Well, according to the Felix versus Barnes ruling of 2025, the reasonableness of a shooting from an LEO has to be made in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. And, well, what did the totality of the circumstances include? The fact that he was unarmed when he was shot, the fact that he never reached for his gun before he was unarmed, and the fact that he was not purporting an imminent threat, and we can't seem to find any good reason to deem it as reasonable.
Hold on, listen to me. This is not me conceding, and I don't think this is a true dichotomy. It can be unjustified, and still somebody could have a reasonable, assumption of something. I'm not saying the shooting was justified, right? But I'm saying the cops shouldn't be held because I think that's right
false. It is a true dichotomy. So if it is either justified or it is unjust, and if it was unjust, then it wouldn't be reasonable. In the eyes of the law, a shooting from an LEO can't be unjust and reasonable. If it is reasonable, then it is just. Legally speaking, that's a fact. Look at the Connor versus Graham ruling from SCOTUS.
Refresh my mind on what that was.
It just deemed what makes an officer-involved shooting justified, and that was a reasonable suspicion of an imminent threat. So if there was a reasonable suspicion of said imminent threat, then according with SCOTUS's ruling, it is justified.
Okay, I'm going to make a statement. Tell me where I'm wrong in the statement. Alex Pretty's death was not justified, but the cops had good reason in their minds to assume that he was an imminent threat.
Yeah, where you're going wrong in that sentence is according to the Connor v. Graham ruling, if they had good reason in their mind, then it would be just.
Okay, and Wait, can we both agree that they probably thought they had good reason?
Oh, well, there's a difference between them thinking they have good reason and actually having reasonable reason, right? And the Connor v. Graham ruling alongside Felix versus Barnes doesn't just say, well, if they think they were justified. No, it's if they would be reasonably justified. So if they unreasonably think that it's justified, then it's not justified.
Okay. You know what? I still think the officers had the right intention in their mind to do what they did.
Yeah,
but I'll agree and say the shooting-
we're not looking for the
Hold on,
right
I'll agree and
intention.
say the
We're
shooting
looking
was
for
unjust.
the reasonable intention.
So, see, reasonable.
There's a
There's no, like,
difference between reasonable and right, because sometimes you could think that you have the right intention unreasonably.
I know we have to think about
Right, like a good example of this would be like people experiencing hallucinating because of a mental health breakdown. Okay, if you're experiencing a mental health breakdown and you're just straight up hallucinating, like your partner that lives with you killing your newborn child, well, then you would have the right intention if you were to turn around and kill your partner, right? But we wouldn't say that was a reasonable intention because you were hallucinating because you were experiencing a mental health breakdown.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good analogy because clearly
It is. It's an example of how somebody could have the right intention without having the reasonable intention.
Okay. We have to define reasonable, which we can't because that's subjective.
No, already wrong. And according to the Connor versus Graham ruling from SCOTUS, the standard of reasonability is objective. So it has to be reasonable in accordance with the objective standard as set forth prescriptively by courts.
So that's where I'm going wrong. Expand on that court case. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the
in my
standard
opinion,
of
reasonable.
The standard of reasonability, okay, is determined outside of the mental state of the officer that actually engaged in the shooting. Like, we're not trying to determine if that officer thought they were justified, but rather we're trying to determine if, in a hypothetical scenario, a reasonable officer were in that situation, would they shoot and kill Alex Preddy? That's what we're trying to evaluate. And if our evaluation from this hypothetical, if a reasonable officer was in the same scenario, would they have shot and killed Alex Preddy, is that they would not have shot and killed Alex Preddy, then the shooting is unjustified.
I was unaware of that court case. All right, so reasonable is objective. Okay. Change my mind on Alex Preddy. I still think Renee Good was that was justified. I don't see any way you're going to change my mind on that.
Sure.
She drove at them.
Well, already wrong. She drove away from them. It was actually captured on the cell phone footage of Officer Jonathan Ross. She turned her wheel as hard to the right as she could before moving the vehicle forward. And the second interesting part here about the Jonathan Ross Renee Good shooting is that because this was captured on Jonathan Ross's cell phone, it means Jonathan Ross, from the perspective of where he was standing, could see her turning the wheel away from him. But now the real silver bullet here to describe how and why that shooting was unjustified is that according to the coroner's office and the autopsy report, the shot that killed Renee Good was the third shot. And every shot from an LEO has to be accounted for. That third shot was taken at Renee Good while her car was actively moving away from the ICE agent, and he had to chase the car down.
You have to chase the car. Just like 2 steps. Here's what I'll say. First shot justified. The last 2 shots unjustified. Okay?
Then you think the shooting's unjustified because it was one of the last 2 shots that killed her. That's what the coroner's report said. Yeah. Yes.
Well, just because those were the last 2 shots that killed her, I still think the action of Jonathan Ross was, I guess, the first bullet was justified. You think none of it was justified?
So under your view, if the first bullet is what killed her, then the shooting would have been justified. Simultaneously, under your view, if it was one of the last 2 bullets that killed her, the 2 bullets you called unjustified, then the shooting would have been unjustified, right?
Maybe Jonathan Ross thought he had missed. His goal was to stop the car, and I know you're not allowed to use firearms
Well, if
projectile
his goal was
stop
to
him
stop
moving.
the car, then his goal was not to engage in a lawful
his
and
goal- his
reasonable
goal was-
shooting. Because
his
once
goal
he
was
was
to
out of the
not
path
get
of the
hit.
car, once the other ICE agents were out of the path of the car, where was the imminent threat?
We have the pleasure of looking at this after the fact. Jonathan Ross doesn't. He has half a second to realize what's going on. He sees her back up, probably put it in gear, turn the wheels a little bit, and then she starts moving forward. That's half.
No,
maybe
not
half a
forward,
second.
to the right, and he saw that
Yeah,
because it was
okay.
captured on his cell phone.
In the direction. Okay, it was to the right, but it was in like the direction of him.
No,
Would he go
no,
north,
no. The
east,
shot,
south, and west?
the shot that killed Renee Good was when Renee Good was moving her car in the opposite direction away from Ross. Also, you have to consider officer-induced jeopardy, which is when an officer will put themselves in a scenario to force an imminent threat to then justify a shooting. Courts have ruled that officer-induced jeopardy is actually an argument against self-defense for LEO-engaged shootings. Now, what would a really
by
clear
that,
example of officer-forced jeopardy look like? Well, it would be, imagine crazy dude is standing in the park pointing a gun at the ground, and he's just not moving. So then an LEO walks up to this crazy dude pointing his gun at the ground, lays down on the ground, then scooches his body under the gun. Well, now all of a sudden, because this crazy dude is pointing his gun at the officer pulls out his and kills him. Yeah, okay, well, that wouldn't be ruled as self-defense in court because it was officer-induced jeopardy. The officer put himself in the path of the imminent threat. Very similarly, the reason why we see in accordance with DOJ Code of Conduct is not for agents to place themselves in the paths of moving vehicles is because, well, that could lead to officer-induced jeopardy. Now, you said that there could be exceptions to that. I agree. At a point, it will become arbitrary, but still yet, what is not arbitrary is the DOJ Code of Conduct in which tells their agents to never put themselves in the path of a vehicle. And because he broke the DOJ Code of Conduct, it gives more credence to the view that he was not operating reasonably, because it is self-implied that a reasonable officer would be following the code of conduct of their employment. But once again, we could really extrapolate the shootings and break them down to their most granular nuances. But all that needs to be known here to explain why the Renee Good shooting was unjustified is that it was the third bullet that killed her. And clearly that was one in which was unjust because there was no reasonable imminent threat that existed at that point in time because her vehicle was moving away from him. And a lot of people like to argue the split seconds argument. I don't know if you've ever shot a gun before. I don't know if you've ever been in a high-stress situation, but those split seconds matter. You still have control over your body in those split seconds. He didn't have to chase after her car. He didn't have to then pull the trigger on his gun while chasing after the car. He didn't have to point the gun at her while pulling the trigger while chasing after her in the car. Those were all, decisions made with intention. Because if they were not decisions made with intention, then how the hell could he get a bullet in the brain of somebody in a moving vehicle? They're very intentional due to the fact that they're very precise.
All right. So before we go on, please like shorten that down. You're making like 5 different points. It's hard for me to track. And you said the split second doesn't matter because you still had control of her body. Let's go back. She had the control. There's an ICE officer trying to open your door. That's another example of, even if he didn't give a reasonable order, if someone's trying to open your door, you don't back up and drive away, especially a law enforcement officer. Would you ever do that, Dean?
No, I wouldn't. And I'd advise viewers of the live stream to not. I'd advise viewers of the live stream to not do that too. If an LEO gives you an order, comply with it, even if you think it might be unlawful, because they're the one with a gun and you're not. You could die. Case in point, Renee Good, right? But that doesn't matter because still yet that didn't justify the shooting.
All right. Well, I think the first shots are justified. The last 2 aren't. If you're gonna say the last 2 shots were what killed her, I guess you could say Jonathan Ross murdered Renee Good. There, you could say that, but I still think Jonathan Ross had the right idea. And I would probably do the same thing, maybe just without chasing the car down.
Dude, I feel like I'm on fire today. I'm really precise with my argumentation. Like what?
Dude, I'm just trying to be open-minded.
No, man, I appreciate that. I do. I just, I just feel like I'm on my game.
I see your viewers are kind of getting mad we're sticking on this, and they feel like we're not making any progress. Where do we go from here? Are we going to go back to immigration?
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm happy I could change your mind. I actually got 2 restrictions for harassment and bullying. I think I was calling Trump an idiot at the beginning of the live stream, and TikTok flagged me for that and the other language that I used to describe him. Folks, when that happens, we have to restart the stream, or else I'm at risk of getting my ability to live stream on TikTok taken away from me. TikTok kind of has this flagging system where if you infringe on their TOS 3 times, then you get your ability to go live taken away. And TikTok is telling me that I've already done it twice. So I'm at that point where we got to do a restart. I hate to do this to everybody watching. I hate them just as much as you do, but they're really easy. What I notice is when we do a restart, only 60% of the viewership will come back because you think that the restart takes a long time. It doesn't. For everybody watching, I would love it if you would come back because the restarts only take 5 seconds. Right now, go ahead and hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of your phone screen. That follow button will ensure that the restarted live will pop up on your following list on the TikTok app. Even if you don't want to follow me because you're like a Trump supporter in the queue, just go ahead and temporarily follow me until you come back. So then you could unfollow me. That's fine. I don't care. Now, additionally, an even easier way to come back is once the live stream ends, you will see my profile picture in the middle of the phone screen. If you click on my profile picture in the middle of the phone screen, it will load up my account page. Once you are on my account page, if you count to 10 or 15 and then you refresh the account page, you'll be able to click into the new live and you'll be back. I'm going to go ahead and hit that restart now. When you do come back, I won't be sitting in the chair because I'm going to be peeing. So it'll be an empty chair for the first 30 seconds. Let's go ahead and hit that restart now, folks. See you in 3 seconds. For everybody watching on YouTube, once again, y'all aren't going anywhere. This is just for TikTok. Y'all just stay put. I am going to go and run to the bathroom. BRB. Yo, I'm back. For everybody tuning in, I really appreciate y'all so much for being here. Welcome back in from the restart. Guys, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen. Share out this live with a handful of friends. It really helps to boost the early engagement of the live stream. So we could try to get the live stream to shoot out as far and across that For You page as possible. We're going to go ahead and get that first guest loaded up in the box. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I already see somebody in the queue, guys. I got to show you. Honestly, guys, I got to show you this. This person, I don't know who they are. I would love to know who they are, in all honesty, because they are very, very interesting. So they join my queue, I don't know, once a day, once every 2 days, with some new AI generated profile picture. And today's AI generated profile picture is fucking insane. Let me just show you, dude. Let me just show. I just need to show this to you guys. They do this every day. Every single day, it's something new. Let me just take a screenshot of it on my phone. Let me go ahead and send it to my computer so then I could load it up onto the live stream just so you guys can see what this person does. This is wild. This is some crazy work, folks. I'm gonna be so fucking honest. Some crazy ass work. Let's go to take a look at this together. This is their profile picture today. Bruh, what are we doing? What are we doing, dude? What is this? And it's every day with some new crazy shit. Like, their profile picture yesterday was literally me eating shit out of a toilet. But it was like a miniature toilet that I could like fit in my hand. Like, they just need to calm down, okay? They need to touch some grass. And they'll hop in the queue. And then as soon as I accept them up onto the box, I'll show you what happens. They always just leave. They just left. They joined the queue just so I could see their profile picture. And then as soon as I accept them, they leave. Because they don't want to talk. They don't want to debate. They just want me to see their profile picture. It's, God, crazy work. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got John Boy loaded into the queue. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. John Boy, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
I am. I'm MAGA, yeah.
All right, John. Sounds good, dude. I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple people here real quick before I pass you that mic. Guys, if you do want to support me, you could find the Venmo and the PayPal. You can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the elsewhere, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Real quick on Venmo, thank you so much, Joseph, for another $50 donation. Thank you, man. You've been so kind to me. Thank you so much, Joseph. Please show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section. Let's get 500 Joseph W's for the $50. That is so much money. Thank you, bro. Joseph with the 50 says, keep on cooking. You were totally on game tonight. Thank you, man. I feel like I'm on game, dude. Thank you so much. Nico, thank you so much for the $10. Yeah, do you want to copy and paste your question, Nico? Thank you so much for that love and support. Adeline, thank you so much for the $7. Steven, thank you for the $20, who says nobody's illegal in stolen land. Those MAGA need to dig up their ancestors and ship them back, then hate to have them look at a family tree. So true. Thank you for the $20, Steven. Thank you so much. And then Cheyenne, that is Shyanne. Thank you for the $25. Who says, I know that you said it'd be harder to get Trump supporters today, but it actually seems like there's less trolls than usual. Yeah, because we had a significantly higher viewer count today than usual, which just means that there's more Trump supporters tuning in from the FYP, which makes it easier to get debates. Thank you so much for the $25, Cheyenne. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Couple people to thank real quick over on PayPal. Thank you, Taylor, for the $10, who says, love listening to your debates. You're giving me hope for the future. Oh, thank you, Taylor. Cassie, thank you for the $5. And with that, I think we're all caught up. I appreciate you guys for the love and support today. John Boy, how the fuck do you still support this maniac as president?
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you because you're awesome. I love watching your debates. I love how you dissect people's arguments and you shut them down when they don't answer your questions directly. But I wanted to ask you, do you have any, in high school or maybe college, if you went to college, did you do speech and debate?
No. I signed up for it in high school, but then I dropped out before I even went. I don't know.
Oh my God, you would be a professional.
Maybe so. John, are you actually a Trump supporter?
I am.
Why?
Okay, so the thing is, and I know you want the proof. You want the proof in the pudding. That's what it's all about. But the thing is, I know Trump is a shyster, and I think he is lying every day to our faces, but for the greater good. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, so what's the greater good?
So the stock market's at an all-time high. He's making a lot of people rich. I've made $20,000 year to date so far. I'm going to make plenty more. And I believe that the art of the fog of war is what he's basically doing. You know, the back and forth with Iran, the constant, we're talking to Iran, and then Iran comes back and says, no, we're not talking to him, he's a full of shit. I think the Iranian Twitter account, the X account, I don't even think that's really Iran. I think it might be J.D. Vance or something. Then they're just kind of talking back and forth in the White House. I think it's all a stage. Just to make the numbers go up.
So that would be called market manipulation, and that's illegal.
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, if you follow what Trump says, and then you follow the stock market, during Friday market hours, he'll say, "Oh, we've got a deal made with Iran," and the stock market will fly up. And then after hours on a Friday or on a Saturday, when traders like me can't do anything about it, the real news will pop out, or the news to make the stock go back down will come out, and then it repeats itself several times throughout the week. And it's gotten to the point where I'm basically timing the market I mean,
Yeah, listen, man. I bet with the theory that you've developed, you have been able to be quite successful in day trading for sure. And that's good for you, man. Happy that you are thriving under this economy. But at the end of the day, everyone else isn't. Okay? I understand that for whatever reason, the stock market has been booming. I think that more so just has to do with an AI bubble than anything. And the reason why I think that is because the actual economy is suffering. We have to keep in mind here that the stock market is not a macroeconomic indicator. And the actual economy that most people live in, okay, the average American isn't a day trader, is hurting them a lot. I mean, we're up to 3.8% annualized inflation, highest since 2022 with a runoff of the pandemic. Worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, and the most layoffs since the pandemic as well. It seems like it's like bad for everybody but you. And I think that that's kind of where you should try to take a step out of your own shoes and come to the conclusion that the betterment of the collective is more important than your personal betterment at the detriment of the collective. Not only because it's the moral thing to do, but also because you have selfish reasons to prefer the betterment of the collective compared to the betterment of yourself with the detriment of the collective, because ultimately said detriment of the collective will catch up to you.
right. Yeah, I agree. And that is, that has been a beef that I have with Trump because, I full-heartedly supported him on his first term, but this second term, it's just more and more as if he's been bought out by Israel. He hasn't done a single thing he said he was going to do, but the stock market, like I said, is making a lot of people very happy. And
when you say a lot of people, we're talking about maybe 1% of people, and that's that's like being generous.
You're right. You're right. A lot of people are not. The average person is not in the stock market. You're right.
Listen, every president will always find a way to benefit the 1%. Regardless if that's the 1% of income earners, the 1% of people that know how to predict a volatile market and make a lot of money day trading, there will always be that 1%.
Right.
Even Hitler benefited the 1% of nut jobs with, white skin in Germany that weren't Jewish, Romani, or gay. Right? So are we going to sit here and say that Hitler was a decent guy? No, fuck no.
Right. Well, and the left is always pushing the narrative that he's, a pedophile or he's in the Epstein files 38,000 times. I don't know it to be true. I haven't read the files myself, but just the rumor going around tarnishing a person's name is enough to make you think twice.
Well, it should be enough to make you think twice about that person and to investigate to see if the allegations are true. He's mentioned in the files over 1 million times. Okay, yeah, and he is credibly accused by a minor in the files that is a victim of Epstein's who claimed that she was trafficked by Epstein to him. And, it kind of makes sense, okay? A civil court concluded that he raped a woman by the name of Eugene Carroll. He's caught on live in 2005 boasting about sexual exploitation. Come on.
Yeah. Well, the thing is if it's the truth and the evidence is out there, why wouldn't somebody make the arrest? Federal police, somebody.
You could say that for just about anybody in the Epstein files. What about his brother who was asking him about the OBGYN he took his victims to, quote unquote? What about that woman, I think her name was Susan, who was telling Epstein that she had the best time ever with this quote unquote littlest girl last night? What about that other guy that sent Epstein an email saying that he quote-unquote loved the torture video? What about just Lex Wexner, who was named by the FBI as a co-conspirator? All right, for whatever reason, okay, law enforcement doesn't want to touch him. Okay, and that's just for the regular rich and powerful people. Now, what about the president? Oh my God, wait, he controls the DOJ, he controls the FBI, he controls the criminal justice system, he controls over 50% of Congress. He controls 60% of the Supreme Court. Yeah, that one's going to be a hardball. It's a hard one. And that's why we need to vote for people in the midterms who are willing to hold the administration accountable. And that's also why, unfortunately, you've been kind to me, but I'm going to be mean to you because it's the honest truth. That's why people like you hold this country back so very much, right? When we have even if it's just 30% of the population, because that's his approval rating right now, screaming and shouting about how great he is and there's no need for accountability or oversight, well, then there's less pressure for the much needed accountability and oversight that we need to get our country back in line, and would need to get him arrested for maybe the credible accusation in the files, or to just get it further investigated to a point where authorities feel as if they have probable cause to make an arrest.
Well, and then you could argue that potentially all of this, you know, the Iran war, all of the significant things happening today might just be a distraction to shy away from that.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could. I mean, what was happening on February 27th? The Epstein files. What's been happening since February 28th? The war in Iran.
Coincidences, they don't exist to me, but, you know, or even more coincidentally, Trump sat through the ushering out of COVID, and now he's being ushered, you know, hantaviruses.
That's not going to be a pandemic. Don't worry about that. I think it's contained as of the most recent CDC reporting.
Dean,
and there's a really
I
low
think
transmission rate.
I think my mom wants to say something. She's big MAGA too.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Dean.
Hi. You're a big MAGA just like your son?
Yes.
Oh, geez. Okay. What do you want to say?
I just want to ask a question. I was just over listening conversation. Did you say that Trump was convicted of rape?
Yes. I said that he's found guilty of rape, to be more specific.
He was never found guilty of rape.
What was he found guilty of?
It was a sexual misconduct, but it was never rape. He was not convicted of rape.
So, it was sexual abuse. Do you want to know why I say that he was found guilty of rape, even though the jury verdict form says sexual abuse?
Tell me.
It's because the action that the jury found to be sexual abuse was him forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers, which is something I consider to be rape.
Well, that was never said to be true either.
Yeah, that was said to be true. That's what the jury ruled.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
Not true.
That is true. No, remember, what you're disputing here is not the action that the jury found Donald Trump guilty of, okay? Because that's indisputable. It was him forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers, but rather what they called it legally, okay? Because if we take a look at the verdict form, I'll put it on your phone screen. If you want to take a look at your son's phone screen. You're right. It says no to rape and yes to sexual abuse. Okay, well, the New York legal definition of rape in 2023 was just the forced penetration of the vagina with a penis. So, in other words, when it says no to question number 1, did Trump rape Miss Carroll? They're just saying that he didn't penile rape her, okay? Because that was their only definition of rape that they upheld legally at the time. But that's not the all-encompassing definition of the word rape, because I would also include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any other part of a man's body to be rape. And by the way, the state agrees. They updated their legal definition the next year alongside 35 others. So, yeah, they absolutely found him guilty for raping her because they found him guilty for forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. They just happen to legally call this rape sexual abuse.
Okay. So, and I will post on your site something different of what you're saying. And I don't believe that to be true. And he was found guilty of everything and anything under the Biden administration. And then the other point that I wanted to ask you was just in regards to the other thing. Where'd you go? Oh. What was the last thing you just talked about that I wanted to ask?
Can you tell me, how about before we move on, can you tell me why you disagree with what I just said?
Because I can't even imagine that a state in 2023, any time in the 20th century, does not consider rape a penetration of any sort. I've never heard that ever.
Oh, yeah, so I'll give you a source for this. This is coming from the Washington Post, owned by Bezos. If you go on Google and you look up Judge deemed Trump to have raped E. Jean Carroll, you'll read a whole article about how after this court case concluded, E. Jean Carroll went on TV and called him a rapist, and then he tried to sue her for calling him a rapist because the court said no to rape, yes to sexual abuse. And then the judge threw that lawsuit out and ruled it to be substantially true that he raped her because of all the reasons I've already given you. The judge specified in the court documents that at the time, the legal definition of the word rape was just penile penetration. It didn't include penetration with any other part of any other man's body. And that's just a definition of rape that is so unintuitive and so shitty that when he tried to sue her for calling him a rapist, it got thrown out. So, I mean, Like, that claim's been litigated too. I've given you a source for it. You have no evidence that I'm wrong about anything that I've said. I have evidence that I'm right about everything that I've said. I've shown you the jury verdict form. I've given you a second source to corroborate that countersuit that was thrown out by that second judge. And it seems to be the case that you're just denying the only claim that evidence exists for.
No, and I'm going to look it up and I'm going to post it. I'll send it to you, get it to you in some way, shape, or form. But I wanted to ask you too about when we were talking about the Epstein files, where you were talking about that. My son was talking about Trump being brought up in those files. I think everybody was brought up in those files, but I think that it's really unusual that the entire time that the Epstein files were being discussed underneath a Biden administration, if they had something on Trump, they would have left it go then when they could have, and they chose not to.
Okay. Well, this one's really easy to defute. So first and foremost, you said everybody's in the Epstein files. I could think of two people who weren't: Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Second of all, we know that you're wrong when you say if they had anything on Trump, they would have let it go, but they didn't let it go because, well, they did have things on Trump, and we know that because they've been released by Congress. Yeah, absolutely. The letter that Trump sent to Epstein, depicting the naked body of the outline of a girl, the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," okay, made him look bad. They didn't release it. Okay, the letter that Epstein sent to Larry Nassar, another convicted child rapist, saying that Trump shared their affiliation for young, quote-unquote, sexually attractive girls, made Trump look bad. They didn't release it. The credible accusation from Jane Doe number 4, who we know was a true victim of Epstein's, that also accused Donald Trump via the claim of being trafficked to him by Epstein in private in confidence to the FBI in 2019, makes Trump look bad, but they didn't release it. So I think that it's no longer... My apologies, ma'am. Give me 1 second. I know you don't know too much about TikTok. Somebody just sent the biggest GIF on app, so I'm just going to put a quick pin in the conversation. I'll get right back to you. Sherry! Oh my God. Thank you so much for the TikTok universe. Oh my God. Sherry, thank you so very much. That is just unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. That is just above and beyond. That is such an incredibly kind donation. I'm so very grateful for you. Wow. Sherry, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am just always so shocked when people choose to be so kind. I haven't done a damn thing to deserve such level of kindness, and just know that I really appreciate you. I mean, that is insane. Genuinely, I want to see 5,000 Sherry W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Show some love to Sherry down below in that comment section. Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, W's for Sherry. And Alex, thank you so much for the flying jets, my friend. You guys have been so kind to me. Thank you so much for the love and support. Now back to you, John's mother. So like I said, it's not a question on if there are things in the Epstein files that make Trump look bad. There is. We know that. Now, rather the question should be, well, why didn't the Biden-Harris administration release them? And I feel like that one's easy.
So I'm not saying there's anything in there that doesn't make him look bad. I think there's enough to go around. I'm saying if they wanted to release them, why didn't they release them instead of having him come into office and saying he won't release them?
Sure. Well, it's for the first 3 years of their administration, they were actively tied up in the prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell. And see, the thing is that they were sealed at that point, so they couldn't release them. Now, for the last year of their administration, well, the thing is what I think is that they didn't hold to the unitary executive theory, which essentially attempts to yield the conclusion that in America, the executive branch of our government can essentially control any other federal department and do whatever they want with them. They thought that the executive branch of the government should exist completely independently of federal entities such as the Department of Justice. So they didn't meddle with the Department of Justice in the slightest, which did include them not requesting the Department of Justice to, for instance, release the Epstein files. Now, I would say that maybe we could blame the head of the DOJ under the Biden-Harris administration for not releasing the Epstein files. I think they should have. maybe we could blame Biden and Harris a little bit for being so staunch in their conviction that the executive branch shouldn't meddle with the DOJ. I think that sometimes they probably should meddle with the DOJ, especially to release the Epstein files. That would have been a really good thing to do. But I think that we can really conclude that they did not release the Epstein files, not because they didn't incriminate Trump or make him look bad, because clearly they do, and that's something that we've learned.
I think that they worked really well together when it came to Hunter Biden.
How so?
Why? I think that every department covered up all of his shenanigans.
No, there's just 20 ex-CIA officers that said they thought it was Russian misinformation. So then the DOJ did not decide to. Or actually, that had nothing to do with the DOJ. There was 20 ex-CIA officers who said it was Russian misinformation. So a bunch of people decided to not report on it being true. Not to mention, that's completely irrespective of the DOJ. But when we look at, the DOJ's involvement with Hunter Biden, well, they actually did charge Hunter Biden. Remember at the end of the Biden administration when they charged him with possessing a firearm, even though he'd been on drugs or something like that? He falsely indicated on a form to get a firearm that he had not used drugs.
Yes.
Okay, so the DOJ actually did charge Hunter Biden. That actually proves my point. They gave him a gun charge even though his dad was president. If Biden was meddling with the DOJ, he certainly would have prevented that, right?
Well, I think that it was just so up in your face that they had to charge him with something, so it was the lesser of all the evils. I was listening.
Well, that's conspiracy. That's a conspiracy theory, man.
Well, I was listening to talk radio this morning, and they were talking about evidence that has come up, and I haven't seen the source of it, that Hunter Biden was involved in sex trafficking and other things. That was on the
It's crazy to me. You'll just believe some random conspiracy theory that Hunter Biden was involved in sex trafficking, but then when Donald Trump admits to sexual exploitation by barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants, or a court finds him guilty of rape, you just don't give a fuck. It's insane.
No,
It's just so insane.
That was prior to him being president. I know that before he was president, he was a regular citizen. He's a billionaire. And
do most regular citizens sexually exploit women and girls and then boast about it? No.
A lot of younger guys do, honestly.
As your son?
Probably. I don't know.
I've never done it.
Oh, come on.
You are so far gone to the point where now you're saying that your son is probably engaged in sexual violence to defend a predator as president. You gotta recognize that you've just taken it way too far.
Not that he's a sexual predator. I'm just saying younger guys.
I can't even believe that.
Things and say things.
Oh my God.
Well, they do. They do.
I can't even believe that.
They do.
Okay, for the son, can this just be your blue pill moment where you recognize that MAGA is just taking hold of minds of people such as your mother and my mother, to be honest, okay, and contorting them in such ways that just lead them to such vile beliefs? Bro, you just heard your mom say that you've probably assaulted women, to defend Donald Trump assaulting women, because I said sexual violence.
I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying as closely. I'm just saying things that are inappropriate to women or about women.
I'm sorry, but first, I agree that a lot of men have said things inappropriate about women. That doesn't make it right. That, in fact, makes it a larger, more systemic issue that is more pressing to address, if anything. But B, we're not just talking about saying inappropriate things. We're talking about Donald Trump actionably sexually exploiting them by barging into their dressing rooms when they were naked in a private space for women and women only.
He really did that?
You want to hear it? Yes. Let's listen to it together. This is a Howard Stern radio show in 2005.
Of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And then here's one of the beauty pageant contestants that he did this to. Here's Tasha Dixon, who was Miss Arizona from Miss USA 2001.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And
there you go.
Dean, do you know if there's any evidence that you know of that connects victims of the Epstein thing to any of the pageant models that Trump owned?
I'm not familiar with it now.
I was just wondering.
Okay. Can you guys admit that you just heard Donald Trump admit to sexually exploiting these women and girls, barging into their dressing rooms, looking at their naked bodies?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that before.
You already knew that he's done this.
Yes.
Is it not a fair red line? We want to keep predators out of positions of power? Especially predators that boast about it. It's bad to engage in sexual violence. It's legitimately one of the worst things, if not the worst thing, that a human could do to another. But it's somehow made even worse when you take pride in it. And you publicly exclaim that pride.
Yeah, initially before Trump happened, when he said that he was going to run, I wasn't sure about him. I liked his politics. I didn't care for him as a person.
But it's the person who creates the politics.
I didn't care for him as a person, so I went to, and I agree with most of his politics. Not all of it, but I agree with most of it.
I don't think you do.
Like him as a person.
I don't think you do. I think that you think you agree with most of his politics. For instance, let me make a connection between the person and the president, okay? So here's an example of Donald Trump sexually exploiting women. That on its own should be disqualifying because we shouldn't put predators in positions of power. It's just divine retribution. Let's ensure that they don't get more money and fame and glory after doing something so horrendous to another person. That's common sense. But on top of that, the lack of fundamental moral values, such as empathy and care for others, which is probably what led to Donald Trump engaging in sexual violence, is also the same characteristic attributes that Donald Trump possesses today that has led to him not caring about Americans and his public policy-oriented decision-making processes. If he wouldn't care about raping you, he probably wouldn't care about ensuring that you have more money in your bank account, right? That makes sense. And maybe that's why today Donald Trump said, and I quote, that he does not care about Americans' financial situation, the same way he didn't care about their consent. Here's Donald Trump being asked about the financial situation that many Americans find themselves in today as the economy tanks. Let's take a listen.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody.
He, quote unquote, does not think about Americans' financial situation. Okay, yeah, if he's not going to think about the consent of a woman or girl that's competing at one of his pageants before he barges into their dressing rooms and sexually exploits them, then yeah, he probably won't be thinking about Americans' financial situation either. And I'm happy that he just took off the mask and was honest with us for the first time in his life. So, that's how, right, the characteristics of his person that led him to sexually exploiting these women also bleeded into his policy, giving us even more reason to never endorse this person as president.
I can just say that I'm glad that Joe Biden is not our president.
You could talk about Biden all day. You guys have been doing that for the last 4.5 years. But you could talk about Obama all day too. You guys have been doing that for the last 12 years. But can you sit here and say that Trump is a bad president? Can you sit here and say that sexual violators shouldn't be president? Can you sit here and say that shitty people who, quote unquote, don't care about the financial situation of the average American shouldn't be in charge of the financial situation of the average American? Shit on Biden and Obama all you want. We're used to it. Okay, but can you be honest with yourself about Trump?
See, and there's the thing, even, when Trump was running and Biden was running, it was like, get rid of all of the politicians. There was so much talk on social media and everything, and there was like, the only way to fix this is collapse the entire government. There needs to be a civil war. There needs to be this. There needs to be that, because you just can't weed them all out. It's picking the less of two evils is what it comes down to when we are electing people to represent us.
Okay,
That's
wow.
exactly where
I've
it becomes.
never wanted an argument more in my life. Okay, tell me why Kamala Harris was worse than Trump. Make sure you take into consideration everything that we just went over with Trump, including his proud, boastful admission to sexual violence. Why is Kamala Harris worse?
I think they depicted her as an idiot, really. I mean, just
I'd rather, listen, even if that was true, I'd rather take an idiot with good policy than a violent idiot with a rape charge. Okay? But it's not true. She couldn't have been an idiot. She was a DA, and then an AG, then a senator, then a vice president, worked her way up as a black woman from a middle-class family. You can't be an idiot and do all those things. You can't.
No, I don't think you can be, but I think the media did a good job at making her seem that way, and did a good job at suppressing all the stuff Trump just did that you're thinking about.
Yeah. When you're funded by billions of dollars, you're going to do a good job at creating propaganda. I mean, Joseph Goebbels taught us that, right? Now, once again, this question was to your mom. Tell me, why do you think, in consideration of every single thing I just said, Kamala Harris was still worse?
Hold on just a second.
She's running to a bathroom. But I'll answer the question in my own words. I believe so. What do you know what Harris accomplished as a DA or a senator? Do you know anything that she did manage to do?
Yeah, for sure I do. Like, for instance, when she was a DA, she's actually one of the first DAs in America that created a work program for first-time low-level drug offenders that stopped them from going to jail and rather just put them in a program to get a job. It was great. One of the first people in America to do so. Well, and then she was senator for like literally 2 years. But one thing that she did do while she was senator is she co-signed herself to a piece of legislation to federally decriminalize the use of the M drug, devil's lettuce, but that didn't pass because of the MAGA majority at the time. Her accomplishments as vice president really stand out. A, she passed the most tie-breaking votes out of any VP in American history, and B, the policy that she passed those tie-breaking votes on that she helped to get passed were awesome. Like the Chips and Science Act that cost us $220 billion over 10 years has already created over 500,000 jobs in 3 years and has caused $500 billion of private investment. That was awesome. An actually awesome, phenomenal piece of domestic policy. You also got the infrastructure bill that spent $1 trillion on building infrastructure around the country to help, get people back in the workforce, recovering from the pandemic, give people more money to spend more on goods to prevent a recession. That was pretty awesome. You had the PACT Act that was an $800 million investment into VA healthcare resources to ensure that veterans have the adequate and proper access to the resources that they need coming back home from war. That extended coverage to over 1 million new veterans. Yes. There's a bunch of other accomplishments too. She was a very accomplished presidential candidate. And to be fair, you could have Googled this all, but I'm happy I could share it with you.
Did Trump do anything to help the veterans yet?
I mean, what? I'd argue no, because he's put the members of our military and those in which have taken the oath to uphold their Constitution into a predicament. Because their oath says what? Okay, to protect the Constitution from enemies overseas and domestic. What is a domestic enemy to the Constitution? I don't know. Probably somebody that wants to terminate it. December of 2022, what did Donald Trump say? That he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles found within the Constitution. And he's, been...
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Come on. No,
yeah.
He didn't. Did he really?
Yeah.
Can you play it?
I think it was a post on Truth Social. He said that what happened in 2020, because remember he thinks the election is stolen, would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found within the Constitution.
No, he didn't. Come on.
It's on your screen, buddy.
Oh my God! Come on.
Read it. Read it to yourself. Take a look. So he says, because of 2020, this would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Is this not just like the craziest thing that you've ever seen?
Come on, man.
Dude, it's on your screen. Look at it. This is real. This is super fucking real. It's like insane. It's insane that like I don't know.
Dean,
Just forgot about
Can I
this.
tell you something?
Yeah.
Can I tell you? So, I'm not really MAGA. I just wanted you to talk to my mom.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well.
Cause she won't listen to nothing. But she's listening to you, and she won't even have conversation with me. Can you keep doing it, please?
Yeah. Well, now that you've told us you're not MAGA, I'm gonna kick you unless you could get her back on the mic.
No, I'm so MAGA, bro. What do you mean?
Oh, like your mom thinks that?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. If you want to put her back on the mic, well, yeah. Sorry, bro. Feel bad for you. If you want to put her back on the mic, I'd have a conversation with her. Is she willing to do that, or is she gone?
Mom, Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution. Yeah. Dean, is it true or not?
Yeah. Do you want to continue our dialogue, ma'am?
I'm sorry. I'm injured, and I'm.
She's got a broken leg, and she's trying to mess with her past right now.
Okay. Listen. Well, how about this? If your mom finds herself in a position where she would be down to talk, feel free to hop back inside of that queue. I appreciate you for coming up. Okay.
Dean, you're awesome.
Take care. We're gonna go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. I don't know. It doesn't seem like her broken leg was preventing her from debating before I completely slam dunked on her. Whatever. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome into You Support Trump. David, hello? David's not here. Hey, by the way, guys, if you're watching the stream and you want to support me, you want to support the live stream, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You could also find these things in the pinned message over on YT and at the top of the phone screen, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. That is a really good way to ask a question, a really good way to get a message across, and just generally a really good way to support me and what we do here. I think that we already have a couple people to thank here. Like, for instance, Bill sent this in 11 minutes ago. I appreciate you for the $1 dono. Thank you, man. Nico, 33 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. And I think that's it. My answer to your question would be yes, Nico. Absolutely. Now over on PayPal, thank you so much, Daphne. Thank you for the $10. Who said it's been a while. Been having a harder time catching your live since moving clocks forward since my province doesn't observe daylight savings. Keep on doing what you do. Thank you, Daph. Let's get 100 Daph W's. And same thing to Taylor. Thank you for the $10. Who says love listening to your debates. You give me faith in the future. Thank you, Taylor. Ryan, thank you for the $5. And Chevelle, thank you for the $5 as well. With that, we're all caught up. I think we have maybe one person on Super Chat. Thank you for the $5, Lionel, who says he also cut VA benefits, calls prisoners of war losers, and dodged the draft 5 times, may I add. Liv, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I actually just accidentally.
No worries
pressed
at all,
request,
Liv.
But
No worries at all, Liv. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I'm going to send you back down to that comment section. You have a good one. Jaden, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, who says that she was a runner. Yeah, bro, she was running hard as hell, dude. Hell yeah, Jaden, she was running. Can't contest that. That's a claim I can't defeat. For the 10,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, and saying what's good down below. Now, here's the thing, guys. We do have around another hour left on the stream, so go ahead and hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We got a couple more debates to be had. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
So, quick question. No, but there is an issue that I debate often with people, and it's really hard.
I really appreciate you so much for coming up, but you're banned because we're just looking for Trump supporters, as I previously pointed out. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be MAGA, please follow the rules. They are in the middle of the phone screen, everybody. I don't know what's going on with the queue. It's telling me I only have 5 people in there. There's just no way that's true. We're going to go to get that next guest, Jay, loaded up in the box right now. Never mind, we will not be loading up Jay into the box because it says he's 16 in his bio. Get caught. Holy. Got to be at least 18. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Follow the rules, by the way, guys. Follow the rules. We got Sydney loading up in the box. Sydney left. We got Anaya loading up in the box. Ellie, thank you for the $4 and the 20 cents on Venmo. That just came in. Who says, thank you for doing what you do, these MAGA losers. Well, thank you, Ellie, for the $4 donation. Same thing to you, Lincoln. Thank you so much for the $3 donation. Thank you so much, Ellie and Lincoln, for the love. You guys are awesome. Hey, welcome in Cyber. Do you support Trump?
Hang on. Can I record this real quick?
I'm sorry. That's weird. I'm kicking that guy. I don't know. That's just weird. I got weirded out by that. We're going to move on to the next guest, Lynette, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, Lynette. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And Lynette, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Lynette, what year were you born in?
2000.
And yeah, Lynette, what the hell are you doing supporting the psycho?
Well, I support what he's been doing so far.
Oh, God. Like what? Destroying the economy, tanking jobs report, starting a war he promised not to?
Well, didn't he just make like a tax cut?
Oh, a tax cut for whom? The top 1%, the ultra elite? Not for the average American. In fact, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, they did a study on his quote-unquote tax cuts, that BBB. They tell us that the average American making at or under $51,000 per year is actually worse off because of it. And I feel like that's demonstrably true. Go ask anybody. If they're doing better today than they were at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, they'll tell you, hell no. Gas is up, prices are up, inflation is up, it's a mess.
They were also struggling during the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but struggling less. Would you rather be struggling more, or would you rather be struggling less? Because I'd rather be struggling less.
Okay, so tell me why you don't support Trump.
Oh, sure. I have about 1 billion reasons. Where do we start? He's a chronic liar, told over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first term alone. He's raped a woman. He's credibly accused in the
right
files.
there, actually, because I've talked to multiple people just to get their opinion on this. I know, like, some people think so, but I actually don't believe in putting someone as our president based on their character.
Okay, then you're an idiot.
alone.
Yeah. Would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he ran on Donald Trump's policy?
Okay, that's different.
Oh, why? Why is it different? Because his character is worse? His character? You're making a judgment based on his character that you wouldn't want him to be president?
I'm trolling.
Okay, and don't waste my time. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Follow the rules of the live stream. Please and thank you. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Do you support Trump, Spiked? Hello? Apparently not. Moving on to the next guest. We got Mad loading up in the box, guys. Still looking for that next guest to come up here and debate us. We got Just Real loading in. Just Real, do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dean, shut the fuck up. Hey, Jessica, thank you for the $20.
Hey, bro, calm down. Calm down on me, little man. I think that you need to take a breath, little bro. Can you take a breath in and out? I muted you.
Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Hey, Marissa, thank you for the $100. Hey, thank you so much. You're really helping out. Hey,
so you're jealous of the
Monica,
donations.
Thank you for the $28.
If you would like to send me a donation, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pinmo on YT. Pin message on YT right there. Dean Withers without Leon Withers.
$2. Thank you. Every little bit helps. Thank you. Amy, thank you so fucking much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So now that you've gotten your jealousy
Jessica,
out.
Thank you for the $200. Oh my gosh. Come on now. Girl, you don't have to do that. You do not have to do that.
So how does it feel knowing that none of those
Marissa, thank you for the $500.
I'll let you get a little bit more out. I'll let you get a little bit more
I swear, like, you didn't have to do that tonight. Veronica, $250 tonight. Come on now. Come on. Y'all are blessing me.
I have a question. Are you done? Now you are. I'm going to ask you a question. How does it feel knowing?
Thanking the people that are donating, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you be quiet for
Sure, I'll be quiet for one more minute.
Can you be quiet for one more minute?
Yeah, I'll be quiet for one more minute.
Stacy, thank you for the $50.
Lord T, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, I wish I was napping with the debates good today. They've been pretty interesting, Lord T. Thank you so much for the $10. Can we please get 1 billion W's for Lord T in that chat? Why don't we go and give him a big boom? Dude, shut the fuck up while I'm thanking my donors. You are such an annoying little child. Jaden, thank you for the $1 who says, coat maxing because he's jelly. Let's give Jaden a boom. Kylie, thank you for the $10 who says, love you, Dean. Here's a real deal. No, thank you for the $10, Kylie. Let's get 100 Kylie W's. Thank you, Charisma, for the $5. I really appreciate you so much, Charisma. Adeline, thank you so much for the $1. And Nikki, thank you so much for the $10. Please show some love to Nikki down below in that comment section for the $10 donation. Oh, Audrey with the $10 on Super Chat says, jealousy looks bad on you, caller. I'd have to agree. Thank you so much for that love, Audrey. Sierra, thank you for the $15 who says, hearing these debates both heals something in me and makes me and enrages something in me at the same time. I can never be that patient. Thank you for the $15, Sierra. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Tegan, for the $10 who says, love from Australian. Thank you, Tegan. Thank you, Tegan. Show some love to Tegan. Emmy with a $1 for the Griff Maxine. And Jose, thank you so much for the $50. Oh my God. Thank you so very much for the love, Jose. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to Jose down below in that comment section for the 50 big ones on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jose. Jose with a $50 says, for Dean, you have some diabolical callers today. I know, they've been crazy. Dude, shut up while I'm thanking my donors. Thank you so much for the $50, Jose. Let's get 500 W's for Jose down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. Wow.
All that love in your mouth.
No, it's all the love going to my bank account, silly goose.
Tiffany, thank you for the $250. I know.
So are you ready? Are you ready to debate?
And he doesn't even realize.
Are you ready to debate? Are you ready to debate?
He'll figure it out soon.
Are you ready to debate?
Veronica, thank you for the.
So is this where MAGA is at? You're gonna come up here and act like a big baby? You're doing something that toddlers usually do. When toddlers get mad at their parents, they just kind of sit there and pout. Buddy, you're just sitting here. You're just sitting here. And
I don't support Trump. He's a Jew lover. You got me wrong, killer.
Oh, he's even further on the alt-right. What a disgusting anti-Semite. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. We got Cheryl loading in. All right, folks. All right, folks. Hey, thank you so much, Sonia, for the $15 donation on Venmo, who says, I donated yesterday and didn't hear you answer my question. No, probably not, Sonia. She then goes on to say, seriously, thank you for trying to pull a few to our side. I try my best, Sonia. Thank you so much for the $15. Show some love to Sonia down below in that comment section while we're looking for that next guest. Same thing to Alex with the $1 says he's big jelly. So true. Sam, thank you for the $33 donation who says, here's my daily cult fees. Thank you for the daily cult fees, Sam. Your cult membership has been renewed. Show some love to Sam. Seriously, thank you so very much for supporting what we do. Same thing to Jay over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20 who says, notice how he said the same names on repeat like 3 times for somebody trying to bullshit. He's really bad at it. Yeah, he's a dumbass guy, right? Thank you for the $20, Jay. Seriously, thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Same thing to you, Mustang. Thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars who says, thank you for standing up for us survivors. You're doing this world a great service. Well, I try my best to stand up for common sense. Thank you for the $14. I really appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey.
Going once? Hi. Hello. Do you support Trump?
What's going on, mate?
What's going on? Okay. I hear.
I'm not even from fucking American. I just think this fucking.
Crikey. Crikey. Am I saying it right? Crikey. Nope, that's not right. That's too American. Crikey. There we go. That's a little bit better. Appreciate you for coming up, man. We're just looking for some Trump supporters. You take care. You take care. Hey, Samaya. Thank you so much for the $10 donation on PayPal. He says, much love to you, Dean. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Samaya. You were awesome.
How's it going, Dean?
It's going all right. Is this Rick?
Who's Rick? What are you talking about, boy?
What are your thoughts on femboys?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
The fuck's a femboy?
You don't know what a femboy is? That sounds like something Rick would say.
Who's Rick?
Somebody who loves femboys.
Well, I don't know what a femboy is. I don't know who you're talking to like that, but it's not me.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's Rick. I think it's somebody whose troll voice is a lot like Rick's. Where did Rick go? I haven't seen Rick in a while. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yo, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Let's be real, bro. He didn't deserve.
Somebody just sent me $1 dono saying you're the GOAT. Say hi. Oh, okay, I get it. Well, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you. Hey, let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the queue right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA, please and thank you. All right, who is next? We are going to go and get the next guest, Jay, loading up into the box. Hey, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Okay, they're leaving.
Hello?
Ah, fuck, he joined. Jay, feel free to hop back inside of that queue, man. I had to kick you out. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
42.
All right, man, you should stop supporting that hideous train wreck of a president. He's a fucking rapist. He's terrible.
Why?
Because he's terrible for the country. He's destroying it from within.
Is he? Is he not on the outside trying to fix things from like a corrupted government?
No, he's just making the government more corrupt and shitty.
How do you figure it? So like my whole life we've had politicians left and right corrupted, doing things to benefit themselves, right? And
yeah, and then you have the Giga Chad boss of corrupt politicians.
And this guy has brought it out into the open, and he's doing it to benefit himself. And so now we can get some change out of this.
How is he positively changing the country? Let's hear it.
By making it out in the open. Every other politician has tried to hide what they're doing.
Oh, are you an accelerationist?
I don't know what that is. Clintons have put their claw.
I think he's an accelerationist. I actually don't debate accelerationists because I think that they're crazy. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. This person's bio says #1 Dean hater. Are you the #1 Dean hater?
Hello, Dean. Top 10.
How old are you?
I'm 18, January 19, 2008.
Okay. And why are you so emotional?
Emotional?
Yes.
Are you talking about the fact that I hate you?
Yes.
To be honest, I don't really hate you. I just really, really dislike you.
Yeah, why?
Because of the stuff you say about, not really bad things, but you do like kind of make side jokes about CK. I don't think that's funny at all. That's disgusting.
Okay. I don't think I really make jokes about CK. Because when I talk about Charlie, I am not joking. Like when I say that he was ludicrous, when I say that he was a harmful idiot, when I say that he supported child torture,
heard that. You
like those
just made
things
me dislike you even more.
Those things aren't jokes.
I get it. Like you're making like literal claims that you think are literal. But what about the fact whenever there was this one person, I don't even know what he said, but you until they interrupted him and said was because he's dead now, and then your friend in the call laughed at it, and then you laughed at him laughing.
Oh,
I know you know
wait, you're talking about when somebody told me that Charlie Kirk mogged me, and then I said mogged. I was just correcting their grammar. And then Santana started to pop a little laugh, and I didn't laugh at it. I said, hey, don't laugh at that. I said, don't laugh at that. I ridiculed Santana. I criticized him. I chastised him because what an inconsiderate individual.
Now you just made me lose respect for him too. I actually respected him because I thought he was really intelligent, but now I just completely lost respect for him.
Do you agree that Charlie Kirk supported child torture?
Torture?
Yes.
Are you talking about the fact that he said he would let his quote unquote not make, but he would his daughter would be having that child if she got raped?
Oh, ding, ding, ding! Yes, I am.
I think he was just holding to his consistency on pro-life.
Right, which then led to him endorsing what? Child torture.
You endorse Charlie Kirk getting mutilated in public?
Do I endorse him getting assassinated? No, I think it was bad. I don't think that should have happened.
Yeah, but you've said you don't like you've
Now, can you
someone...
respond to the fact that Charlie Kirk endorses child torture?
Pregnancy in itself is torture, so I would I know what you're saying. Yeah, I say he endorses if his daughter got raped, he would endorse her to give birth.
Yeah, to make her give birth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him saying that he endorses child torture. That's him saying that he supports child torture. Because forcing a minor
support child torture.
that was raped.
That's a big difference than...
Yes, a pregnancy for a rape minor is torture. Yes. So when he says that he'd force that pregnancy upon that child by not allowing her to access abortion and or advocating for legislation to ban abortion in circumstances of rape, is him endorsing and supporting child torture.
I get what you're saying. I don't even really want to talk about how Charlie Kirk, had accepted the fact if his daughter got raped, he would make her give birth.
But you want to talk about how he supported child torture?
Stop saying child torture, because anyone giving birth would be quote-unquote torture.
No, because torture, I don't think, is something that you could consent to, right? Well...
I mean, by definition...
I guess I'd say that child torture is not something that you could consent to. I'll revise my stance. I would say that in a sense of the way in which we'd use the word torture, childbirth is going to be torture. But I don't think that there's any way that we could use the phrase child torture to mean anything other than unconsensual, extenuated harm. Okay, right? Child torture is always unconsensual. I don't think that children could ever consent to child torture.
Yeah, they couldn't consent to. I guess you would agree. I mean, technically, they, if they said yes or no, that by that consent, but no, they're children, so they can't consent. But you know what I can't stand? Every time and I don't know if you recognize me, but I have been in your live before. I've debated you, and there's just people texting me a fountain of Charlie Kirk with water leaking out of his neck, and he's like a statue. And there's multiple people doing that. Of your fans, by the way, that's the people that you have, quote unquote, raised as like the face of the liberals. And I think that's disgusting. If you look, because I want to continue. If you got shot, if that was you, if you were in Charlie Kirk's shoes, I don't think Charlie Kirk's fans would be doing that.
They already have.
They've posted, Charlie Kirk fans have posted pictures of your...
Yeah, they said that they would endorse my execution. They already have. Yeah, there's an account on TikTok that just posts misinformation about me and Parker. I think that their username has something to do with Lily Tino. And their biggest video that they got to blow up was saying that I died. Got like 1 million views. The comment section is riddled with people saying, "Let's go! That's awesome! That's phenomenal! I love that."
Well, I mean, obviously that's like, gross to even joke about, but...
Yeah, and that's MAGA. And I mean, it even got worse than that. Guess what?
With the term, because, you got Nick Fuentes.
We also saw that the FBI arrested somebody for, a credible threat against my life 2 weeks after Charlie Kirk got it. And you know who else that is? It's also Trump. Remember when he celebrated the death of Rob Rayner? Remember when he called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress for no reason? That's Trump. What's worse? Okay, some random liberal on the internet privately DMing you, and admittedly, picture Charlie Kirk as a fountain.
You at least tell your fans
that's a choice I wouldn't personally make. Okay, what's worse? That or the most powerful man alive, the president of the United States of America, calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress baselessly, while also celebrating the deaths of people on the left like Rob Rayner, and then others like Robert Mueller.
Equal. I don't think your power matters. You're going to call them a...
What?
Yeah, you're going to call them a random liberal,
That's crazy. You don't think that power matters?
No, it matters, but not in this scenario.
It doesn't matter in this scenario? Wait, in one scenario, we have an actionable statement that that was calling for 6 sitting Democrats to literally get executed. And then in another scenario, we probably have a 13-year-old privately DMing you, a photo of Charlie Kirk that's, maybe optically bad. Clearly, there's a big difference between these two situations. And if you don't think that power matters, then I don't think you have a brain.
Because I think in this situation, like, you know, you're like the quote unquote Trump, you're the power. And I want you to tell your people that support you, this is disgusting.
Wait, but you just
I don't
said that
want
power
you-
doesn't matter.
in that sense, whenever
it doesn't matter in the sense when we're talking about Trump. When we're talking about Trump calling for the execution of
I'm not
6
excusing what Trump
Democrats?
did. I don't agree with that.
Then why do you support him as president? Would you ever support one of these people that are deeming you a picture of Charlie Kirk as a fountain with a water coming out of his neck as president? Would you ever support them
No,
as
they're
president?
probably literally like what you said, 13 years
Oh,
old.
okay. So you wouldn't support them as president. So then you shouldn't support Trump as president either.
No, that's different. I'm not just supporting them because they're.
Well, you just said
posting
it's different.
pictures-
Wait, but you just said it was the same. Like less than 2 minutes ago, you literally argued that the two things are quote unquote equal.
But they're like, you're telling me to support them as a. Oh my God, you're so disingenuous.
Oh, sorry.
You want to debate about Trump now? If you're just gonna stop talking shit about Charlie, I want you to tell your fans to stop talking about Charlie like that, because you're the face of it. You know you have the power to change them and make them like good human beings. You know you have that power, and you don't want to use it like that.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, I want to use my power, okay, to get people to stop being hateful. I think that starts at calling out the president of the United States that is calling for the execution of Democrats sitting in Congress. And if you disagree, well, then I think that you're misled and irrational. Yo, Major, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Major W's. Thank you so much for the love and support, Major. Major with the $20 says, it's wild that MAGA is so against abortion when Trump post-birth aborted a whole school in Iran. Yup. Thank you, Cal, for the $10, who says, I love that the same people who scream about no permanent physical changes for minors have no problem with minors being pregnant and giving birth. Both cause permanent physical changes. Because they're insane. Nissa, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, hey, Dean, I support you a lot and watch your videos. Thank you so much, Nissa. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, folks, who's next? We have 30 minutes left here. We just got a restriction on the live stream, but unfortunately, because we only have around 30 minutes left on the live, we probably won't be able to see that one out until the end. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Tyler, thank you so much for the $23 donation on PayPal.
Donation on PayPal.
Sorry, not Tyler Link.
Sorry, not
He
Tyler
says,
Link.
as an
Who says,
Australian.
as an Australian.
Echo.
Echo.
Wow.
Wow.
My name's not Tyler, it's just.
Test.
You gotta fix the echo.
Gotta fix the echo.
Go in and out of the app.
Go in and out of the app.
Echo! That's a really bad echo. What even causes an echo that bad? That's terrible. That is absolutely atrocious. That's fucking terrible. You know what? I don't even want to deal with it. There's 44 other people inside of that queue. Whatever. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box.
Go ahead and cry and kick them.
RC. Yeah. You ready to condemn the usage of the F slur, RC?
Yeah, Christian shouldn't be using that word.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Wow, remember when you joined my stream, let's see, a year ago maybe at this point, and called me the F slur, that I blacklisted you?
Yeah, I remember, Dean.
Yeah, so you frown on that, right?
I do. I also frown on people using Charlie Kirk's picture of getting shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, RC, you kind of go through these cycles. One day you're just some alt-right maniac slurring. Then the next day you're a good Christian that wants to love thy neighbor. Or at least that's what you say.
I did slur to you, Dean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you call me alt-right, though?
Oh, my God. Because that's what you were. Probably what you
I'm
still
not a
are.
Nick Fuentes supporter. I'm not a groiper.
I don't know, man.
I don't
know.
I don't like hate.
I don't know, RC. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. We may end up having to cut the stream a little bit short, folks. I don't know. Hey, Roxanne, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you. And yes, thank you, Grandma Connie. Huge shout out to Grandma Connie. I just read the rest of your message, Roxanne. I'm so sorry to hear that, but just know that I really appreciate you for the love. Roxanne, you've been watching all day. I appreciate you for your continued kindness. You are awesome. Please, folks, show some love to Roxanne down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for the love and support today. That is very, very kind of you. Lolita with the $10 says, here's another $10 just to tell Just Too Real to shut his mouth. Yeah, we kicked him out because he was a Nazi. Thank you for the $10, Lolita. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, says, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Jennifer. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Jennifer down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Yeah, Eden. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Yes, I do.
Eden, yikes. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Eden, yikes. What year are you born in?
I was born in 2006.
Eden, yikes. Why do you support Trump?
Well, it's not that I support Trump, but I just think he was a better option than Kamala Harris. And the point that the person before you that you were debating with, when he was talking about the fact that Charlie Kirk would, not force, but that he would prefer for his daughter to go through the pregnancy, I don't think that that is, him supporting child torture. Because if you actually think about it, the child is going to go through suffering regardless if it's an abortion or if she is giving birth.
Yeah. Eden, yikes. So, yeah, I agree with you. That when a child is raped and impregnated, they're going to experience suffering regardless if they have to carry that pregnancy to term and give birth or get an abortion. But when they get an abortion, it's a lot less suffering than the alternative. And then you also added on there that it wasn't forced, but just his preference. No, he thinks that it should be illegal for victims of rape to access abortion in America. And the question that was specifically asked of him is if he would allow his daughters to do this, and he said no.
He said, quote, that he would force women that were raped to have their children.
The question wasn't about the legislation that he supports. He has said that in the past, though. The question was on Jubilee when he was specifically asked if he would allow his daughter to access abortion if she was raped and impregnated, and he said no. He said the baby would be born.
But your point that you're making is that you're saying that you think that an abortion would be less traumatizing than going through the
I think that
actual
literally,
birth?
like, the state should force, like, for instance, like 12-year-old girls that are raped and impregnated, they shouldn't even be able to choose to keep the pregnancy. The state should make them get an
you also
abortion.
have to be, like, realistic, and you also have to, like, think of the statistics and, like, how many people that are getting raped are actually having abortions, which is, like, less than 1% of the abortions. And I think that
Million abortions a year? What is that? 10,000?
How many abortions a year?
Million?
A million abortions a year. Like a million lives ended. That's not crazy.
More abortions. I think that we should give women tax cuts for every abortion that they get.
You think women should get money for murdering their babies?
Yes, so true. So true. Dude, my girlfriend has gotten 43 in the last 2 weeks. Wait, you're a woman. Wait, you know that women can't do that. Sorry. Usually I rage bait men with that one, but you know, you're a woman, you probably know that that's not something a woman could do.
Well, yeah, I don't think like it's a funny thing to joke about. Like I think like regardless it's like a very traumatizing event. Like I think that obviously
you know what I think is traumatizing? Stigmatizing rape victims' access to abortion. Do you think that rape victims do you think that rape victims should be able to access abortion?
Yes, I think rape victims, if they need to, they should be allowed to access, but I think that they should be given other options and support so that they don't feel like that is their only option and that is the only way that it's going to like be less traumatizing. Because I don't like the way that you are saying that giving birth is like super traumatic and it's child like it the way that you're saying it's child
yeah, I'm sorry, but it is.
But it isn't child torture.
Are you trying to okay? How do you define child torture?
Do you know how an abortion works?
Yeah, there's a handful of different ways abortions can work. How do you define child torture, please?
Depending on the trimester. Yeah, depending on the trimester, and especially for rape
Can you
victim,
tell me what child torture is?
What child torture is?
Yeah, what is your definition of child torture?
Causing harm to a child?
Yeah, do you think that forcing a raped and impregnated child to maintain their pregnancy and give birth that could possibly fissure their vagina to their anus alongside many other physical and mental pains and stressors
and how
would
is an
be
abortion
torture
performed?
under your definition?
Right, and how is an abortion performed? So then, in your logic, would an abortion not be torture as well?
I think that abortion would be the clear alternative that is preferable to that of abortion. And considering the fact that one of the two would have to occur, this would make abortion the best possible outcome.
But
right?
that's your
And I
opinion.
think the whole experience, okay, of a child getting raped and impregnated, regardless if
Yeah,
she
it's
keeps that
disgusting.
pregnancy and gives birth or gets an abortion, is torturous. Okay, we're not
Yeah,
going to
of
act
course.
like it's just going to be fine and dandy. But what
Yes,
we
of
are
course.
going to realize, because it's a fact, is that it is the best possible option that we're given. And that if we stigmatize the best possible option that we're given, the best possible option we'll ever get, then we are lost. Okay? If it is the best possible option that we will ever get, there's no other way to get around the issue, then we should absolutely throw all of our support behind it.
Okay. I don't think we're gonna agree on this. Obviously, I don't believe.
What are we
that you should
disagreeing on
force-
specifically?
I don't know. I believe that if women need to have the abortion so that their mental health can be okay, then I think they should be allowed. So I'm just saying that I don't agree with you saying that if a child does decide to go through the pregnancy, that is like child torture, because then you're just making it seem...
I don't think a child can make that decision.
You don't think a child can make that? Do you believe that children can decide to transition and to take hormones and testosterone to like change their bodies?
Yeah, I'll have a conversation with you about trans people as soon as we
But
can
it's the
finish
same
our
thing.
conversation about pregnancy and
No,
rape
I'm not
victims
trying to
for
change the
minors.
conversation. I'm just asking if you think it is not the same thing. Like it's
Yeah,
both
I
affecting
don't-
the body.
Sure, without giving you my thoughts on the pivot, yeah, I don't think that those two things are the same thing. Now, the reason
how
why
would
I'd
it not
argue that, for instance, 12-year-old girls can't consent to pregnancy is the
Yeah, of
same
course.
reason why I don't think that 12-year-old girls can't consent to sex. Now, you just said,
Like,
yeah,
you
of
think
course.
they can consent to an abortion?
I think that we should force them to have the abortion regardless if they want it or not.
So
because it is the best
you
possible
are
outcome
trying to
for them.
force women into something.
Wait,
And
they're
that
not
is what-
women, they're girls. And B, it is operating under the principle of what is considered to be
they're
assumed
biological
consent. Now,
females,
assumed consent is a practice, okay, that we use in medicine. Like, for instance, if you were to get in a car accident and break your leg, then go incapacitated, and then you're shipped off in the ambulance to the hospital, what are the doctors going to do? They're going to perform surgery on your leg to fix it, even though they never got your explicit consent. Why? Because it's understood that if this individual were capacitated and rational, then they would likely consent to the surgery. Very similarly, if a child were rational and could consent to abortion, they probably would in the scenario of a 12-year-old girl being pregnant. I absolutely think that the state should force, rape 12-year-olds that are impregnated to get an abortion. I think it is what is in their best interests. All the time, either the
But just
state
because-
or the
so you're
parents of
saying-
children. Let me
you're
finish.
saying-
Let me finish. Let me
Sorry,
finish.
sorry.
All of the time, okay, either the state or the parents of children make decisions for the children because it is what is in their best interests. We force children to go to school. Okay, parents force children to go to bed by 8 p.m. Parents force children to do their homework. Parents force children to go to the dentist and get a cavity filled. Okay, right? And frankly, the reason why we do these things is because it is what is in the best interests of the child. Very similarly, because pregnancy is not what is in the best interest of a raped 12-year-old girl, and abortion is, the state should force them to do that too. Okay? Because they are not rational to the extent of conceptualizing of the nuances and intricacies of what pregnancy is and what it leads to, motherhood, childbirth, so on and so forth. And because of that, they can't make an informed decision to keep the pregnancy, so therefore they shouldn't be able to keep the pregnancy. And I'm going to stand on that 10 toes down. I hate glorifying teen pregnancy that's a result of rape. It shouldn't be a thing. So if I was in charge of the state, I'd make sure the state made it the case that it wasn't a thing. It shouldn't even be a conversation. Ooh, let the 12-year-old little girl that's supposed to be playing with Barbies that instead got raped and impregnated decide if she wants to be a mother before she's in high school?
Most
Like, what are we
12-year-olds
doing?
Are not,
No.
Most 12-year-olds are not playing with Barbies. If you actually like look at the society today, I'm not saying that obviously.
Yeah,
No,
jeez.
I'm just being realistic. And
Yeah,
also,
they've graduated
I'm not-
Barbies, so therefore they're ready for motherhood. What are you getting
No,
at?
that's not what I'm saying, and I'm not saying to force them to be mothers either. That is not what I'm saying, because also adoption and giving your child to a different family is always like a different option. But I'm not saying that I support like to force people to like abort their babies. I'm just saying that you should give them an option.
But no one can. That's a thing. You're confused. When you say you should
you-
give, let me tell you why you're confused. You just said that we should give like rape 12-year-olds the option. We can't give them the option. And I'm not
But then
saying
why
we
are they
can't.
forced-
One moment. Just listen. Just listen. We can't give them the option. And when I say we can't give them the option, I'm not saying that like we could if we wanted to, but we shouldn't. No, I'm saying that like we literally can't. Because their brains are not developed to a point where they could rationally understand what pregnancy is. Therefore,
Okay,
it's
so
not
if you
something they
actually
can
believe
consent
that-
to.
if
And if it's not
Democrats
something they
actually
can
believe that,
consent
my
to,
point-
then it's not something that they... Stop interrupting me. What are you doing? I'm trying to describe to you why you were wrong in something that you said, and then you interrupt me midway through to try to give me a gotcha about HRT for trans kids. Like, come on. No, I'm trying to get a very valuable point across the line here that just transcends beyond any gotcha you want to run. Okay, just listen to me. You said that you think the state should give that option to, like, the raped child to continue the pregnancy. I'm saying that the state can't give them the option. And when I say the state can't give them the option, I'm not saying that they could if they wanted to, but we shouldn't. I'm saying that we literally can't give them that option because their brains are not developed to the point where they could understand what pregnancy is and consent to it. So if they can't consent to pregnancy, then they can't opt into pregnancy. And if they can't opt into pregnancy, then they can't make that choice and have that option. I don't have the option
But
to
you're
jump to the
saying that
moon
they can-
because I'm physically limited by physics. Very similarly, rape 12-year-olds don't have the option of pregnancy because they're physically limited via the neurodevelopmental stage of their brain not being able to conceptualize of what pregnancy is and what it leads to. It's
And
just
I
something
would-
they can't consent to, so therefore they shouldn't have it.
Okay, then I would agree with that if Democrats also agreed with. I'm not trying to do like a gotcha moment, but it's just like
Yes, you
if
are. You're trying to turn it into a conversation about
No, I'm
trans
not.
individuals and HRT. You are. It's
But
it's not even a
it's
gotcha.
not
It's a pivot.
it's-
Like
it's not a
I told
gotcha
you,
moment, it's
I
just
will
if
happily
you-
talk to you about
comparing
trans youth
two
and HRT as soon as we're done about this
But I'm-
conversation,
but I am
as it
just
relates to
comparing two
rape children getting
situations.
pregnant.
No, but I am comparing two situations where children are. One, you're saying that they shouldn't be allowed, and one, they're saying that they should be allowed.
Even in that
Two.
scenario, you're already
Okay.
wrong. Okay, descriptively, in this scenario, a minor can't just like get a sex reassignment surgery at all because that is an irreversible decision. Yeah, you're right. I don't think a minor would be in
Mm-hmm. But to
any
take
capacity to
testosterone
consent
and
to that
estrogen?
irreversible decision. Now,
What
when
about
it's about
hormone block-
HRT, even on that level, you continue to interrupt me, bro. Stop. You're not listening. You can't listen to anything that I say when you interrupt me every 2 words. Now, even for like HRT and hormone treatment, well, that's not a decision that they can make on their own. No, that's actually a decision that is made by therapists and doctors. And why? Well, and before any minors ever given HRT, they have to sit down with like 4 therapists for 2.5 years. And then it's actually the decision of the therapist if this would be due and just treatment for the state of the minor. That's something that people get wrong all of the time. Even when we're talking about minors getting HRT because they're trans, it's ultimately not the minor's choice. It is the choice of the trained professionals. But now that we understand that that is completely different, because even in that scenario, it's not the minor's choice, but rather the choice of the trained professionals around that minor, let's go back to the thing that you're arguing should be the minor's choice, which is to continue a pregnancy and become a mother if you are a 12-year-old that is raped. I see you
Okay,
invite
just
to turn
to-
back on your mic.
Yes. Okay. Just to ask a different question. This has nothing to do with abortion, but do you think that Kamala Harris would have done the same thing as Trump
Bro,
and supported Israel?
Oh my God! Yeah. Before we talk about Israel, once again, you are going to respond to the counter argument that I gave you about minors, rape, and pregnancy.
Well, I don't think we're gonna agree because all I said was that I believe that they should be supported and they should be allowed to make the choice, which you are
And
saying
my
that they
counter
should
argument
not.
is that they are physically incapable of making that choice because pregnancy is not something that they can consent to. Please
But
respond
you
to
guys
that.
don't believe that in all cases, is my point. Like, you guys believe that only for pregnancy, but not for when it comes to hormone blockers. No, my point is just be consistent with your argument.
Listen, hey, first and foremost, you're wrong by arguing that I would be inconsistent if I did think that minors could consent to other things. Okay, like for instance, a 16-year-old can't consent to sex, but a 16-year-old can consent to driving a car. Why? Because consent is understanding consent is different for the action in which is being consented to. Some things require more nuance and complexity to understand the ramifications of, therefore you're making an informed decision about it compared to other things. So just saying that, Dean, you think minors can consent to some things and not consent to other things is not me being inconsistent, but rather me just intellectually exploring nuance. But second of all, once again, you're going back around to the HRT thing. Yeah, guess what? Minors can't consent to HRT. That's why medical healthcare providers make that decision on their behalf with their trained professionalism in mind on top of, what is best fit for the child. A minor can't just go to a doctor and get HRT tomorrow. They have to sit down with therapists and doctors for 2 years, and then it's inevitably the therapists and doctors that make that decision for them.
So you don't think that that choice should be given to those girls and they should be talked down given their choices? They should be helped? That's just my point. I just think that girls and women in those situations, because when I was saying women, I was not talking about the girls that are being raped, because everyone in the comments kept saying that. I was not talking about the little girls. I was talking about abortion in general with women. I was not talking about that.
But then you went on to say that if a 12-year-old is raped, you think that she should be able to maintain that pregnancy, right?
Well, she should be given the choice and she should be given the support.
You keep on repeating that she should be given the choice. Respond to my address. I'm going to make it so clear. The reason why she shouldn't be given that choice is because she can't make that choice, because she can't consent to pregnancy.
But I think that the choice should be made by her parents.
Okay, no? The reason why I disagree with you is because although parents do have a lot of autonomy and control over their children to dictate what their children do, generally we make it illegal for parents to make choices for their children when those choices fall out of the best interests of the child.
Who says that that is not the best interest of a child? I'm just trying to get, and I'm not saying that you are incorrect. I'm just trying to see where your information is coming from. Why are you saying that the best interest for the child is for them to go through the abortion? That's just my question.
It is inherently irrational to suggest that pregnancy and motherhood is in the best interest of a child, because children are supposed to be children, not adults, not parents, not mothers.
And going through an abortion is
one second. No, don't move on to the next question. Respond to what I just said. So you just asked me, how is pregnancy and motherhood not in the best interest of a 12-year-old? It is self-refuting. It is inherently irrational to suggest that anything other than childhood is in the... Stop fucking interrupting me! God damn it, please! I'm starting to lose my cool, because it's everything I say. You asked me, Dean, how do you know that pregnancy and pregnancy and motherhood is not in the best interest of a 12-year-old that is raped and impregnated? The reason why it is self-refuting. It is by definition irrational. The only thing that is in the best interest of a child is childhood. Okay? Motherhood is not childhood. Motherhood is raising a child through childhood. She ran. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got 2 people in the chat saying, Dean, relax. Bro, when I'm getting interrupted with every word that leaves my mouth for 15 minutes, it's going to piss me off. I'm sorry. Listen, I've done so much work on myself over the course of the last 2 to 3 years to hold my cool and calm it down. And I think you guys see that a lot. I'm able to be pretty patient with a lot of insufferable guests. But the one thing that will never not get me is the consistent interruptions for every word I say for 15 minutes. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, you're the abortion guy. Do you think that abortion should be illegal for victims of rape?
No, I think there should be a rape exception if you bring a police report.
If you bring a police report. Okay. So what if they don't?
Yeah, that wouldn't make the exception. Yeah.
Okay.
So don't you think that crime should be reported?
Can we agree that inevitably, regardless if you think crime should be reported, a lot of rape goes unreported? Actually, most rape goes unreported.
Well, and shouldn't that stop?
Oh wait, we're not talking about if it should or shouldn't stop. We're just talking about what is. Can we agree that it is the case that most rape is not reported?
I haven't looked at that data. So, I mean, you're probably right, but...
Rain.org. So Rain.org reports that only around 2% of rapists are ever held legally accountable. This means that most rape is not reported to the law, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. You're probably correct.
Okay, so then most pregnancies onset by rape don't have a police report to back them. So if you think that it would, so you think that it would require a police report in order to get an abortion in circumstances of rape, you're essentially saying under your view that you think that most rape pregnancies wouldn't be eligible for abortion, right?
I propose a standard with an exception, and that's part of the exception. Yeah.
Yeah, but under your exception, most rape pregnancies would not be eligible for abortion, as it is, right?
And under current conditions, yeah.
Okay, and that's the issue. I think that all rape pregnancies should be eligible for abortion. And if that means legalizing elective abortions, let's do it. Because I don't think there's a problem with elective abortions either.
Cool.
Why do you think there's a problem with elective abortions?
Well, I mean, do you think that there should be, do you think that abortion should be safe, legal, and rare? Or do you think that abortion should be safe, legal, and frequent and abundant?
This is a confusion of the view. So don't use this against me. I'll explain what I mean when I say this. I think that abortions should hopefully be safe, legal, and rare. The reason why I say that is because I think that unwanted pregnancy should be rare, because society is taught about how to engage in safe sex, because society has access to free contraceptives, and because women and men, frankly everybody, isn't experiencing financial instability when financial instability is a cited reason for over half of abortions. I don't think that abortion should be quote-unquote rare because I see anything immoral with abortion.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I agree with you on a lot of the points that, the economy's tough and raising a kid is tough and all those things. And they told you that the economy was strong when eggs doubled and rent ate your paycheck and inflation hit 9.1, highest in 40 years. Nothing says the working class party like making groceries feel like a luxury purchase,
So how did Biden cause 9% inflation?
Just massive spending.
We saw more spending from Trump, twice as much.
Yeah, well, they weren't paying very close attention to a lot of the indicators that other countries did, and
then why were we able to rebound from our inflation faster than any other country in the G7?
Because we had the highest rate hike, perhaps in recorded history.
Wow, we're speaking proportionate to the rate hike. And the reason why we had the highest rate hike is because we have the largest economy.
Yeah, and well, don't you think that has some consequences? And how tolerant can a party be?
Of course, I think that inflation had consequences. It just wasn't caused by the Dems.
So, how come they allow it? It doesn't get to 9.2 overnight. You have to have a certain level of inflation tolerance for it to get that high.
Yes. Every country had inflation tolerance, including our country under both Biden and Trump. Okay, the inflation tolerance that we had was spending a shit ton of money on stimulus to prevent a recession, because we would prefer inflation over recession. Not to mention that stimulus also included giving people money to buy food. COVID-19 caused the inflation tolerance for every country and every leader of every country, including the Republican leadership of America under Trump, prior to January of 2021. We recovered fast because of because of Trump. But you seem to be actually pivoting away from a conversation about women. Most predominantly, the reason why is because I asked you why you think that elective abortion should be banned, and the next thing that we know, we're talking about inflation. Because instead of answering my question, you asked me a question. So tell us, why do you think elective abortion should be banned?
I think that life deserves protection.
Okay, why? Why do you think all life deserves protection?
Well, I mean, we're arguing a moral standards here, and clearly this is something that we're not going to agree on. But and I rely on the Bible.
Can you answer the question or not?
Because I value life, and I think that we should protect lives whenever we possibly can. Save both of the lives.
Is it murder to pull the plug on brain dead patients, considering the fact that they're biologically alive?
Is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient? No.
Okay, but they're biologically alive. I thought that you said that we need to protect all lives when possible.
Yeah, and I know that you understand nuance, and this is a category jump into a different conversation.
No, this isn't a category jump. We're staying under the same category of all lives. So what it's called is a refutation of your position. Because if you want to use the suggested moral principle that all life matters to then argue that abortion should be banned because abortion would include the killing of a life, well, then you'd have to argue that the killing of a life should be banned in all applicable circumstances, which would include the termination of the life of a brain-dead patient, yet you argued otherwise. So it seems to be the case that you're special pleading your principle as it would apply to brain-dead patients. So why can't I just special plea your principle as it relates to fetuses? Like, i.e., what if we both said that all life deserves protection, but you say, except brain-dead patients, and I say, except fetuses? What's the difference there?
One has like a potential and a life ahead of it, and the other one has had a life behind it.
Okay, so you value the potential of the future life of the fetus. So abortion wrong because it prevents the existence of a future person like you or I?
Sure.
Okay, so then pulling out is wrong and should be criminalized because it prevents the future existence of a person like you or I. If my dad pulled out, would it have prevented my future existence? Yes. Therefore, my dad pulling out would have prevented the future existence of a person like you or I.
So are you arguing that pulling out is murder?
No, I'm arguing that pulling out prevents the future existence of a person like you or I, which was ultimately a reason why you think that abortion's wrong.
Okay, but I mean, there's no life form at that stage.
It's an irrelevant difference because although there's no life form at that stage in the process, still yet pulling out prevents the future existence of a person like you or I.
No, but there's already a person.
There's already a person? I disagree. I don't think that a fetus is a person. Would you ever argue that like would you ever argue that bacteria can be people?
No, I wouldn't. But are
Why?
you conflating a baby to bacteria or like a parasite? Is that where we're going?
No, just answer the question. Why would you say that a bacteria cell cannot be a person?
Because science says so, Dean.
No, science doesn't determine what people are. Philosophy of mind determines what people are. Usually, when we want to determine what a person is, we'd like draw in some like personal characteristics of like maybe like an expression of sentience, right? So the reason why we'd say that like bacteria cells can never be people is because they don't have a mind, they don't have an expression of sentience or related attitudes, they don't have a congruence of an expression of sentience. And because they lack like this expression of sentience, or because they lack the congruence of an expression of sentience, they can't be people. Okay, that one's clear, but neither can a fetus. Fetuses don't have sentience now. They don't have a congruence of an expression of sentience. They've never had sentience before. So we usually wouldn't say they're people.
Yeah, if your politics requires a glossary, then you've already lost normal people. And Americans know what a baby is. They can define a woman. The fact is that this is
controversial. Wait. Did you just say because the argument is nuanced, it's false?
No, I'm just saying that you guys are losing the culture, like an identity.
Okay, so losing the attention of people. Listen, I agree with that. Like, I agree when I go into the complexities of philosophy of mind, some people get lost in the sauce. I mean, but at its surface level, I mean, you could make it pretty easy to understand. It doesn't have consciousness. I don't value it. That one's easy to understand. I just gave you the complexities because I thought that you could keep up. I guess thank you for proving me wrong. Dude said you're too smart, Dean.
Yeah, so... again, so the American people, they just want cheaper rent. They're exhausted about these big words.
Don't pivot to cheaper rent. We're debating about abortion, my friend. Are you this gone? Are you this far gone? Don't stigmatize intellectualism. Don't stigmatize nuance. If you think that a conversation, about the moral intricacies of ending a life aren't nuanced, then you're stupid. The moral intricacies of ending any life ever is always nuanced.
Okay. So are we going to come back to the life conversation? And when I have 4 exceptions for you, right? What rape was one of them, incest was the other one, viability is the other one. and threat to the woman's life. So I think that we probably aren't that far off, but you think that
Oh,
there should
just by
be a
the
lot
98%, right? Yeah, we're off around 98%, JB.
Well, I mean, when do you think like the ability to have an abortion like an elective abortion should end?
So you want to completely stop having. So you want to stop having a moral conversation, and now you want to have a legal conversation. So we're completely switching topics, right?
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. I mean, because we're ending our moral conversation, correct?
Sure. I mean, if you want to describe it that way.
Okay. We'll end our moral conversation as soon as you could either defend your argument that it's morally wrong to kill a fetus, or you could defeat my argument that it's not morally wrong to kill a fetus.
I think it's morally wrong to kill a fetus. Are you ready to move on to this?
I know, but I gave you a defeater to your argument. You ultimately said the reason why it's morally wrong to end the fetus's life is because they have a future like ours. Therefore, and tantamount, your view is, well, you are preventing the future existence of a person like you or I. Other things that prevent the future existence of a person like you or I would be pulling out. The use of condoms, the use of birth control, right? If my mom did any of those things, if my dad did any of those things, I probably wouldn't be here today. Therefore, they'd be preventing the future existence of a person like you or I. So therefore, there'd be no significant difference in these two cases. Because there'd be no significant difference in these two cases, then under your view, they would be comparably morally wrong. But you don't think they're comparably morally wrong, since in one scenario you yield the conclusion that it should be illegal, and yet in the other scenario you yield the conclusion that it should be legal.
And your question is?
I don't know why people ask me, quote unquote, and your question is so frequently. I didn't ask you a question. I gave you a counter argument. Counter arguments are not questions.
So I gave you an argument. You gave me a counter argument, and now that argument is over, right?
Okay, so then you concede the position that abortion is wrong?
I concede the position that abortion is wrong.
Yeah, because you don't have a response to the counter argument.
There's
there's two options here. When you don't have a response to a counter argument, it's either that you concede your original position or you're running from the counter argument. So do you concede or do you run?
No, I'd rather just have a nuanced discussion about when and how abortions
so
are had,
you run.
But it seems like you want to stick
so
to
you could say whatever you want, but it reduces down to either concession or run.
No.
Which one is it?
Sure, Dina, I'll make you very happy here. I'll concede to you.
Okay, so abortion's not wrong.
Sure, go ahead.
Wow, did I just change your mind?
No, you didn't change my mind.
Okay, so then you didn't concede, so then you run. Because a concession is when you acknowledge that the originally stated position is false.
Dean, whatever it takes to get to how many weeks.
So whatever it takes to run. So ultimately you fall under that second category of running.
Sure, I'll run. I'll run from that one. Here I am running away. Now, how many weeks should we have until elective abortions not able to be had anymore?
No, yeah. So legally, I don't think that they should be banned at any point in the 9-month term of the pregnancy. The reason why is not because I think that elective abortions in the third trimester are morally permissible. In fact, I think they're murder, but rather because it leads to less human rights violations. We have two options here. The first option is to legally ban elective abortions in the third trimester because admittedly they're very immoral. And the second option is not to legally ban them. Well, why would we go with the first option? Maybe because it will lead to less innocent lives being killed. It actually doesn't, because there aren't really any elective lethal abortions in the third trimester. A, women don't want them. B, if women do want them, doctors won't perform them because the doctor doesn't want to be a murderer. It's essentially a newborn, right? So in all reality, the only outcome we see of bans on elective abortions in the third trimester are doctors being too scared to perform life-saving operations, causing the women to die. Yeah. Like, for instance, there's a woman in Texas in 2024 who died from preeclampsia because her doctor was too scared to perform a life-saving abortion. I can't name a single elective lethal abortion of a fetus in the third trimester in Texas in 2024. So, well, what's a relevant alternative? We allow them to stay legal, acknowledge they're morally wrong and that doctors probably should not perform them, right? I'd acknowledge that. I'd advocate for that. But the reason why we have that legislation on the books is just to allow doctors to perform life-saving abortions when necessary without any sense that they could be sent to jail because the legislators don't consider the abortion they performed to be necessary, even though it was.
Where do you derive your morals from, Dean?
So do you concede or do you run?
How do you? No, I'm just curious.
I know, but do you
that's an
concede or do
extreme
you run?
position.
Again, do you concede or do you run?
Run from what? I mean, you
Run
just said
from the argument to demonstrate why elective abortion should be legal even in the third trimester, although I acknowledge that an elective abortion performed in the third trimester would be murder.
It's quite simple. Save both lives whenever possible. So that's what it comes down to. I want to see less abortions. It seems like that'd be a good thing for America. It'd be probably good for our GDP. I know you guys love GDP. But yeah,
actually, pro-life legislation leads to a reduction in economic outputs. There's a study done on this. I think it was in a bunch of southern states. What they did is they looked at states with pro-life legislation, and they looked at states with pro-choice legislation, and they saw the areas with pro-life legislation have higher levels of poverty, have higher levels of crime, have lower real median wages, lower reported qualities of life, and lower levels of education. Why? Because we're forcing people who don't want kids to be parents, making women drop out of school, quit their job, and in some scenarios making single parents when otherwise they'd be going to school for a master's. So no, we actually don't see better economic outcomes with pro-life legislation. Nice try though.
Yeah, cool. And people, if they're scared to ride the subway, then none of those statistics matter. But one of the parties that is better on crime is the Conservative Party.
Well, not when we look at the 10 states with the highest crime rates. 9 of them are red. Nice pivot again, though, because remember, the debate was about abortion.
Society has a problem. Why do those big cities lock up the fucking toothpaste? Like, I told you that society's got a problem.
Because they have more people who could steal the toothpaste.
Yeah.
Like, dude, okay, look, think about it this way. When you have a large group of people, you're statistically more likely to have outliers inside of that group of people who would steal something like toothpaste. Okay?
Speaking of too many people,
compared to having a smaller group of people where you'd be statistically less likely to have those outliers of people who would steal toothpaste. So the reason why you see larger cities locking up their toothpaste is because statistically they're at a significantly higher threats of having people steal it, but that doesn't mean that the crime rates in the area are higher. That just means that they have more people, leading to a higher statistical probability of theft. But I mean, I think the better question is, why do people need to steal toothpaste? Right? And I think that goes back to conversation about the economic policy that we pass in this country, and maybe how it's a bad thing to be kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of healthcare and 3 million low-income Americans off of food stamps. Next, I'm running through all your points. I'm the fucking Flash.
I mean, you can't.
I'm the fucking Flash, dude. Let's not. So you're running. Oh, so you ran from abortion to economics. Now you're running to immigration. Let's do it. Let's do it. You ran from abortion to immigration, and now you're. Sorry, you ran from abortion to economics, and now you're running to immigration.
So I've been very polite to you, Dean. I don't interrupt you. But you said something about high costs, so I'm going to get back to the high costs. But I said you cannot import millions of people and add millions in demand and then act shocked when prices get higher.
Okay. Well, see, the reason in which that claim would be wrong is because immigrants have significantly lower per capita healthcare expenditures, around 2/3 out of U.S.-born citizens. And this is according to KKF. My source would be Key Facts on Healthcare Use and Costs Among Immigrants. Not to mention that they are also significantly more likely to actively participate in the workforce, which would include fields such as healthcare. So they disproportionately engage in the demand side of the healthcare less, while engaging in the supply side of healthcare more. Also, that's not why prices are higher, because the demand of healthcare is pretty inelastic. So when we want to argue that if the demand of a good were to increase, then so would the price, for the most part, we're going to be looking at an elastic demand and supply curve. That's where equilibrium prices of goods come from, right? But when we have an industry such as healthcare, where the demand is inelastic because people need it regardless of how much it costs, well, then the company selling the services price gouge the hell out of them. This is why the same medicine that used to cost $3,000 now costs $30 with GoodRx. It's not because it got any cheaper to make, but it's because GoodRx as a conglomerate was able to approach these companies price gouging their consumers with a little bit more bargaining power than the inelastic demand from people with a broken leg that need the meds now, right? So you're completely wrong about your evaluation of which would set the cost of healthcare.
Well, just for
Next.
I didn't mention healthcare. You zoomed in on healthcare. I just said demand in general. I didn't say demand for healthcare. But in fact, I just used GoodRx, and I do have a broken fibula, and it did not save me a whole lot of money on that prescription. It's pretty damn expensive, by the way. But yeah, demand across the board goes up, not just demand in healthcare.
So does supply.
So
So
I
does
don't know
supply.
why-
Immigrants are more likely to work than natural U.S.-born citizens.
Work, and you mean like produce goods?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Like specifically in manufacturing, the production of goods. 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant. Do you think 1 out of every 7 people in this country is an undocumented immigrant? No.
Do you think that 1 out of every 7 immigrant is a job, like going to create jobs? Maybe
What?
they'll
I
create
lost
more
you.
goods, but are they going to create more jobs?
Well, yeah, because creating more goods, leading to more productivity in the market, then creates more jobs because companies are experiencing more growth. That's how capitalism works, buddy.
Sure enough.
Every point you've made, you've been baked on. Economics, immigration, abortion. What's next?
Where do you want to go?
Well, I mean, it seems like you've just been behind the wheel the whole time, running away from everything I've said. How about this? Trump's a rapist. Why do you support a rapist as president?
So let me ask you. Can I ask you a question, Dean?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, I will. So what's worse, Dean? Is a single crime from 30 years ago worse, or is pricing out an entire generation from generating wealth through home ownership? An entire generation priced out. What's worse, a single crime or an entire generation being wiped away?
I'd say what's worse is doing both of them at the same time. Not only is Trump a rapist, but he said verbatim that he wants houses to cost more to then generate more equity for homeowners, pricing generations such as Gen X and millennials out of the equation.
Yeah, you see. But you won't take accountability for your party's effect on that, back to the 9.2.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and remember earlier when you made the claim that Biden caused that inflation, that I asked you what he did to cause it and you couldn't tell me? Wow.
No, and you said that spending, the stimulus was deserved. I said that stimulus should have been pulled back long before.
Okay, then blame Trump because he spent twice as much on stimulus.
Okay, but we were in the middle of the pandemic at that point. It just started. So, but you can't ride the coattails of that pandemic until the pandemic's far gone. It's no longer an emergency. Yet we're going to continue to pump the economy.
The pandemic wasn't an emergency in 2021?
In 2022, it wasn't. Why are you still giving
the
money
American
to
Rescue
people
Plan wasn't passed in 2022. It was passed in 2021, you don't know?
Yeah, but we were still stimulating the fuck out of the economy, dude.
Through what policy? Tell me.
Oh, the child tax care credits.
Wait, increasing the child tax credit was done through the American Rescue Plan. You fucking idiot. You absolute droid. And you just said that you think cutting taxes is a bad thing? Doesn't Donald Trump claim every other day that he's cut taxes more than any president in history? Because that's what the child tax credit is. It's cutting somebody's taxes. It's letting them keep more of their own money. But when Biden does it, causing hyperinflation, super bad. But then when Trump does it and claims to have cut taxes the most out of any president in history, USA, buddy, he spent $5 trillion on quote unquote tax cuts.
Yeah, but
the most ever spent on any policy ever. More than every dollar spent under the Biden-Harris administration, including their expenditure on the pandemic. So go ahead and sit here and tell me that Biden's to blame for tax cuts and in reference to the child tax credit, which, by the way, actually reduced childhood poverty by 40%.
How many people did it lift out of poverty? The childhood poverty.
It reduced childhood poverty by 40%. A whole lot of them.
Mm-hmm. For how long? Are they still out of poverty, or did they fall right back into poverty?
Well, I mean, I'd assume that more of them are out than in. I don't know anymore, though. The economy's doing shit today. Maybe Trump put them right back into poverty with the whole taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, most layoffs since the pandemic, highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, and 3.9 annualized inflation, highest since 2022.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they were the whole time they were saying that inflation was temporary, it's just transitory.
It was. We went from having 9% inflation in 2022 to below 3.5% inflation in 2023. So thank you for indicating. Thank you so much for telling us that the Biden-Harris administration was right. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
When did CPI come down?
It came down from the peak in July of 2022 until now, when Donald Trump is making it go back up again. Are you embarrassed yet?
Hey, so should a country, since you're talking about the prices going up because of what Trump's doing, should a country, you know, absorb an attack first, or should it, if there's a credible threat, you know, strike first?
It would depend on what the credible threat is.
What's a credible threat to you?
Well, credible threat is a threat that's credible, but I'm saying it would depend on, like, literally what the threat is.
Well, it depends is your answer, essentially. That's like kind of a non-answer.
No, it's not a non-answer. It's the right answer.
So you'd wait.
It would depend. Depend on what the threat is. Like what?
Do you think that we should have stopped Russia sooner?
Stopped Russia from invading Ukraine? Yeah, we should have did what Kamala Harris was begging the UN to do, which was to let them into NATO.
Do you think that, so when they were gathering their troops at the border of Ukraine, do you think we should have taken some action to stop that then?
Yeah, we should have begged the UN to let Ukraine into NATO. That's what she did.
So, all right, let's say that we did that. Ukraine's in NATO. Then what?
Okay, well, then Russia's no longer a threat to them. Because of Article 5 of the NATO alliance, which is exactly why Russia said that they don't want Ukraine to join NATO. Because then invading Ukraine would start World War III. I mean, look at how they're doing with just Ukraine. They're still losing. They're still losing, and it's just Ukraine. Imagine if it was Ukraine, almost the entirety of Europe, and the United States of America spending over $1 trillion a year in the military. Yeah, wow, they want to do that.
So you think that if we would have let Ukraine into NATO, that all of Putin's soldiers would just like pack their stuff up and go home?
Yes. Because Putin's stupid, but he's not stupid enough to start World War III.
Well, NATO doesn't seem to be doing very much.
Are you arguing that they wouldn't invoke Article 5 if Ukraine was in NATO and Russia invaded NATO?
I don't know what would happen, honestly. What other
okay, yeah, you could play dumb all you want. You'd play dumb all you want. You could play dumb all you want. Like, but that would that was literally why people wanted NATO to join, wanted NATO to invite and foster Ukraine, was so if Russia invaded, Article 5 would be invoked.
I mean, you think Great Britain would have like stepped in and been like, here's our army, here's our soldiers.
They would be literally contractually obligated to. An attack against one is an attack against all, per the contractual obligations of all allied countries in NATO. They have
country
to.
Do you think? Who would have been the biggest player, and if that would have happened in this thought experiment?
I don't know. Probably the largest military by far. Probably the largest military by far, the U.S. Are you done embarrassing yourself? This is futile.
So you haven't.
JB can't find a point to save his life.
Nobody else from NATO. So who from NATO, aside from the United States, would have come and stepped up to Ukraine's defense?
As much as necessary.
So no, but you can't name anybody, in other words.
No, America, the United Kingdom, France, Spain. Yeah, but
so you think
Australia,
UK,
yeah.
France,
It'd just be
Spain,
as much
Australia,
as necessary.
They would have just sent all the See, I don't have as much faith in those countries as you do, I guess.
Yeah, why do you think that they wouldn't meet their contractual obligations of the NATO agreement? That would mean that then they'd get kicked out of NATO and they'd be on their own. Obviously, they want to be in NATO or they wouldn't be in NATO. Not to mention, you forget this, NATO was created as a response to what? Do you know, JB?
Gosh, you got me.
You need to learn your fucking history. The Soviet Union. We created NATO to form an alliance of the countries that bordered the Soviet Union to prevent the Soviet Union from invading those countries. So if we got Ukraine into NATO and then what used to be the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation, invaded Ukraine, of course, every single country would have rushed to Ukraine's defense, because that's not just why NATO exists, but no, that is why NATO exists, because that's why NATO exists, as a threat deterrent to prevent the expansion of the Soviet Union, or what is now Russia.
Do you think that Russia would have seen the admittance of Ukraine into NATO as a credible threat?
No, they would have seen it as a credible prevention of any expansion. That's what happened with Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. 3 other countries that border Russia on its west border that were brought into NATO, and then Russia went, oh damn it, now we can't go after them because it would be World War III. Saying that Russia would have invaded Ukraine if Ukraine joined NATO is Russian propaganda to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, so then Russia could invade Ukraine. Dude, this was a debate about abortion. Now we're debating about the historicity of the NATO alliance, and he's still getting fucking cooked. He's still getting fucking cooked. Dude, how do you get cooked on abortion? Find a way to pivot to the history of the NATO alliance and then get cooked there too. That is impressive. I think he's leaving. I would leave too. I think that.
Is your favorite kind of abortion the saline injection kind, where they inject a salt solution into the baby and it burns?
Now we're done.
The skin burns. You know, it has a hemorrhage in the brain. Or is it the dilation and extraction one where they crush the baby's head? Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, my favorite type of abortion is the one that is received by a woman who wants it. That's my favorite kind of abortion. I don't care if it's crushing the baby's skull, saline injection, or the abortion pill.
Doesn't that sound like
if it's an abortion that a woman's want, no, it doesn't. A fetus literally can't be tortured. I can tell you why a fetus can't be tortured.
Sounds like torture for the baby to me.
I can tell you why it's not. The reason why it's not torture is because torture is the perception of prolonged harm or pain, right? But see, harm and pain are actualized experiences. Now, you can't actualize experiences if you can't express sentience, okay? So, for instance, it's a category error to consider it to be torture for the fetus because a fetus cannot actualize the experience of harm or pain.
So you like that saline injection one? I'll take that as your testimony. Do you like the curation, curettage one? That's where they vacuum the baby out with
I like them all.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting if you ask me.
I think that a lot of medical procedures are disgusting. Have you ever seen a video of back surgery? Don't look it up. Saying if it's disgusting, it's therefore wrong. Just means that we should ban all surgery ever.
No, this is about a human life. It's like mutilating a life.
Yeah, okay, yeah, mutilating a life that doesn't have moral value. You do that. I mean, from your perspective, you do that every time you cook a steak.
Where'd you learn that value, that moral value? Where did you get that from?
Where do I think value comes from? I think that value comes from the expression of sentience, because that's what introduces a well-being.
And life has no moral value.
I don't think that life possesses intrinsic moral value. No, I think it's the traits that life could possess that generate value. I mean, think about it. The only difference on the biological level between a cell that exists to a member of the human species and a cell that exists to a non-human species, like microbial life forms, would be what? The classifications that scientists have given them and varying differences within the genetic code. Okay. Yeah, we don't see innate intrinsic value in life and life alone. No. We see value in the traits that life possesses. And that's a really important distinction to make.
So what is your value, Dean? What would you say your value is that you possess?
I don't even know what that. I don't know what you're asking. You're embarrassing yourself again.
So do you have value?
Yes,
moral
I have value. Yeah, I have moral value.
Okay. What's your moral value? Describe what that is.
describe what moral value is?
Yours specifically.
This is a very vague and conceptual question. If you want me to attempt to describe to you what moral value is, I don't know if I'd be able to give you a concrete definition of what moral value is. I could use different things to try to describe to you what moral value is. It's like this type of thing that then generates moral attitudes against other individuals, infringing upon your flourishment. Right? Maybe that's the best description of moral value that I could give you.
You had said something about like, so life doesn't have intrinsic value. It's what life possesses.
It's the traits. It's the traits that a life would possess. Yeah.
So what traits do your life possess?
Yeah, a mind. I think my mind is what makes me valuable. If I didn't have my mind, I don't think I would be valuable.
Interesting.
I mean, that's why we don't value brain dead patients. They don't have a mind. They have permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function. Do we value them? No. It's okay to pull the plug on them, even though that kills them, right? It's not murder.
And where would you say that these values came from? What instilled these values into you?
Yeah, my normative ethical view. I'm a Rossian pluralist. But you're asking me really complex moral questions that I don't think you'll understand the answers to. You're asking me very complex questions that you definitely don't understand the answer to at all.
Okay.
Because you don't
like insulting. Does insulting people like make you feel good? Is that
Yeah, insulting idiots that question moral value while supporting a rapist as president that's killing kids in the Middle East.
I don't question moral value.
Definitely, that makes
you
that
couldn't
makes
even
me feel
describe
good.
what moral value was. You got kind of like stalled and went on this.
I told you. I told you the best description that I could give of moral value. Let me tell you the best description that I could give of moral value. Keep in mind that is like a very complex question. Okay.
No,
okay. Then tell me what moral value is.
Yeah, it starts like with a human.
Oh, wait, no. You're telling me what has moral value, but you're not telling me what moral value is. Define moral value.
An act that is, either right or wrong, universally.
An act? No. An act that is right or wrong, okay, is not moral value in of itself. Wrong. Because you don't think that a fetus has to act to have moral value. So that's not what moral value is. Tell me what moral value is.
So I suppose that you can accrue moral value by living a life.
No. What is moral value? No. What is moral value? No. Tell me, what is moral value? See?
Like in a number?
You can't fucking tell me what it is. Dude, yeah. So admittedly, when you asked me what moral value is, I did stutter a little bit, but I inevitably said moral value is the type of thing in which would generate moral wrongness if one's flourishment is infringed on. Okay, that's like the very best possible conception that I'd have of a workable definition of moral value. It's just the type of thing that an entity can possess to make ingressions upon one's well-being morally wrong. Okay, right, and then you told me, oh, Dean, you struggled to even define moral value. Yeah, okay, I think anyone would struggle with defining moral value, right? And you didn't even just struggle with defining moral value. You couldn't define moral value. You went absolutely fucking shell-shocked, completely quiet, and then we hear you typing on your phone in the background on Google because you forgot to turn your silencer on.
Typing on my phone in Google?
Yeah, we could hear you typing on your phone. You forgot to turn your silencer on?
Okay. That's crazy.
So tell me, what is moral value?
Like returning a lost wallet, say?
No. That would be an example.
Not interrupting somebody?
That would be an example of a morally good thing to do. I'm not asking you what an example of a morally good thing to do would be. I'm asking you for the definition of what moral value is when you say that life has moral value.
and you just don't like what I'm saying, and then get you all
Because
riled up like
you're
that.
not telling me, okay, what moral value is. You're just telling me what morally appropriate actions would be. But moral value is not an action. You think that
What about,
moral
like,
value is a
what about
trait
give-
in which
what
is
about
possessed
respect?
by
What about
things.
Respect, like if I give you respect, you give me respect. Is that moral value?
Respect would once again be an example of a morally appropriate action, not a definition of what moral value is. Because keep in mind, you continue to tell me that like all life has moral value. Okay, like what? What does that even mean?
Yeah, it means it's a life that could possess traits, like you're saying.
Traits.
Yeah, after they develop.
Oh, well,
like
you're
you-
just
I'm
going
trying
back to
use your
telling me.
definition.
You're just going back to telling me like what lives have moral value, but you're not telling me what moral value is. Do you just want to admit that you were a fucking jackass earlier when you told me that, oh, Dean, you were struggling to define what moral value? Yeah, it took me 2 seconds to think of a workable definition that would fit. I've given you 2 minutes and you haven't come up with jack shit. Like, we're 2 minutes into me asking you what moral value is, and you like are still committing category errors telling me that morally acceptable actions is moral value. Yeah, I'm sorry that it took me 2 seconds of stuttering to try to come up with a workable definition because you unintentionally asked an incredibly complex question.
Yeah, self-control is moral value. Fairness is moral value. Respect is moral value. Compassion is moral value. Justice is moral value. All of these.
Wait.
traits,
So when you so I just want to
these
clarify.
traits that you
So
were
when you tell me
describing-
that a fetus has moral
no.
value, you're telling me that the fetus has justice? Like what? When you're telling me that a fetus has moral value, you're telling me that a fetus has compassion? No, that's not a definition of what moral value is. When you say the reason why it's wrong to kill a fetus is because a fetus has moral value, you're just giving me examples of morals. Like moral values. That's the mistake, because you asked ChatGPT what moral value is, and ChatGPT gave you a list of moral values. But there's a difference between moral value and moral values. Moral value, okay, once again, is the type of thing that would make it wrong for somebody to ingress upon your interests. I.e., it's wrong to murder somebody in the middle of the street. Once again, that's my working definition of moral value. I just spoiled the plot. Meanwhile, moral values would be like good things to do, like to treat others with respect, advocate for justice, so on and so forth. So let's go back to the question. 5 minutes in, define moral value.
Based on right and wrong, a worth assigned to it.
Oh, wait, a worth assigned to it. What does that mean? Because now
Value.
ChatGPT is starting to get you somewhere. But what is value? I'm honestly, I'm being a jackass. I'm being mean. Like, this is the type of thing that, like, philosophy students go over. There's no reasonable expectation that a random Trump supporter would be able to answer these questions. Like, this is like, we're in class right now. We're in fucking class right now. Like, this is what people write incredibly complex papers on that not even I understand. Like this is, you know, I'm kind of being mean. Okay, listen. Now, have you learned your lesson? Do you regret earlier trying to shame me for stuttering for 2 seconds before giving you a workable definition of moral value? Do you regret shaming me for doing that earlier?
Do you regret, your cruelty and how that's generally, giving you less? Or
I'm not
moral
cruel
value?
for giving you the same energy that you're giving me. Because like you attempted to belittle me for taking 2 answers to try to give you for taking 2 seconds for trying to give you an answer of what moral value is. We're now 10 minutes into me asking you that question, and you're still empty-handed. All you do is answer questions. Somebody pointed this out in the chat. All you do is answer questions with questions. There's not been one point on this live where you've directly answered a question with an answer. So I want you to directly answer this question with an answer. Okay? Yes or no? Okay? Do you regret attempting to shame me earlier for stuttering for 2 seconds before I gave you a workable definition of what moral value is, for the reason that after I ask you the question, you're still stumbling 10 minutes later?
No, you had just insulted me. So, no, I don't regret that.
Okay. Well, you should. Hey, thank you so much, Anna, for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get to it. Anna W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Anna. Anna with a $20 says, I'm a 46-year-old mom of 3. My youngest, who is 9, was unplanned, and I appreciate you standing by and speaking up besides us. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, Anna. I hope that you have a great rest of your night, and thank you for the love. Same thing to you, Jeannie. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Jeannie. Thank you so very much for the love. Jeannie, that is a huge donation. Thank you so very much for the $50 donation. Jeannie with the $50 says, I enjoy listening, Dean, and I am proud of you. Thank you for cooking these fools. Well, know that I really appreciate you. I'm so happy that you enjoy listening, and thank you so very much for the $50 donation. Same thing to Brianna. Thank you for the $20, who says, been listening to these every day, and I hope that you continue to change minds. Thank you for educating yourself and sharing it with others, making a real difference. I hope to be like you one day. Oh, thank you so much for the support, Brianna. That is very, very kind of you. Same thing to you, Gavin. Thank you for the $10, who says, love the show. Appreciate you, boss. And Jose, thank you so much for the $40 donation, who says, for Dean again, how do we survive this age? Forcing a child to give birth is disgusting. And Dean, feel free to lose your cool anytime. You got to cope with MAGA morons. I appreciate you, man. Dude, shout out to Jose down below. How do we survive this age? By thinking critically and getting more people on board with that. You know, I think something that we forget is that ultimately, you know, it's us and our neighbors that have the power. It's so frequently we forget that. You know, we look at the duopoly we live under and we say all these leaders are bad, they all suck. And yeah, that's true. But we voted for them. Like, we're not just like banging on the walls, you know, scratching on brick, ultimately achieving nothing. Like, we can change our conditions. We just have to get more people on board with it. Hey, thank you so much, Allison, as well. I appreciate you for the $15 donation on Venmo. Please show some love to Allison down below. Rebel, thank you for the 5. And Roxanne, oh my God, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Roxanne W's. Roxanne, you've been so kind to me today. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Roxanne with $100 says, is there any way for me to clip you calling out my grandma? Yes. On YouTube, the full 4-hour streams are not only streamed, but then they also live permanently on my channel as a VOD. So go check that out. Thank you so very much for the $100. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On PayPal, thank you so much, Anonymous, for the $1. I appreciate you. Shout out to Anon down below. Link, thank you for the $13. Who says, I know that you do philosophy, but my 13-year-old brother can answer that. Well, you got a smart 13-year-old brother, Link. JJ, thank you for the $5. Amanda, thank you for the 2. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $12. Who says, I'm going to be honest, I don't love the word force when it comes to ABs. We should come up with a better one. I think that's when I was saying that we should force pregnant kids to get an abortion. Sure, you know, I was just being honest and transparent. But I get what you mean. You know, maybe we should come up with another word. You know, just say that they have to get the abortion. I don't know. Thank you for the $12. Jessica, thank you for the $2. And Francis, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you, Francis. Francis with the $20 says, somebody called you Dean Winchester. And it made me happy because I feel like you fight evil just like the Dean Winchester. Who the hell is Dean Winchester? I'm just kidding. I fucking love Supernatural. Show some love to Francis down below in that chat. And shout out to Jensen Ackles. What a beast. What a beast. What a beast. Tori, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on Venmo. I appreciate you. And with that, I think that we're all caught up. Folks, that's actually where I'm going to call it for the night. We have a very obvious restriction on the stream that we received a while ago, but you know, it is what it is. We'll go ahead and now. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. I do these streams every single day. Drop a sub on YouTube as well. Free to follow and sub. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Let me know how you liked the stream today. I don't know. I felt like I was a little bit more on it, a little bit more direct. Maybe it's because I'm a little bit more awake. I usually go live a bit earlier when I probably need another coffee, but today I went live at like 4 p.m. Maybe I'm just tired. I usually go to the gym before I start my live. Today I didn't. Oh, I'm still got to go pump, and it's 9. Jeez. Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. I don't know. All right. I'm going to go ahead and head out, folks. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.